11 teams have come, 11 teams have gone, along with 2 excellent days of action. Now we are here at day 3, our final day in Untitled at Dreamhack Winter. It is time, ladies and gentlemen, for Championship Sunday here at Rainbow Six Siege. My name is Blue, and joining me here on the desk for the first game today is going to be Zyronic and Demo. How are you gentlemen doing?
I am very excited. We have some great matches coming up, and I'm especially looking forward to the first one.
Yeah, you can't really ask for much better. We have had some, of course, great matches throughout the course of this weekend, and well, Championship Sunday, this is where teams really have to drive through, and who knows, who could be walking away with that championship trophy? Really down to anybody if they put their minds to it.
As well, for the for the people that weren't watching yesterday, we left you at the start of the quarterfinals, where we had a great matchup to end the day there, and we continued playing those quarterfinals throughout the course of the evening, including a very, very tight match between G2 and Liquid, a great rematch for the Pro League finals earlier this year. Here is the rest of the bracket. For those of you that did not keep up with the results from last night, that close match versus G2 and Liquid did end up going via the way of G2. And gentlemen, how do the rest of these results look here?
I mean, interesting one on the Empire G2 is that Empire didn't drop a single map so far, and G2 has already dropped 2. They dropped 1 map against Penta and 1 map against Liquid. And the Liquid match that we didn't get to see was very, very close. Very close yesterday. Went to the 3rd map and overtime, I think. So, very interesting.
Yeah, I still believe that Empire, they did have the easier run in terms of who they were playing. G2, they had to go against the likes of Penta, who certainly seemed like a new revitalized squad that really a different playstyle and we're not used to see them playing. And, you know, talking about that match yesterday that here was on stream, Chaos versus Penta. Chaos, they just weren't there. They didn't turn up. Penta really pulled out all the stops. Space Station, another team, which really was a bit of a surprise. We didn't really expect them to get this far. We knew, yeah, they're a very capable team. They did, you know, pretty good inside over the Pro League, but we weren't really expecting them to do this well, and they have looked absolutely monstrous, taking a 2-0 against Mocka, a team who was at the Rio Finals as well. That has to count for something.
Yeah, absolutely. And overall, those some very impressive results from our teams. As you were mentioning, though, Empire did make it up to this point without dropping a single map. They managed to take a 2-0 versus Eminem. That was actually the first game we saw on stream back in day 1. Then they managed to continue that streak with a 2-0 over Mocket to make it out of the group with no problem. And of course, take the 2-0 there in the quarterfinal versus Pac to knock them out. Meanwhile, as far as G2 is concerned, they did get a bye through their initial match because they only had 3 teams into the group. They then went 2-1 versus Penta, and then eventually in their game versus Liquid also dropped a map there as well. So overall, G2 still has played less games, but at the same time, the competition they've gone up against is arguably a little bit more competitive, so that might explain why they have the 2 drop maps. Yeah,
Empire definitely had a little bit of an easier run, but coming up against G2 now, we're going to see how good they actually are.
Yeah, and this is an excellent chance for, if anything, for Empire to prove themselves, correct? Obviously, still working their way through the Challenger League, really barnstorming their way through the Challenger League, winning the entire season without dropping a single map unless you count the forfeit win that they had due to a player, I think, not being available that evening or something like that. And they've now made it all the way up to Pro League, of course, which is a massive deal for them. And here is an excellent chance for them to prove themselves even further if, of course, they can take them the Titans in G2.
Yeah, this is a massive match for Empire. This is really to kind of shut up the haters in most circumstances. A lot of people thought, yeah, Team Empire, they can only play online, and look at their LAN performance. They've done pretty well up to this point, but this is the real challenge against your world champions.
Yeah, and I know here from G2, they really want to try out Empire as well. They want to see how good they are. Maybe this is a good way to like get ready for the Pro League as well, know what they can expect from that.
All right, well, let's take a look at the rosters now and see how exactly we're going to be faring in terms of the players here. Gentlemen, let's break it down. Who are the stars for each of these teams?
Well, if you don't know who G2 are at this stage, really, where have you been? The world champions from the 6 Invitational and also the Paris Major champions as well, and even our most recent Pro League champions. These guys have done it all and won it all, but there's still one more trophy that they have not added to their collection. It is that Dreamhack trophy. Pengu, Yunas, Goga, Fabian and Kantora Ketty, the main 5 for G2, and they are looking to take this home.
And interesting on G2 is that we saw Fabian perform exceptionally well at Rio. So all of these players can really show up. On Empire though, Joystick stands out, and Kasuka. Joystick's been like entry fragging like crazy, and a real force to be reckoned with. We've seen teams like panning Ashe just because of Joystick. Not so much because of Ashe, but because of how good Joystick is on Ashe.
And I mean, we've seen it's not only just Joystick by himself, but it's often Joystick supported by the IGL and Karzeka. They didn't made it, especially if you look back at the online games throughout the Challenger League season, they've made themselves quite kind of the dynamic duo, and the way that they tend to work together is really impressive in my opinion.
Yeah, they seem to have slowed down a little bit in their playstyle we saw in these games, whether that is because they're playing against, different types of teams and setups, or maybe opening their map pool up a little bit. That's hard to say. But I'm really excited to see what they're going to do against G2, especially because there's a lot of stuff they can pull from G2 in terms of playstyle and stuff to prepare against.
Well, in terms of the maps, where do we think, before we put them on screen, where do you think that we're going to be seeing this matchup go? Any predictions in terms of maps that we could likely see thrown into the pool here?
I mean, G2 is going to ban Oregon. Let's assume that.
Figure, yeah.
Right?
Yeah.
I think we can go there. G2 had a bit of a struggle on Coastline yesterday, losing that to Liquid. I think that was the first time they've lost Coastline.
Yeah, Coastline was always a very, very strong map for G2. A lot of teams didn't really want to take G2 to that map. Liquid just came out all guns blazing. There was a bit of miscommunication in that first map between a couple of false call-outs. Fabian got a TK, which did cost G2 a round in that matchup. And certainly Coastline, a very strong map for Empire. They beat Int twice inside their Challenger League run. I believe it was 6-3 and then 6-1 the second time. So certainly a map which Empire are extremely strong on. If they want to try and challenge G2 and also another very strong map for them, we'll have to see.
All right, well, we do have the maps ready to show now, so let's go ahead and put those up on screen and see where exactly we're going to be battling in this best of 3. And it looks like Villa will be the starting map via the G2 pick. Empire wants to take us over to Consulate for our second map, and for our third and final play, Clubhouse will be the deciding map if we do need to go there, of course.
No surprise.
No. I think if we go far enough back in history, then Consulate was a map that G2 used to be notorious on. No one wanted to play in them. There was this meme going on in the EU that you don't play Penta on Coastline back when they were called that. I think that might have changed a bit, and these teams, especially Empire, we've seen them perform very well in Consulate before. Yeah, there's no real surprise here.
Yeah, they played Consulate yesterday against Liquid, and they did win that match pretty comfortably. I know that it was actually Liquid were 4-1 up at a point inside of that match, and then all of a sudden G2, they got hold off the defense and they completely swept Liquid to the side. So certainly a more defender favored sided for G2 in Consulate. Empire, another map which again they are very good on as well. The only map looking at that I do worry about Empire would be Villa. I think it's a bit of a hit or miss for them. They really haven't had a lot of experience with it. Certainly G2, we know they have the experience in the past. They played that at the Paris Major in the quarterfinals against Millennium, so we know they can play that map. It's just, what have they changed since then?
Yeah, and I mean, the operator pick and bans are going to have a massive impact here as well, especially if we do make it to the decider. Something like Clubhouse we saw yesterday, we saw one of the matches leaving both Monty, Glass, and Maverick open on Clubhouse, which really makes it difficult to hold at Garage as a defending team. So a lot of this will come down to operator pick and bans. If G2 tries to counter pick based on players or on strats.
Just to get your thoughts a little bit more on what exactly we might be seeing in terms of operator picks and bans moving into. Let's talk a little bit more about Villa specifically. Do you think we're going to be seeing any surprises from either teams in that phase, or things more going kind of according to plan there?
Well, really, Empire, they only ever take the same 5 operators. It's been very, very stable. Joystick on Ash is always a bit of a given. Will G2 ban that? That's down to them. It's more just a target ban. We have seen it in the past where teams, they want to disable Joystick as much as they can, but then Joystick just goes in another free speed operator with a great gun as well. So really, does that stop him? Maybe for a portion, but at the end, it's still Joystick. He has the control behind really any gun he can play. He is that top fragger and really is someone to look out for next week inside a Pro League. Other bans could really be, I would say, maybe some pretty Glass bans would be pretty good. I know Empire, they do have capable players like that. Lion was also another big operator for Empire, but because that has been permabanned, just gives one thing that, G2 are always known for the team who always bans Lion. If they manage to let that through, they will also play that as well. So certainly Lion, an operator that both teams would like to play, but of course that's not going to be the case here for Dreamhack Winter.
Of course. And as a quick reminder, once again, to those of you who might have not been watching any of the action throughout the course of the weekend, we are playing on the new competitive format, which means it's 6-round halves instead of the usual 5-round halves. And as you had just mentioned, Lion is now permanently banned. He's been put in his cage for the time being. And that, of course, it's made the play quite different here at the event, right? We've had some pretty long matches as a result of that. I think I made a bit of a joke that Ubisoft is getting quite large sample size to test this format out.
Yeah. I mean, with the Lion ban, we've actually, or the Lion quarantine, caged, We've seen Dugby take a lot of the bans now as well, because now that it's very difficult to catch out the roamers, and it opens up for a little bit more roam game. We've seen a lot of the games that would have finished already if we were running the old format, but because of the extra time, whether that's fatigue or it gives people time to read the strats in, it's very interesting to see how that changes the outcome of a lot of maps.
All right, guys. Well, we are very close to match time now, so it is time to introduce our first team. They are the uncontested global champions right now. Let's bring them out. It's G2!
So, G2, the world champions, 6 invitational champions, Paris major champions. They are ready to take on possibly their biggest challenge yet. A lot of people said that maybe FaZe were the team to take down G2. Maybe it could be Liquid. That was not the case. But will Empire, the Russian champions, the Euro Cup champions, be the decider?
Well, let's bring them out as well. It's the new challengers from Russia, Empire!
And as we mentioned, Empire, a team just slaying their way through Challenger League, not dropping anything except for forfeit. They've played exceptionally well at this LAN and might have a good chance at really making a dent in G2.
Of course, we can see the roster there getting ready now. That means we are getting incredibly close to match time. And I think it is time to start asking the questions of who we might see coming out on top of this matchup. Let's start the discussion, though, by talking a little bit more about Empire. Obviously, G2 is going to be the crowd favorite, and I think the analytical favorite if we look at this match from a top-down perspective. But what exactly do we need to see Empire bring to the table to be able to beat G2 in this best of 3?
They need the drone. That's something that is really lacked for Empire just in general for their playstyle, not just here at the Dreamhack, but also for their run in Challenger League. They weren't really a drone-heavy team. They have a very unique playstyle where they kind of hunt as if they're a pack of wolves. It would be 5 players all coming in from different angles, and you just swarm the roamer. It's a really difficult thing to deal with, but you need to have the drones backing up, and we know how capable players like Kanto can be on a roam game. Even Pengu can get in there as well. Certainly Empire, droning is going to be your main thing this weekend.
And with the refragging we so often see coming out of G2, you take one of them down and instantly there's someone to answer for that. That's something that might make it really difficult for Empire if they're doing these one-man pushes, or if they want to wait for a setup and commit fully to one guy.
Meanwhile, talking a little bit more about G2 here, besides the obvious notation of joystick being the thing that they'd have to watch out for, is there anything else that we've seen from Empire that might be able to trip up G2 in these maps?
I would say more just, it's a very difficult playstyle actually attempt to challenge Empire, because like I said, Wolfpack mentality. If you manage to pick off, for example, joystick, there's always Karzeka right behind them, ready there for the refrag. So G2, they need to have a very established roam game. They need to have some good late rotates. I personally would like to see 3 roamers at a time. I'd like to see 2 people in bomb site, and then you just let, Kanto, Raketa, Jonas, and Pengu just go at it and let them try and get those kills. Because if you start racking up the early lead, if you manage to eliminate joystick and Karzeka, that's Empire done. They cannot do anything from that. If you look at the past records of whenever joystick dies, he gets that opening death, Empire mostly lose that round in the end.
I would like to see G2 really back off and try and play, very strict and very tight, and not allow Empire these, give Empire the map control, that is fine, but don't allow them to execute it.
All right, well, I think it is time for some predictions now, gentlemen. Let's get it out really quickly here. Who do you think is going to be the winner of this matchup?
2-0 G2.
That's quite decisive. How about you?
2-0 G2.
Alrighty. Well, I think we are pretty much ready for the map, so let's get directly to it. Ladies and gentlemen, I will leave it to our casters, and we'll go into map 1 of this first semi-final. Let's see who will be our first team making it to the grand finals at Dreamhack Winter. We'll be starting off on Villa, and once again, it's going to be Demo and Zyronic as your casters. Take it away, gentlemen.
Thank you, Blue.
So, Villa is where we will be headed first between G2 and Team Empire. This is certainly a crowd favorite match. There has been so many people who have been hyping up this eventual match between both of these players, or these teams, and really we weren't expecting this to happen until really Pro League. This was much more of an earlier match that we didn't really see coming, just because we didn't know who was going to qualify from what group and how the whole bracket would find out. But this is a little bit of a taster of what we might see in Pro League.
Yeah, I'm very excited that we get to see this lineup or this matchup, and especially now. There was a lot of things that had to line up for this to happen. G2 had to beat Liquid again, and so we see a target ban here.
That's a very nice ban there from G2. I know, just talking to Fabian and Feral about You know, I was asking, what kind of bans you thinking about the Ashe? And they were like, we don't know. Like, they didn't really know, and they thought, you know what, let's just go for it. This is going to cause issues for Empire, as they know. Joystick is literally a cyborg Ashe player. He is that good on it. We've seen him just tear through really anybody. I'm quite curious to see really what then attacker he's then going to have to switch on to. I know that I've seen an Ashe ban in the past. He then just went to Capo, which is another free speed, great gun as well. Starting things off on the attack, it will be G2 going with it. And wow, look at this comp setup. We have not just Montaigne, but Finka being brought into the broadside as well.
Yeah, I know G2 was talking a little bit about maybe bringing out a Finka Blitz or Finka Monty to try and deal with Empire, especially on the defense, because pushing these very aggressive players with the shield and the Finka combo, so you have this low recall, faster movement speed, it really helps to gain some ground against them.
Yeah, there's also no C4s on the side of Empire as well, so that could be something that G2 could certainly take advantage of. Looking at Empire, they are going to go for more of a very standard setup. Mira being banned, really no surprise. I know that during the mock at M&M game, Mira was actually let free inside the ban phase, and really teams didn't actually use it, even though she was available.
Yeah, you mentioned no C4 on the table here. There is, though, we have Legion and Echo, which is some very, very strong counters to shield, especially if you save your Legion mines a bit until you know where the shield's coming from. And we have seen before shields being hunted by an Echo Drone, and it's terrifying, because as Monty, when you're fully extended and you get Echo Drone, that drops. Follow that up with one or two Empire players running after, and the shield is null and void instantly.
So where will the attack come in from G2? They seem to be taking it just a little bit slower, getting the drones in. They know that Joystick is always going to be that guy they have to find and have to kill, because if you leave Joystick unattended, he will just 4K your team. We've seen him do that so many times. Karzek as well is going to try and support Joystick. Both these players have been the big standouts for Empire time and time again, and certainly an operator like Vigil, which will help to counter that drone play that G2 want to play, then yeah, that's going to work out pretty good already. I think it boost being used maybe to try and get them in. They were expecting an engagement, but no. Empire holding strong. They're not really concerned about holding that mid floor. They want to try and roam towards that statuary room in the master bedroom to and deny access from there. But certainly G2 taking it much slower pace. They know they have the Montaigne really just as a big, massive human drone.
And we see the Empire here having a really spread out map control. Junis gets the first pick on Joystick though.
I have you covered. Stay close.
Massive kill. Of course, that's Jaeger gone. Empire really revolve around that main man Joystick, and look at Pengu just seeing if he can push right on up. He sees the smoke, has to kind of back away, and even an Echo Drone burst does miss, so they know there's going to be an Echo Drone around the 90 area. Still a minute 20 to go, but the only thing about G2 is that they don't have Thermite. They're only limited to one area that they can actually push in through a reinforced wall.
The important thing we saw here with Thermite was that if that Echo Drone didn't miss, Pengu would have been instantly dead on Monty, right?
It should have been. That would have been the drop, and then a quick shotgun burst could have easily taken him down. Cypher still alive. Of course, those Echo Drones can be very vital in the right hands, like we've seen from Pentasports yesterday against Chaos. The Echo plays were very, very big. Fabian still trying to see if he can find any angles he can. Has a few X-Kairos pellets as well if he wants to try and open up something else. And here comes the quick push in, but Shock, he will be there. He even gets a Goo-Man kill for himself, but everybody else from his team has fallen. The plant will try and go in. Shockwave, he sees the plant and misses enough shots, and this should be the quick and easy refrag from Fabian. And that will be the case in G2. They take the first round inside of the series.
Although this is first round, it's very hard to tell if Joystick getting picked off early, if that was what really slowed them down, but the whole Empire team seemed to be playing way more conservative and just stayed in their place for much longer than we normally see. There wasn't as much aggression as we're used to, and with the Echo Drone miss there, I would expect them to try and go hunt and go for that kill on Monty, not allow Pengu to walk in and force them out of position.
So it seems to be both of the teams want to keep the exact same operators. There's no real big change unless we see the 6-pick. Nope, nothing comes off that, so it will pretty much just play it the exact same way. I'm sure G2 will take it slow, try and clear the mid floor, potentially if they want to try and get Yunus in there as the buck. We know the vertical play is very strong, but if we look at yesterday, which was Mockup versus M&M, another match on Villa, Doki, he went below, used the skeleton key to try and open up angles, but he didn't play them, he just opened them up. It was very simple then for the players of Mocket to rotate back, and they know nobody's below because they're not using that ability very utility-wise. I'm sure G2 will sit there, they'll hold the angles, they'll try and kind of wait for Empire to peek, which we know they're very aggressive, but they didn't show that. Will they do it this time?
I mean, often if you see this buck play where you open stuff up and leave, then you'd honestly often be better off playing Jackal instead. You'd open it up, you'd scan someone, and you still have the smokes for an execute later on. Buck, sure, he's faster, but unless you're benefiting some sort of getting a kill, it doesn't matter putting people out of their position if you leave the base control afterwards. I do want to see IQ here, on Goga on IQ, try and see if he can catch that Echo Drone before they try and push with Monty. Because that was more luck than anything that Pengu didn't take a room temperature challenge there.
Yeah, IQ has been a very big, important operator for the most part. In terms of the G2 lineup, they want to try and eliminate as many gadgets as they can. They want to get rid of Echo Drones. Goga's very good at doing that, can give a lot of callouts as well. We know he's one of those main talkers, the support player, the main droner. Really just anything he wants to do, he can do that. And once again, First Blood goes in the way of G2, and this time Fabian getting things started. And it's actually going to be Shockwave dying very early on. Legion must have been just an aggressive peak.
Yeah, I mean, losing Legion early on, especially, again, as we mentioned, with the shield, and just the fact that Legion gets so much stronger the longer the game goes on. These 10-second, it almost takes you 10 seconds from when you get, stung to you get back to cover, pull out the goo mine, and then go for a plant. We've seen so many rounds won because people have to deal with that.
Still, the room game will be implemented by Empire. They have Joystick below, and also Karzeka supporting this roaming duo that we see so many times, but they really haven't done anything at the moment. I'm sure that they probably will try and get in there during the late game, but knowing G2, they will hold the angles, they'll hold the rotations, they have a great coaching behind them. They have Shas and also Feral, and they, I'm sure, have studied Empire. They know that they prefer to go for the late rotates, and more than likely G2 will be there to counter.
And you can see G2 here, they're just waiting for mistakes to happen. They're waiting for the roam team to go around. Beautiful nade from Jonas picking off the down guy and Joystick there. But they're allowing, and Goga, quick kill on sight. But they're allowing the mistakes from Empire to happen. Empire is walking around here confused, trying to find a pick, but G2's just ready for it.
I would like to see just more aggression from the roamers. They're staying all the way at the bottom, and once again trying to rotate up, and the flanks will be held. A 1 versus 5, make that a 1 versus 4, and it's pretty much played out the exact same way it did last time. Empire have completely crumbled against this very strange strategy from G2, and once again, second round goes to G2.
I mean, we haven't seen Empire play against a team of the caliber of G2 yet, but this is not the play style. This is not what we expected from Empire. Whether it comes down to just failing the roam, getting outplayed by G2 on the gunfights, or if it is G2 reading them and just setting up a waiting game for Empire to mess up.
We have seen teams struggle against Montagna. Just there's teams that can really cope with a shield. They know how to play it well, execute, and have crossfires and have utility thrown at the same time. Then there's teams that just struggle. They don't know how to play against shields. Chaos, for example, didn't have a clue how to counter a Class Montagna combo. This may be where Empire falls into that same bracket. They don't know how to approach a thing which you cannot kill unless you have the right utility. And they're bringing that utility. That's the worst part about that. They know the comp setup that they need to bring, but they're not working together to eliminate that massive shield.
Yeah, it would have made more sense if they were struggling in terms of, lacking the operators to counter it, but they literally have the exact tools to beat a Monte here. I mean, Pengu, of course, a great Montaigne player, a great shield player. We've seen him do that, years back still. So they need to put some more effort into pulling out Pengu quickly, and then maybe that opens up a bit of the roam game.
I could potentially see a quick spawn kill coming in from Empire. It certainly plays into that joystick mentality where he wants to just be as crazy as he can, try and get those early picks. And if he manages to land a big one, for example, onto Fabian, that's the Habanagon, that makes things a lot tougher from G2. And they're only just sticking with Habana. They're not taking Thermite, which some teams, they like to bring both hard breach because Villa does have quite a few destructible walls that you would want to try and open up for your team. Roam game as well, once again by Empire this time towards that Aviator and Games room. And once again, exact same combo, Karzeka and Joystick over there. They haven't done anything yet. Joystick hasn't even gotten a kill, which is quite surprising. 2 rounds in, still nothing. And exactly the same way. It's going to be G2 putting all the pressure. They have the shield, they have the Finka boost, and they could just simply walk on in. They have the drones capability. Yeah, Empire, they're going to get slaughtered here very, very shortly.
Yeah, I don't think they're bringing the Hibana to cancel with that. I mean, no contest kill on Joystick there. He didn't stand a chance with that Monty.
Oh, Kanto, nice flick, and even a kill for the shield. Pengu with the pistol, a 5 versus 2, and that's only a minute gone, Alex.
Yeah, you can see Goga being a little bit sneaky here. He's holding an angle just on top of a Claymore. If he dies there, it's actually really difficult to spot that Claymore. So that's a double roam stopper. I do think they're bringing the Hibana more to open up lines of sight to limit the movement again, because using the reinforcements here, one of the things you can do when you use a Monty is that you can use the defender's reinforcements against them.
Cypher trying to attack the Montagna, sees one and manages to pick up the down. That will be on to Finken. Kanto, you know, he could have used that if one of his teammates got downed. And also, Goga, he manages to get the refrag, and this should be a simple revive on the Kanto Roketi, all down the Shepherd, and another very detrimental round going in favor of G2. Nice shot on the Montagna, but too many angles for him to try and hold, and G2 just running away. I'm pretty sure there's only been 3 kills on the side of Empire, if I'm not correct. See the scoreboard? I'm pretty sure it was only 3 kills.
I mean, every round played out more or less the same. They end up with 4 or 5 on the attacking team. Empire has 1 left every time, right? It doesn't seem like Empire even has a chance to make a real dent. Yeah, 3 kills coming out from Empire here. And Joystick not showing up, he's being countered completely. We saw the Monty finger push on him here. That's not something that, you know, if you're a very aggressive roam player, there isn't much you can do up against that. You need a team with you. Put the Echo Drone, make him mobile, drive around, try and find out where they're coming in from. Sure, you might lose your Echo Drone quickly, you have a second, but you need something to help out your roamers on that shield push. Maybe this is just a playstyle clash where, you know, Empire's getting a reality check. What they're doing does not work against the top tier teams, or maybe they just don't know how to deal with this shield.
So in my understanding, that G2, they know that Empire never change their operators. They usually stick with the exact same 5. They have the same core, and it's being countered to a T. That's another thing that maybe some of the newer teams, especially looking at around that T2 level, even, you know, tier 3, teams don't like to flex and adapt. G2, they can flex and adapt on anything. We know they essentially have 5 flex players. Kanto, whenever he did join the team, was never originally just a flex player. He was always the Ash Jaeger person who was always racking up kills, just like he did with his time at Ints. But now they have molded him into a flex player as well. That's just the advantage that G2 has over almost any team. They can have a lineup that counters every single playstyle in the game. And that's why they're winning so many times, and it's so hard for teams to beat them.
I mean, go far enough back, and almost every single player in G2 used to be, you know, what we call an Ash main, an entry frag, and they've all been, you know, conditioned into being these super support players that can play every spot. Fabian getting Shockwave again here, instantly Lesion out of the game. He has to stay alive longer. He's one of the counters to this Monty.
Bomb located by attackers.
Still, that roam game is going to try and be implemented, but just like that, taken out Karzeka by Jonas once again, a 5 versus 3. This is literally as if we are just going back in time and watching the same round over and over and over again. This is essentially Groundhog Day for Empire.
Yeah, it doesn't look good for them, and I don't think they're going to show much more on attack either. Like, even if Ash was open here, the way that G2 has been countering them so far, I think they got their playstyle locked down. Their Empire has to drastically change the way they think about the game, or they don't seem to stand a chance. One thing you have to remember as well is that with the finger boost on the Monty, you can't even spray his legs down.
Yeah, and let's not forget as well, this is Villa. It is a defensive-sided map. And Empire are not winning their defense. That screams mayhem for them whenever they have to then go ahead and go onto the attack. 5 versus 2, another death for Empire without getting the refrags of the kills. Empire have always known to be that team that is there getting the refrags. If someone dies, then Joystick comes out of nowhere with a 2K. That's not the case today. G2 have everything the Empire are trying to perform nailed in a coffin. Cypher does get 1 kill for his troubles, but still breathing down at his neck will be the Montana and the rest of the players from G2 as they start to storm the bomb site. All down to the lonely smoke player, and Pengu just walks in and pistols him to the head, and a 4-0 lead for G2.
We see them do the exact same every round. They try and get some of these picks on the roamers, they open up a few windows, cover a few lines of sight. Empire, you know, they go for the peek or they go for a rotate, get picked off easily and quickly. Lesion almost every round being the first to die. It's just not good enough if you're fighting against a setup like this. Then constantly we have Kanto and Pengu pushing the long hallway up towards 90. There's no echo contest. We do see a Lesion mine, you know, every now and again on Pengu, but that's one that's left in the prep phase because Lesion's already dead. And then that forces all of Empire to focus about this Monty push from Pengu. You're not killing these 220 HP players.
So G2 sticking with the same lineup this time. Empire, they have shook things up. Still going for, once again, that Aviator and Games Room bomb site, which has not worked 3 times in a row. This has just been devastating for them. They have decided to bring a Doc and an Alibi as well. What's your thoughts on that, Alex?
Honestly, I would say that it's a massive downgrade in your operator lineup. You're getting destroyed by a Monty. I would bring more stuff to deal with Monty, not less. And sure, Doc, great weapon. It's amazing for, you know, super aggressive peaks, long lines of sight. The gun is arguably a little bit easier and a little bit more damaging than Echoes. Alibi, I don't think G2 is going to struggle too much with with the prisms. But again, great gun, and it's often a comfort pick in terms of fragment. Do have the impact nades.
This is where we go back to that thing that we talked about. If Joystick isn't fragging and getting kills and he dies early on, the rest of Empire crumble. That's as blatant as we can put that.
If I was Empire here, I would probably try and pull in maybe a pulse in the basement to try and figure out the push from G2. I mean, they've been doing the same over and over again, but at least that allows you to get up, get a C4 below the Monty.
Yeah.
That's a very easy kill instead of trying to C4 him head on. Castle would be another great addition here, seeing as, sure, they have 2 sets of nades, but you don't really want to use them on Castle barricades. Hibana could be taking them out, but that's, you know, if you use a grenade on it, then the Castle barricade is worth it. It's not an Ash charge, it's not a sledge. Hibana charges, that takes a while.
Finally, the first blood goes in favor of Empire this time, but really for how long? Shockwave will start to get pushed in by the Montana and has been forced all the way down to almost the bottom floor. Still a couple more roamers, and even Cypher playing a very aggressive Lesion. Last time it was Shockwave on that operator. Can he do anything different with that T5 SMG? Goga, like we've talked about with the Prismas, that shouldn't be an issue for G2. They have Goga there, can spot out the fake ones and get a lot of that utility being used by the IQ scanner. Still 1 minute 40 to go. G2 proving pretty strong, and I still want to come back to that, the pulse thing that you talked about. I thought that would have been very strong because at this stage, Empire should know that G2 kind of push together. Usually see somebody right behind the Montana, and a quick double from Pengu. Tries to eliminate 2 players of Empire, but everybody else from G2 have fallen, and this will finally be the last potential player left for G2. This will be quite a clutch if he manages to do that, but has taken quite a lot of damage in those quick gunfires and has to go through goo mines that could still be lurking around. And finally, Empire, whoa, Pengu with the pistol. Nice shot, but still has to go through those goo mines, the barbed wire, and still 2 more players in Impact Need. Catches a wild Pengu in his natural habitat. And finally, Empire, they get a point on the board.
So what really seemed to be working here was these hit and run strategies where they're roaming very heavily and they don't only take 1 engagement. We saw Shockwave run downstairs right after killing Fabian, not lingering too long on trying to do anything against Pengu. That's a great way to try and deal with their push when they're, you know, walking very close together and trying to do these hallway clears, because it leaves a little bit more to G2, you know, cover their flanks and everything. They aren't pushing people that are stuck up on site. I still am not a fan of the operator pickup or the operator lineup from Empire. If it works for him, I mean, great. But I do wish that we saw a little bit more strategy in that lineup.
So Trophy Room and Statuary Room will be the chosen bomb site for Empire. They have finally locked out that Aviator and Games Room, and this will be their final defense before then they have to go onto the attack. And this is a round which they dearly need. They need to get themselves back over the wall and at least confront G2. And we know that Empire, they could be very deadly on the attack, but they don't have the Ash, as that was target banned by G2. Joystick will have to try and flex onto another operator. What that will be, we don't know. It could really be more than likely any free speed. My bets is kind of that capo rule, or maybe IQ if he wants to play that with a 5-5-2.
Yeah, could very easily see that. I think another thing Empire could do here was try and play some of the bottom bomb sites instead. They are a little bit easier to deal with late game if you do have shields pushing in on site, because you can do some top-down vertical play. If you're lagging, you know, the C4s, there isn't really a lot of vertical play you can do doing a top 4 setup.
There's the spawn kill I was kind of predicting, but no, Shockwave doesn't get anything from that. I think G2 just lucky there, skin of their teeth, kind of pull away. Certainly if he did manage to nail the kill onto Montagna, or possibly that Habana that we've talked about, that causes a lot of issues. And yeah, I know that point you brung up was that G2, they're not really playing to open up these massive holes and try and force their way into the bomb site. They're playing for the angles. They're trying to use the doorways a lot more. They have Montagna who can stand in those doorways and give out all of the calls and just walk his way into the bomb site with ease. And then you get the planter behind him. Everything comes into conjunction.
See, Empire are ready for the Monty push here from Bedroom, though. They have opened up above. Cancer getting another frag and Shockwave. He seems to be one of the first guys to go down every single time. Sure, he is the roamer.
Oh, Kanto onto Joystick. Well, Empire, you may have Joystick. G2, they have a counter carry. Montagna trying to push his way in towards the globe. He sees one player, a Legion there, and certainly Goga, he gets the call out. Freest kill of G2's life. Fabian a kill for himself. Also a 1 versus 5 once again, and that will be a flawless round from G2 with ease.
There's a lot to learn from watching Pingo play Monty. Basically what he's doing is he's standing looking at them until they start doubting if, you know, he's worth the energy. And eventually you have someone else peek. You can't let the Monty stand there, because if you try and run away, he's going to drop his shield. But he's never ever going to try and drop his shield mid-round, or, well, sorry, when you're looking at him.
So moving into the halftime switch, we're going to have now G2 on their defense, and on the attack it will be Empire, and Joystick taking up the Jackal, so not even going to be a free speed, it's going to be a 2-speed operator, and still C7E, an excellent gun, essentially no recoil, hits pretty hard. But Will, do you really think that Joystick is that kind of player to use that utility that Jackal does provide?
I mean, we've seen him change up his playstyle a little bit on lane. He started droning a little bit for himself, which I think might be a mistake. But I think it's more of a gun choice for him than anything. We do see, though, G2's picking up this pulse, and if they do what I expect them to do, which is be very active in the basement, come up the stairs and try and go for C4s here, they are playing the top floor, you know, allowing for the C4 from the main floor. It's going to be a lot harder for Empire unless they catch out this pulse. They have IQ and they have Jackal, but are they going to want to hunt him downstairs? Because it's such a cluttery space to try and pick off a Roman.
I'm quite glad that Empire have chosen to pick up that IQ, an operator which really didn't fit into their main 5. It was kind of a backlash. They more ran the very common, you know, Sledge, Ash, Thermite, Habana Thatcher, a very common strategy that, you know, that's kind of your 5 most basic operators you could choose for an attack, but I'm glad they're bringing someone with a little bit more utility. It'll help, of course, with that pulse, and more importantly, those Echo drones and Goga. I watched him last night against Liquid. He was on fire with those Echo drones, and if he's going to be anything like he was last night today, boy, Empire are going to have problems.
Yeah, there's something really scary about it, especially Goga and Kanto often playing these super support roles now and being the main fraggers of the teams that they came from before they joined G2. They have such raw fracking potential, and they're playing such far back spots. You always need to put 1 or 2, maybe even 3 player plus a little bit of utility to squeeze them out of that spot. And it's almost never a favorable trade.
But then again, you have players there like, you know, Kanto, who can possibly be the last man alive. We know that he can clutch, but really, we've seen everybody from G2 have a clutch moment. They can do that so well. Pengu somehow manages to pull away with that kill. Karzeka tries to slide his way in, and that's the lack of droning that we've talked about. However, a refrag comes in, but then one gets straight right back out. Kanto went aggressive inside of the vault. Joystick did finally get himself a kill, but straight away off the board, and half the round gone. Empire, they have lost their 2 main fraggers, and if the trend fits with Empire, this is where they struggle.
And worth mentioning here that that was the roaming smoke we saw. They're just trying to, you know, break up Empire a little bit, make it a favorable amount of, or, you know, get the number advantage, sorry, on their side. It really hurts Empire when they lose, especially Joystick and Kaseka for their executes. They seem to fall apart when they don't have that. And there isn't anyone to truly contest any of the G2 players when Joystick and Kaseka is missing.
And they still have left Eunice unattended. He can not only try and get a Nitrocell kill, but the sheer power and information that the cardiac scanner gives will see G2 throughout this round. And I'm sure that Goga, he still has one more Echo Drone. I know that the one that was stationed inside of the study, it was eliminated by the IQ very early on. And even Kanto, he somehow rotated from Vault all the way back to bomb site. I'm surprised that the players of Empire let him get away with that. And this is where the power of the cardiac scanner comes in. Can see everybody who's going to be lurking around that master. And only at 20 seconds ago, the wall is going to be attempted to be opened up. But then we're going to see the bandit trick come in from Fabian, and that completely shuts down the entire Empire attack. 15 seconds ago, they've only just gotten inside off the bedroom, and they will be gunned down as soon as they do that. Fabian with the quick aggressive peek. Goga swings on in as an echo from behind. And look where Shepard is nowhere to be found. He tried to hunt the pulse with only 3 seconds to go. Easy kill for G2. And well, they take this to match point. Empire are falling apart.
Yeah, I mean, it's surprising to see how much Empire is struggling. We're seeing a roaming smoke to split up the Empire push a bit. They have a pulse running downstairs getting information. They are running a bulletproof cam on dock, and they have echo drones. G2 has so much information about where people are coming, and you might be sitting there thinking that, well, they're scanning with pulse and they're not seeing anything exactly. That means they're coming from somewhere else, right? There's only really three viable routes in. So if he can scan 2 of them, then it's very easy to set up their defense there. And Fabian coming in with a bandit trick, like, what, 25 seconds in? That just shows that, you know, they're so calm and collected compared to Empire struggling a bit here.
So Ivir in Games Room is where the players of G2 will go to hopefully finish out the first map. And then if we say goodbye to Villain, G2 takes the map, then we will move on to Consulate, which certainly heavily favors G2 in that scenario. Empire, sure, they're strong, but G2, like you've brought up before, they've always been strong on Consulate. They've always been practicing that regularly. We've seen teams not even want to take them to that map. We've seen that being banned out quite regularly, and really Consulate has been a map which has seen so much more of an uprise in these kind of past 3 months.
Just from looking at this one, I thought we were going to see maybe Empire really challenge G2 in terms of the, you know, the head-to-head fights, just on sheer gun power and gun skill, that Empire could really challenge G2. We're not really seeing that. G2 is winning a lot of their gunfights, and on top of that, strategically, they're playing a whole nother league. So coming into Consulate, again, a map that G2 has so much experience on. We have seen Empire play great on it before. I don't have a lot of faith in Empire.
No, just on the sheer prediction of how they are playing at the moment, they will get whitewashed on Consulate as well. And if they struggle on defense on Consulate, that's a big worry, because Consulate really gives the defenders an advantage, because you can pick any bomb site you want to go for. Kanto Rike, aggressive inside towards that statuary room. He will just get droned out there and still holding the angles. Of course, Kanto has been on fire this match, killing everybody who tries to peek. Karzeka will be up to try and eliminate the roaming dog, but just backs away. For the meantime, once again, like you talked about, that roaming smoke, which certainly is a bit of an off play, but it's kind of working for them. Kanto, he will lose his life against the Elliot from Karzeka. He pushes on in, and that will be a good opening kill for Empire, but can they keep the ball moving?
We have to mention that G2 can afford to play this style where they aren't backing each other up, because their win percent in you know 2vx's are so very, very good. Goga and Pengu.
Oh!
Great 3-4 from Fabian there.
What a lob from Fabian, the bandit C4, and well, that would Shockwave being none the wiser. And Cypher, he's actually quite lucky to even get away with his life as well. It could have been an immense C4. So that has certainly squared things off into G2's favor, simply because that's the hard breach gone.
Yeah, I mean, as I was mentioning, they can take a little bit more chances on the G2 side, because Pikachunas, for example, or Fabian Goga have such a good win rate in these 2v4, 2v3 scenarios. So just doing a bit of damage. Fabian doing a lot of damage there.
Yeah, Empire just walking to their deaths. The coordination from Fabian and Pengu. However, Cypher, he will refrag, but on extremely low health. This will be an easy toxic BF being tossed, I'm sure, by Pengu, because it's getting to that stage where, yeah, you can start expending those smokes, try and slow down Empire's play. You can then get everybody else rotated. You can even see that Eunice has came back upstairs to support the team. Fabian, another kill for him. Down to Cypher, below 25 HP as well. And, well, Alex, this seems to be the end for Empire and Villa. No real hope for Cypher unless he can pull off some immense kills with the 5-5-2, but you can see the patience from G2 being shown. They know they have all the control. Cypher is the one who is panicking. He's the one who has to try and aggress. And 15 seconds ago, easy shotgun blast, and G2 with ease take control of Villa. And Empire have a lot of thinking to do after that performance.
Yeah, I mean, we expected it to go to G2. I think watching the previous games that Empire played, we had a lot of faith in them because of how skilled they were and how they were basically demolishing everyone else they were playing against in gunfights, right? That didn't happen here at all. Like, there was some impressive roams and some impressive frags, but they didn't at any point seem to have control of anything against G2.
They looked scared. That's the main thing. I always thought Empire, whenever I seen them first play in Challenger League, I was like, oh, this team is scary. This team could be very deadly. But now they come out against G2. Empire were always going to be the team that everybody thought, oh, this could be the time where G2 finally falls. We could see the fall of an Empire. This time it is the fall of Empire in this circumstance. Yeah, this is looking worrying by the second. Unless we can have Empire really pull out all the stops on Consulate, I can just see this again, like we predicted, an easy 2-0.
I'm confused with their operator picks. If you want to try and counter a strat, you don't go away from the operators that would help you in that scenario, right? Picking the dog alibi here, sure they won that round, but that was more based on the playstyle, the hit and run.
Yeah,
you could have done the exact same running, a Pulse and an Echo, for example, and we didn't see that at all. I don't think we saw Pengu take an Echo drone and an insta-frag at any point in the game. It's the one way you deal with a Monty, and I'd assume they know how to do that as well, right?
You would hope so,
yeah,
in this scenario. But I think the big thing as well is that there was no refrags. The refrag potential from Empire were non-existent. The amount of times that we've seen 1 versus 4s, 1 versus 5s that left down to whoever was the unlucky player who was last alive. Something needs to change. They need to have more of that. I think that one round where they did put a lot more pressure in the room game, they had the late rotates, really caught G2 by surprise. They need more of that, and well, talking about Consulate, which we will get underway with, guys. Let's jump in the Consulate. It has a lot of room potential, but can Empire use that room potential and maybe take us to a third map?
Yeah, we definitely need to see Joystick step it up here and win these engagements. He's such a big impact for their victory on both defense and attack. The Kazuka Joystick combo hasn't worked at all on attack and been shot down instantly. On defense, though, we see Shockwave always taking the first hit.
So will G2 go for that Ashe ban? Really, even if Joystick had the Ashe, I don't think it would have mattered anyway, because G2 were so far ahead in the early game. And, well, we will see that Ashe ban to specifically target ban Empire. And this is Consulate. I talked about that we've seen Liquid versus G2. G2 swept Liquid on the defense, and G2 get the start on that. Yeah,
if we think about the bans here, I don't think that G2 really cares. I think they just don't know what else to ban. Because if we look at Villa, what operator could they have banned on attack or defense that would have impacted them? They were running the Echo to counter Monty, but that didn't work. They were running the Lesion, but he died instantly every round. The smoke didn't have that big of an impact because of the way the setup was. There were so many ways to get into sight. They weren't playing these heavy reinforced, like structured defenses where you have anchor points that you just can't get past before you clear them. I don't think G2 is too worried about banning anything. They'll just, they might as well take Ashe, make him a little bit less comfortable, right? They're never needing, or they never really need Ashe on. They're comfortable enough playing Sophia if needed. She also has a bit more utility.
It's because G2 know that Empire do not change their attacking lineup. It has been a very strong, stable core. They're leaving Ying open, they're leaving Glaz, but G2 know that No way will Empire ever go for those operators because it's not their playstyle, like what we've seen from other teams, for example, Penta as well. Moving in, we will have the first lineups locked in. Mute is a very nice pick. I love having those mute jammers, especially for that bottom floor, because you can kind of get those sneaky mute jammers where you place them on elevated positions, and then that entire bubble that the jammer brings will then disable drones trying to push in through yellow stairs, through the circle desk, in towards the antechamber as well. I love seeing those kind of jammers being placed.
And especially now with the Hibana change, we need 4 out of 6 to open a hatch. If you can jam just a few of those, it really limits, you know, the speed of which you can get a breach going. Plus, there are places where you can elevate it up so you get all the drones going through the main door into the circle desk. Left. You can limit what we call C by the bench area and the double windows there out north. There are so many things that you can disrupt in terms of top floor and basement, or well, sorry, main floor and basement droning. Combine this with a Maestro camera placed upstairs to shoot some of the drones possibly, or put both of them downstairs to stop a defuse later on. And then, you know, Goga, give him one of his drones to try and hunt an attacking team, figure out where they're entering from, and save one for the post plant.
I love how many different callouts there is for that bench hallway. There's bench, there's zigzag,
Zulu.
There's Zulu. I think G2 calls it Zulu. Already, we did see a bit of a spawn peek coming in from Jonas. He did light up Cypher just a little bit, but really nothing Empire have to worry about. He can certainly shake off those bullet wounds and continue on. And the droning finally being established by Empire, but like we said, those mute jammers certainly does limit them a lot more. And knowing Empire, they're going to try and sweep top down in towards mid floor and finally get Karzeka in there with that sledgehammer and start ripping up the entire floor of the garage and hopefully try and get a couple of picks there onto, you know, the Echo and the Maestro, those really big heavy anchors.
Empire seems a lot more comfortable here, or a lot more confident at least. They're clearing a lot faster than we saw in Villa. Sure, it is a bigger map, so I mean they both have to, and it is the right way to do it. But they're sprinting around top floor.
And they're just trying to sprint on in through the circle lesson because we have those mute jammers there. It means that they didn't know that somebody was going to be lurking in the circle desk. Cantor Roketi in such a peculiar position. This is an area which an easy frag grenade completely shuts you down and you can get pinched from so many different angles. But yeah, that is very unfortunate. And that's the Hibana gone, so those hatches will be here to stay.
And it's very rare that we see G2 play this way where one guy's... There we go, Panther taken out by Karzeka. It's very rare that we see G2 play this way where they lock down in a position where no one can come and help them. So I think this is something they intend to only do against Empire.
Minute left, the 3 versus 4. The garage wall has been opened up, but Maestro cameras underneath that van are the most trickiest things to deal with. They are so annoying but so strong, and that's why sometimes we see Maestro ban being a lot favored over compared to those Echo drones, which can be dealt a lot with easier because, you know, you have IQs typically. IQ a bit of a weird ban for most cases, but because Empire know that G2 love to play that operator, that's why they've done it. 30 seconds ago, and only Karzeka, he is starting with his sledgehammer, trying to find any angles he can, and certainly trying to clear out towards that yellow pillar, towards white van, make sure it's an easy plant for Shepard, and also pipes is a big area that they really need to try and disable anybody from G2 playing inside. Cypher has that utility from his lifelines ready to go and can start firing them in and trying to stun some of these players still lurking around the bomb site. Doesn't find anybody beside pipes, and the white van doesn't manage to land anything either. 5 seconds, the plant will have to come in. Cypher, great kill, that starts things off, but Yunus will be there with the refrag. That opens up the yellow stairs, but Gogo with the Echo drone will disable that. I said that man was going to be on fire with his Echo drones, and there he is.
They had so much set up here. If Maestro didn't take a quick hit, then there was no way they were going to get a plant off anyway, right? It's almost impossible nading the Maestro cams if they are placed underneath the white van. You can't really Sophia them either because of the curve of Sophia. So Ash, Twitch, Thatcher is a good way to deal with them. Or you destroy the floor and piano and then open up that way. I'm surprised to see them go for a plant knowing, you know, you're against a Maestro, a Pulse, and an Echo. I'd probably go for a kitchen take, maybe a Spiral. Try and push into the security hallway and then get control of that security room instead.
If only they had an operator who could detect Echo drones with a gadget. thankfully they didn't ban that set operator. Of course, they're going to ban IQ, predicting that whenever it comes to their defense, they'll play the Echo. That means G2 will start to struggle. But they forgot, oh, we have to go through 6 rounds as well without our IQ to stop those Echo drones. And G2, at every moment they can, Gogo will be playing that Echo. And it just came in to bite them like we seen. And you talked about it. So many electronic devices that IQ is so good against. And it's just going to weaken Empire. And you could potentially see another 5-1 scoreline or maybe a 6-0.
And on top of that, we aren't even seeing a Thatcher. At least bring a Thatcher or a Twitch to go in and be able to take out these Echo drones. And, you know, you can't destroy the Maestro Cam with a Twitch drone, but you'll disable it for 10 seconds unless it is, you know, active while you set it. But it gives you that extra little time, that little breathing room to get a plant open.
Empire, they have 2 choices for attacking the top floor. You can either go for that B and yellow stairs push where you try and put as much utility as you can, or you do a little bit more room clear out. You try and take an admin and they will do just that. A quick aggressive repel from Shockwave. The cover being held by himself. Also a 2-man job there, but he's only doing it with 1 person. Jonas, a great position for him, can find out a lot of intel, but his team are starting to collapse and fall apart. Another player gone as Karzeka gets himself his kill with that L8. Certainly a player to look out for in Consulate. Sledge, a great operator, can use that destructibility with the hammer, but Jonas, that does pull back at least 1 kill for G2. And Tengu, oh, there's the sledgehammer going to swing on in and get rid of that Evil Eye.
The initial kill we saw here in Kanto was probably a communication issue because Kanto opened that window and did not hear the guy repelling. And that's not normally something we see from them. So I assume this is where, you know, callouts were getting a bit hectic or he just simply missed the repel. That's definitely a big mistake from them.
Still those Echo drones available for Goga and Co, and I'm loving the way that they've shot out the top of that soft wall. That means he can also echo anybody who wants to try and come in, not just the long desk, but also inside of A. Very, very nice Echo drone. Jonas still alive, he's going to go for the aggressive jump out. He sees somebody, but doesn't manage to land the shots enough. And here comes a Jackal ping as well. So 1 minute 20 to go. So if you're Empire in this situation, do you just stick with the head front, trying to force your way into the bomb site strategy, or do you maybe want to try and go for more picks because you have the time?
I mean, if you look at how G2 normally does it, I would probably chill out and go for single picks like they're doing here. Because, again, the win rate on G2 in these 1v X situations is so good.
So down to Jonas, a 1 versus 4, and he's just going to be flashed. They don't have a Ying, but you know those flashes certainly seem as if they did, and that should be an easy cleanup for Empire as they do fight back on an attacking round. And certainly, I think that miscommunication error that Kanto they lost him very early on certainly does give Empire that very strong lead. And there we go. If we have Joystick and Karzeka still alive, it gives Empire a fighting chance against G2.
Yeah, I mean, if they can clear a position like where Kanto was playing that free with no gadget use or anything, like no one took damage. It wasn't even an exchange, right? Kanto got shot in the back of the head while crouched in front of the window because he didn't hear the guy repelling. That's really going to open up an attack for them and make it easier because they haven't been spending time, no utility. It gives them a little bit of hope that they can bring some out on that attack.
So second bomb site will go back up floor to the console office and the meeting room. So it didn't work last time for G2. Console's a map where, yeah, we have seen 4 bomb sites being defended quite easily by the defenders. That's why it favors the defender type of play, because the attackers will never know what bomb site the defenders will choose. Maybe we could have seen that split bomb site, or maybe the mid floor if they feel as if their top floor wasn't working as well as what it could, but they're going to have another go. If they lose this, then I could maybe see for the rest of the defender rounds them not going for the top floor. Maybe Empire much more stronger on attacking the top floor compared to other bomb sites. Nothing really changing on the lineup of either side. G2 still sticking with the free heavies, the free ACOGs, and also Jonas on the pulse, giving that vital and crucial information. And that's where I like playing the pulse on Consulate, is because not only is it destructibility factor with the nitro cell, and there's plenty of destructible flooring, it gives you that early intel on what side that Empire are going to push. If you see them spawning towards that admin, then, oh, it's going to be an admin push. If you don't see them towards the admin push, oh, it's going to be yellow stairs.
Yeah, you get this quick west-east split running a pulse. Same thing you could do with the Valkyrie. She is banned now, though. So, but anything from, honestly, a spawn peek, as we saw Kanto do, will also give you that intel quite quickly. I don't think we're going to see Fabian taking out shock here quickly.
Oh, he
And
just
Shock
jumps out
first
the
one's down.
window. Does get refragged, however, and Shepard, look how far back he is inside of his spawn. Possibly just trying to hold the angle on the jump out in towards balcony, but hey, that's an immense trade by G2. Sure, they've lost the Jaeger, but not only has he done a bit of damage to the Capo, but also has eliminated the Habana as well.
And with, I assume, a bulletproof camera on Kanto and 2 Echo drones, 2 Maestro drones, it's not that big of a loss dying on defense, especially not when it's your IGL. Because he can jump around and really get some good intel here and micromanage his players if need be.
Jonas picks up 1 outside off that window. This is kind of the same engagement, and he wins that again, just like last time. Insane shots from the Finn. A 3 versus 3, however, as Kanto once again has fallen inside of admin still. You have Pengu alive with the LMG. We know how good of a shot that guy really is. Jonas still, he's a threat as long as he is living. That cardiac scanner can see your heartbeats, he can see where you are, and time is slowly starting to tick down for Empire, but they have Joystick, they have Korzeka, but they're on low HP.
See, Joystick and Kaseka starting to really frag out again here. They were really struggling on Villa, you know, already 5 rounds in when they had 3, 4 frags or something. Now actually making a big impact on the rounds here.
Attackers have located a bomb.
This is where Empire, they have to start moving. They need to put some pressure in towards the players of G2. This is certainly looking a lot better because they're heavies. They can tank a lot more. They have great guns. And because Empire are on low HP, this could be a very quick double kill for Pengu or Goga if they land a couple of their shots. We will see the pressure come in, and just like that, Goga will have the long angles, a double for him. And the last man remaining will be the Capo over towards the A balcony on the windows. 30 seconds to go. This should be a pretty successful round for G2 because they have the crossfires. As if we see Shepard jump in and pre-fire and try and kill Pengu, then Goga will be there, but Jeopardy wants to try and kill himself before that even happens and has rotated his way downstairs. And really, what does this give him? Okay, you shoot a camera, get yourself some points, but that's all he's gonna get is G2. They hold firm. The heavies did their job, the anchors did their job, and this is where we then come back to that point where anybody in G2 can play that support role.
Yeah, I think G2 is starting to get the defense set up now and you know, start locking it down again. If anything, I assume that we're going to see Empire do good on the attacks on all of the maps and then struggle a little bit more in defense, because this systematic super attack we see from G2 so often where they allow the roamers to kind of walk into spots they can't get out of again. And they're just waiting for you to make a mistake. You got three minutes of just, you know, we're just going to slowly push from one side, and if you move into this corridor or this hole where you're never getting back, and we'll split you that way and then try and push the side. But on attack, especially on the bigger maps here like Consulate, it leaves a little bit of space for Empire to try and, you know, take it room by room.
Because there is maps where there's certain rooms that nobody ever goes near. For example, Villa, that entire basement is something that the attackers do not go near. Consulate is an area where more than likely defenders could be in every nook and cranny that is inside Consulate, so they really have to work a lot harder for that win. They have to use a lot more utility and time to really drone out the entirety of the map. Consulate, one of those more smaller maps, you know, you can fit the entire map just on the observer screen, which is, I believe, the only map that really does this. So it is, yes, pretty small, and it just, big rectangle, that's all it is. It's very easy to work your way through and clear room by room, but it will be the garage that they'll go up against. Last time G2, they had those very sneaky mute jammers, and Empire have not learned from their mistakes because they're still not bringing a Thatcher.
Yeah, I would assume that G2 sticks with the top floor in the basement for as long as they can, and that they don't play the split at any point. So this should be fairly easy for Empire to read. But again, as you say, they stick with the same operators over and over again, and they're very stubborn in terms of you know, trying to swap it up a little bit. It seems to always be more of a panic swap that they feel lost and have to change an operator than that they want to try and counter something. It's not that their operator lineup doesn't have what it takes to, you know, to do an execute or anything, but there are things that could definitely alleviate the pressure just a little bit. Like a Thatcher would be great when you have literally every operator on the defense team is to some extent impacted by a Thatcher.
Yeah, that split bomb site, I don't believe we'll see that either, just because there's no Mira. That's a really big crucial operator that you need, and sometimes we see the Mira being played for Consulate teams think, oh, it doesn't really give you that much in terms of, you know, the garage defense. What does it really do? It gives you what, a long angle that you could hold with just a simple ACOG. There's no really aggressive Mira windows, and for the most part, nearly every Mira window on the top floor can be countered extremely well. Still, Jonas is alive, and look at the intel he's gaining from this. Fabian, he's going to be predicting potentially the Buck trying to get rid of the bandit charges. However, misses the wrong side that Buck decided to go for. So a minute 30 to go. Still no deaths on either side, and this is where only Empire are going to start to work their way in, get the sledgehammer in, and eventually open up that beachhead in towards the bomb site.
That was a very interesting engagement there from basement all the way up to admin.
Kurzaka just trying to find anything he can the exact same way he did the first round. Finally does see a wild bandit, but doesn't land his shots, and that will be Fabian getting away just in the nick of time. Joystick Chill trying to hold these angles from above. Some very depth levels he's going to try and shoot on down and eliminate Jonas and his accomplice over towards that server side. And Empire, they need to start moving. They've still got no picks, and the Echo drones and the Maestro cameras are ever so looming. C4 kill from Kanto will be enough to pick up Kurzaka. However, Joystick drops and finds Fabian, who tried to rotate his way in. And last time Joystick, he lost his life in that position of a very long angle being held by Pengu. 30 seconds left. The plant will have to come in from Empire momentarily if they want to at least secure this round and pull it back to 2 rounds to 2. Pengu inside of pipes, and surprise, he's let to do this. Why is nobody in Empire holding the hatch? 10 seconds to go. Pengu could be the vital part in stopping this entire plant. Jonas, he finds Joystick. Pengu pre-fire towards yellow, but loses it. No, he doesn't. On to 5 HP, a double for him. 1 versus 4, and Cypher doesn't have enough time. Oh, well, Pengu, what a play from him.
Empire again, just stalling out way too long. The angle we saw Joystick hold up there, I mean, he does end up getting a frag there, and then getting the guy playing on the Visa stairs trying to push the site. But use your smokes, use that and try and help on the execute, right? You're not going to be pushing the garage or going for a white card plant or between, for that matter. As long as the Maestro and Echo are there, like, you have to try and counter that. An attack from the opposite side could be a way of dealing with it. You know, Twitch droning in, removing the Echo drones, they aren't impossible to spot. And we saw both of them pre-placed in the first round by Goga, 1 on each side. I'm confused why there isn't more thought behind the attacks here.
So the third pick bomb site will be that mid floor. We kind of expected that split bomb site not really being touched because they don't have the Mira.
See 4 ACOGs on G2 here.
That's scary. That's scary if you're Empire in the way that G2 they have played it. You know, we've seen a couple of spawn kills there and some very early aggression being led on by G2. But to be fair, mid floor we have seen quad ACOGs before.
Yeah. I mean, all the way back to when we actually started seeing teams play mid floor, it was always about having, you know, some of these super long ranges to the outside and kind of trying to keep the whole attacking team from not getting in the building. And it also, the places you have to plant on attack here, if you want to plant circle desk, it's right from outside and then you plant. It's very predictable because it's so hard to get, you know, bomb site control without taking top floor, without taking spiral. You got to have yellow stairs if you want to do piano. So you force people into these very readable attacks where you can rotate your defense operators around. And from almost every bomb spot, you can get an angle on one of these entries with an ACOG.
It's quite a risk going for mid floor in some ways because, yes, you said there's a lot of work you have to do before you go into a plant. But if something seems unchecked and maybe the attackers think, you know what, let's try and rush and plant at that doorway. If a plant does be successful, then that's a loss round for defenders. It's one of the hardest retake positions you can do because the attackers can sit miles and miles away inside of their spawn and hold an angle right into the middle of a massive doorway. It's kind of the same way that teams find it very hard to retake a garage as well. Already, we do see a couple of bits of utility. The drones being sent in, the flashbangs, Jonas on server stairs, along with some of his other teammates. Kanto lurking his way in towards that front desk, and also Pengu inside of bathroom. The ACOG certainly trying to do some work, and will they be able to challenge the ACOGs off the attackers? Kanto doesn't manage to find an head, but Empire just slowing down at the moment.
Lobby always seems to become this kind of a bluff bomb site where you try and gamble if the attackers actually have what it takes to plant in the lobby. And if you allow them to plant, it's almost impossible to retake. But if they do go for the plant and you do have either basement control, you can see for it up from one of the hatches. You can shoot it from the spiral stairs, from above the spiral stairs, the hatch. There's so many angles you can get on that main door. But we so often see it left uncovered because people are more worried about the anti-roaming squad going around trying to clear the top floor.
That roaming squad certainly has taken quite a hit as they've all decided to fall back down. I think the Jackal pings came in and it just kind of forced Kanto to fall back down after the hatch was opened by Pengu. So 45 seconds. Goga still has a yokai drone to try and deny the plant. He will get it set up. Another one upstairs, giving more crucial information to where some of these lurkers may be headed towards upstairs. Eunice, look at the intel he gains from that cardiac scanner, and Empire not trying to take control of the upstairs and try and push their way in and get the sledge in. They're going to try and force their way in through the front door. This is going to be quite the take if they manage to land the shots and manage to get a plant down, but I don't really see that happening. However, Shockwave, he will start things off, and that will be Goga going down. The diffuser has also been planted in the midst of that. That is such a surprise, but that's because Goga did get eliminated, and this is the risk that we talked about. G2, this is going to be such an incredible retake if they manage to perform it. Karzeka misses the shots, and Kanto, he will be forced off the diffuser as Karzeka finally won that gunfight against the Maestro. Down to Kanto Rakete, no hope, as all the angles being held by Empire. And while G2 just sleeping on that quick, aggressive push.
Yeah, and this is exactly what we were talking about, this bluff game on the main door. They had everything they could ever ask for to counter this. 4 ACOGs, there's a million ways to get an angle on exactly that spot. Especially if you go upstairs and just above the spiral, you can look through the floor there and stare right through the main door. They had, I assume, the bulletproof cam on dock, Maestro cams that could be placed there. They had the info from Pulse. Possible C4 could have come out if the hatch was pre-opened by Maestro earlier with his little shotgun sawdown pistol there. Echo drones, I mean, there was so much that could have been done to not allow that to happen. You saw the Echo drone being used upstairs in the hallway, actually, just as the plant was going down. So it's this thing where people are spending so much time worrying about initially not letting them plant, then giving up on that, going for stopping the attacking team of gaining the top control. And if the plant happens to be at the exact right time, you can sometimes sneak away with it with almost all defenders alive.
So back up to the top floor for the final defense of G2 and the final attack for Empire, unless we have been pushed to an overtime situation. So looking at G2, the way they've performed previously, they've had a very aggressive admin hold. It hasn't really worked. Kanto has, I believe, died twice to just simply Karzeka or Shockwave swinging on a window and shooting him outright. Last time Empire, they did struggle with the final execution, which I know that you brought up during the pre-talk about it. Empire, if things go wrong, their final execution can be very lackluster and weak, and that's sometimes why we see Empire lose so many rounds that they do. They have some great starts, some great room clear-outs, but then the final time, whenever they've lost Karzeka, they've lost Joystick, they cannot push their way through and have that mentality to actually take a round after such a great start.
Yeah, there seems to be this amazing synergy between Joystick and Kazuka, but not so much any of the other players on the team. Especially when these guys fall, then you see them struggle a lot in their decision-making on an execute. We rarely see people, you know, try and choose between the right and the left door, but these guys will literally sprint from one to the other until they decide, okay, we're going over here. You can always see G2, for example, they will fully commit to a push to one direction, and if they cancel, they will fully commit to the other one. It's very readable as a viewer, not so much in-game.
That's going to be a kill from below. That's the only way you can get rid of a position that is in that very tight corner. You have to go below and shotgun and try and wallbang your way through, right up through the floor. Pengu, however, still alive, so maybe not the worst frag it could have been if that was potentially your Maestro being lost, or maybe Kanto on the dock. Could have been a bit more detrimental, but Fabian, sure, he's placed his ADSs, he's done his job. It's not really too much of a worry, but still Empire, that gets things rolling, it gets them started, and they can finally push their way in, try and take admin, just like they've done nearly every single round before.
I mean, this is more of a mental victory taking out Fabian here than it is an actual, you know, deciding factor in a round, because again, he's fully active now on all the cameras, providing a lot of good info.
Another player joining him on the cameras will be Kanto as he loses another gunfight against Joystick. Last time it was Kanto doing all the fragging. This time Joystick is trying to take that away from him. Goes into a 4 versus 2. Some quick gunfires do happen as Pengu eliminates Joystick before Cypher eliminates Yuna. So Pulse off the board. Will Pengu go for the aggressive jump? He tried it, but no, it will be Shepard ready for that. 1 versus 4 down to Goga. Seems to be whenever it's a clutch situation, they all hopes lie on the Spaniard Goga. Don't really see this one working out for you here, as surely Empire, they can get the drones in and just, yeah, Goga just can't do much against 4 players.
It's good to see Empire, though, slowing down a little bit and again, basically doing what G2 was doing against them on Villa. Allow a little bit of aggression to come out from G2, and then just wait for them to step into the lines of sight. We saw Joystick get 2 kills there without barely moving, right? They're not trying to push anyone out of a position. They're assuming that G2 will go for and challenge the fight because it's been going so well for them in the previous rounds.
Yeah, that's a bit of a trap that some teams fall into, is where they get just a little bit cocky for themselves and they have that confidence thinking, oh, maybe we could try and take the gunfights, but still, this is Empire. We have seen the devastation this team can do with the fraggers they have behind the mouse. Moving in, we do have the halftime switch, and it will be then Empire on these defenses. And you said yourself that you're going to see Empire, you think, struggle with these defense?
Yeah, I don't think, unless they can get a roam game off, I don't think they're able to bunker down and straight up beat G2 in terms of, you know, a strategic hold versus G2's attack. Especially if we refer to Villa, where when Empire was roaming, they seem to always be caught off position. The few fights they got in, if they ever got a kill, they got traded before anything could happen on the defense. They could never benefit or never get anything actual, you know, valuable trades out of that. So I still don't have too much faith in them on the defense. I do think that their attacks, and especially the Joystick Kazakh combo, is what really defines if they're winning a round or not.
So the setup will be implemented by Empire. It's a bit of a similar comp setup that what G2 did. I believe the only difference is that they have the mutes in for the upstairs defense rather than the Maestro, which was predominantly taken by Pengu on G2. The only time mute was actually brought out was for the bottom floor defense to try and get those sneaky elevated jammers to deny all of the drones. G2, will they attack from the admin or will they try and attack from the yellow stairs? We haven't seen any yellow stairs pushes from Empire. Will we possibly see it from G2? Doesn't seem to be the case, as most of them have spawned towards the admin and nobody inside of the admin as well. So Empire completely forfeiting that point that G2 wanted to hold so badly. Sure, maybe they expected that G2 have a great room clear out on the admin. It's a very capable clear out if you have 4 people on 4 windows holding the crossfires. You can't breathe, just like what Empire did to G2. And they just want to kind of save the resources and just let G2 play their game and hopefully try and play aggressive with a couple of refrags.
I think affording giving G2 this top 4 so quickly, I don't think Empire can afford that. They have to challenge it just a little bit more. There's not even a minute off the clock now, and they already have like a third of top 4 control.
Joystick was lurking on the server stairs, but has been droned out and has been forced down towards the layers, and Yunas holding the angles from that hatch, and certainly he's going to be, I'd imagine, the kind of flank watch for that Joystick. We know that he has so much room potential. He has 3 sets of staircases, the server, the spiral, and the yellow for him to really do a lot of damage for the most part. Pengu will start spraying in towards the double window. He knows that one will be there, and just barely lands the shots. However, a quick refrags come in the end of it, G2 will come out on top. The only person getting a kill from Empire will be Shockwave, as 2 players of his teammates do fall, and that's Joystick, who did try and rotate, gets eliminated. So a minute to go, and all in favor of G2.
Empire definitely having a little bit more luck with challenging G2 here on the runouts. They do get some of these frags, but again, they're allowing them way too much map control. Fabian running around downstairs trying to bug up through the floor to push him out behind the desk. There isn't a lot of challenge coming out from Empire on the defense. They seem very stuck in place.
Reloading!
45 seconds to go, G2. They have plenty of time to get the drones in, get the utility in. Still, Inox Scanner's not even being used by Kanto Rake. If he manages to land a footprint, that will indeed help them with that final push in. They can target somebody from Empire. The plant will go down from Goga. No surprise from him. And wow, what a spin there for Pengu on the window. A double for him, and he gets the triple kill. Pengu from G2 on the window plays. And the first attack for G2 is a good one.
I think so far the one kill we did see coming on the Capitao here was that was more of a kind of a mess up of G2 getting caught mid sprint there instead of being ready for the push out on the Visa steers. It's so decisive when they're doing their attacks, and we saw them pick the mute for top floor, but it didn't really have any impact. They still managed to drone up all the way. Like, they're running a Thatcher as we were talking about, right? Not this round, but that Thatcher eliminating one or two of the, well, I
Caster's Curse, We've had a lot of those Caster's Curses.
As long as they're running the Thatcher, then these mute jammers aren't going to do that much. And it's not that good of an operator unless you get something out of the mute jammers. I mean, often you'd rather see a bandit for that matter. A better gun, you destroy the gadgets instead of just muting a few drones here and there. So again, we're kind of struggling here with Empire seeming a little bit too stubborn to play the operator lineups that would help them instead of the ones that they feel like.
So once again, top floor defense being brought by Empire. No change in the lineup, and also G2, no change for their lineup either. Both of the teams sticking very strong by their guns. G2, they've had more flexibility in terms of the defensive operators they've brung, but just like Villa, that's the strategy that they think will work against Empire, because they know Empire, they're not going to change anything.
Yeah, I mean, a good reason that G2 never changed anything on their attack was that Empire had everything to counter it, and that didn't work.
Shock maybe looking to get a little bit frisky for himself. A potential jump out in towards the balcony could prove pretty vital if he gets an early kill onto a player like Kanto, or a kill onto Pengu as well. But looking at G2, they may be changing up their strategies and opting for that B push. I said that we haven't seen one of those yet from Empire, or didn't see it last time from G2. They decided to go for the admin, but a quick change up, possibly predicting Empire may put some more resources and utility in towards holding the admin side. So looking at this, it all revolves around Eunice. He needs to have some pretty good firebolts to try and get rid of all these very pesky spots that these players of Empire are trying to get themselves into.
Yeah, so Capital played on this Skylight can actually clear out 3 very, very common positions and squeeze these players out in the open where anyone playing a rappel on the west windows or the north windows of the bathroom can get a frag.
Goga pushing up yellow, finds himself a kill with that 5.56. However, a quick couple of refrags come in. Kanto picks up one before he does get traded off by Shock. The only person really for this defensive side who has put in any effort, and everybody else from Empire just standing by, idly watching. And also, more importantly, Joystick gone off the board. A massive kill, and maybe we hype Joystick up too much.
I mean, if we look back at his performance and look at how well he played, especially in their Challenger League, their previous game against ENCE, he was absolutely destroying people.
Talking about destroying, that's exactly what G2 are doing to Empire, as all hopes lie to nobody, as they're all gonna be dead. And G2, another easy attacking round, and yeah, a very good breakdown by you, Alex, knowing that Empire, well, they certainly are struggling on the defense.
They don't seem to be playing in places that allow them for mistakes to happen. And as soon as they start losing 1 or 2 operators, or even not even the operators, but they lose, control of a certain area, they can't retake it. There isn't a plan B for when the initial guy falls. And when we see them rotate around, they're crossing from a rather good position to another good position, but in the open with every window and G2 on every rappel, holding all the lines of sight. There needs to be a setup that allows them to move and maneuver around a little bit more, and then they need to be more open to trying different operator setups to target counter some of what G2 is doing.
And they need to do that quick, because Pro League next week, I'm pretty sure everybody from Pro League is looking at Empire thinking, they don't change and they don't adapt and they don't have that flexibility. Maybe Empire will then start to struggle very heavily in Pro League. We kind of expected possibly from what we've seen from Challenge League and the Euro Cup, you know, let's not forget, they won a LAN event as well. Their first LAN event, they won, and there was teams there like Penta, of course. That was Penta very early on with their new players, Hungry and Sir Boss coming in. But still, Empire, they have that determination, they have the drive, but it's not being shown here against G2. But then, this is G2, who a lot of teams struggle against. Yeah,
without a doubt. But, I mean, Empire are playing a very important match here because they have to win against G2 if they want to go to the Invitational. And the Invitational is a $1 million tournament. So you'd assume they have really, really worked on this, and they would be very prepared for this. So it's a bit disappointing not seeing more, you know, variation and swap-ups from it. It's a very loose and open play style, but still so stubborn on the operator setups.
And then if G2 do go on to win this and go into the grand final, we will then decide our invitational place in our next semi-final between Space Station Gaming and also Penta Sports. So after this match, whenever it does finish, we don't know, it could go to a third map. Anything can happen in Siege. Make sure you tune in for that decider of who gets to go to Montreal for that $1 million tournament.
Yeah, and we have to remind people that if we do go to the final, G2 is already locked in for Invitational. So it will be the $50,000 prize pool that people will be playing for instead of the Invitational spot if G2 does make it to the final.
And the shiny trophy.
Yeah,
it's always a bit of a plus, you know.
Yeah.
Yeah, G2, they've never won a Dreamhack yet as well.
That is true.
They lost to Secret back in Valencia, which that was a bit of a shaky time for them. They were still known Penta before they did get bought over by G2. Well, once again, Empire, bad start. Joystick gone off the board. And already G2 storming into that entire mid-floor. You can see Jonas getting in there with that skeleton key. Kanto picks himself up. One with that C70, a great assault rifle. Maybe not as good as what it used to be, but certainly can have the fragging potential if an Ash is off the board. Another one coming in for Jonas. He has that capo in the 5.56 ready and primed to start fragging out against Empire. And Kanto, I'm loving the positioning, trying to push in by himself through the back, catches these players of Empire by surprise. Cypher, however, refrags for one onto Jonas, but as you can see, Shepard stuck between a rock and a hard place. He cannot move as he has Kanto breathing down his neck, and just like that, a quick double for Pengu. Another pistol kill for him. And well, that's not only match point, but also series point.
We see this time and time again on G2's attack is against Empire. They end up in these 4v, you know, 1 or 2 is how they end out the attack. They're completely choking down Empire, and it's not what we're used to seeing. They're stuck in sight. They seem afraid. They're not trying to peek or challenge, and when they do, they just get instantly shut down.
Empire haven't called a single tactical timeout. Why? I don't know.
I mean, yeah, that's very hard to explain away, because ideally you'd the second you start, you know, either getting ahead or start losing your grip, you want to take a little pause and reset. Talk about, like, why is it that we're struggling so much?
Yeah, and talking about G2 versus Liquids, Liquid called a tactical timeout whenever G2 were winning, I believe, 4 rounds to 3. And then that completely threw G2. They told you themselves, whenever that timeout happened, the momentum stopped for G2. And that's something that does happen to teams, where you slow down and then you sit back and, oh, I've lost the magic. I'm not into it anymore.
Yeah.
Maybe Empire needed to do one of those, not just to benefit their own by talking to their coach, but also maybe try and slow down G2 and make them sit back and don't let them get into the rhythm of Siege.
I mean, you could argue that popping a tactical timeout on, you know, the defense side, when G2 is really just, they must be demoralizing to play against. They've been slaughtering Empire so decisively on the defense side that take a pause there, kill the momentum a little bit of G2, swap it up, you know, give it a fresh look and see what you can make of it.
That is Echo off the board within 30 seconds off the round. That was a spawn kill coming in from Cypher, and he is completely through. All of his utility, those Yokai drones can no longer be moved. They are now just a black eye camera in most cases, but they cannot be used to stun any of the attackers. Empire are giving G2 this victory right at their doorstep.
Yeah, let's hope those Echo drones are in a decent spot at least.
Bomb located by attackers.
Another one put into the grave. Joystick gone. Fabian picks him up that butt kill, and well, this is the beginning of the end for Empire. This is looking grimmer by the second. Pengu will rotate up to that position he played last time, over towards that double balcony, towards the windows, can also rotate his way towards that connector window. Also, will he find anybody? Goes for a couple of pre-fire shots, but really, Alex, Empire not looking too hot.
No, definitely not. It's almost a shame to see them struggle this much with how well they have been doing before. It doesn't even resemble what we have seen from them before.
Sure, we said quick 2-0, and the C4 just misses, landed right at the feet as well of Jonas. Karzeki, he will find Fabian. Shockwave also falls as Pengu, who was ever so lurking on the windows. A 1 versus 4, and that is almost done. Is down to Shepard. If he pulls off this 1 versus 4, what a clutch it will be, but there's too many players from G2. And they take such an easy victory over the Russian champions, the Challenger League champions. Wow, that is very underwhelming from Team Empire.
Very. I'm a bit disappointed to not see them, be more open for the operator swaps as we were talking about. If it's stubbornness or if it's lack of experience, we got to remember that although they're not a new team, they have played for a while. They're all very, very experienced players, and they've played Challenger League, absolutely destroyed everyone there. Then to come in and put on such a disappointing performance against G2. The roaming didn't work at all. Their defense were falling apart. I think almost every round we were seeing G2 with 4 people alive and 1 on the defense before they executed and finished off.
Well, it's certainly an unfortunate affair for the fans out there that were hoping to see Empire maybe show an upset, but G2's performance remaining consistent as ever, that's for sure. I want to take us through Villa real quick and just ask, what was going on with the constant play towards Aviator?
There was no adaptation from Empire. That was it. They could not cope against the Montagne. It's something that you talked about, Alex. It is very simple to deal with if you have the right operators, which they brung. And then after 2 rounds, they decide to switch off those operators which do so well against the shields.
It's so confusing to me that you have 3 operators that are such an amazing counter to Pengu's bounty push. And then you end up swapping and you win the round when you swap. But that gives kind of a false impression of what actually happened, because that was more because of the hit and runs and Pengu not being able to chase them down, right? Allowing them a bit of space. So I'm honestly confused to what we saw there.
All right, well, we do have the brackets ready, so let's take a look at where exactly the tournament stands now. For those of you that didn't catch this earlier, this has now set up our grand finals, partially, half of it at least, with G2 moving forward. And more interestingly, since G2 already, of course, have their invite slot to the 6 Invitational, that now makes the semifinal coming up the competition for that invite, and that'll be between Space Station and Penta. We'll talk more about that in a little bit, however, as we do have Fabian now joining us on the desk. Fabian, how you doing?
Doing just fine.
That
felt good.
Yeah, absolutely. So overall, I guess feelings of the team are pretty good right now. A nice, easy match to start off the day for you guys.
Well, I definitely expected more than they gave us, that's for sure. I think we played really well as a team. We had everything locked down on Villa. I don't think we've ever won that many attack rounds, because that map is just, it's 90% favored in defense. So when we had 2 rounds, we were like, oh, well, good job on attack. Let's focus on defense for now. And, well, we took, what did we take, 5 rounds, I think, in attack. It's just insane.
Was there any kind of special preparation to go up against Empire, since they're kind of a relatively new team? Like, I know we had the 1 targeted Ash ban on both maps, but besides that, was there any special prep to go up against these guys?
What we've seen is that they always play the same 5 operators in attack every single time, so just get rid of the Ash. Joystick's been fragging out, ban it, why not? It doesn't really matter to us what we play. Now that Lion isn't here anymore, we don't care what we ban. We go target banning. So that felt good, but no special preparation. I mean, we got home at 1 a.m. from our game against Liquid last night, so we were kind of tired.
Yeah, understandable, of course. Now, we did see a little bit of struggle on Consulate on multiple sites. What exactly was going wrong there for you guys that allowed Empire to pick up obviously compared to the first map, quite a few more rounds?
I mean, I don't think we struggled that hard. We kind of had them figured out, and I think we played our attacks pretty flawlessly, I would say. We rotated around what they were holding, and then we kind of like, oh, this time we go here, and this time we go here, and we just do random stuff. We kind of came to this event not prepared, in the sense of we don't really care where we end up in this placement, because I mean, we're already qualified for Montreal, right? Sure, it's always nice to win. We love winning. Everyone does. But we didn't come here to win the event in that regard. We came here to have fun and to practice some specific things that we talked about before. I mean, now we're in the final, so I'm happy about that.
And going back to Villa, I asked the analyst this question a second ago, but I'm curious for your take on it too. We saw the guys on Empire just constantly going back to Aviator Room, despite you guys being able to take it down almost every single time. Any thoughts on why Empire might have decided to just constantly try to go for that one site?
I think that bomb site is the easiest one to defend. We didn't start on it just because, I mean, they played it so many times that we wanted to go off it, kind of.
Yeah.
But I just think it's the easiest bomb site to defend. And then maybe they're not comfortable in kitchen or living room, which most teams aren't comfortable in living room, that's for sure. But I just think that they felt comfortable in playing, they wanted to win the plane, and then they didn't.
All right, and obviously we have the next semifinal coming up. Any preference of opponent for the grand finals between Space Station and Penta?
I don't really care. I think we're better than both of them.
All right. Well, we're going to wish you the best of luck, of course, in that grand final. Any questions from you, Zyronic, before we close out here?
Only on the Villa. You played this Monty finger combo with Kanto and Pengu, and they had a perfect setup to counter it, and they missed a few of the Ecadrons and stuff. When they finally swapped away from what could actually deal with the Monty, you lost that round. Was that because of the hit and runs, or were you playing a bit too fast? Or because she seems so confident in every single attack up until that swap?
The reason they won that round is because they played super aggressive and picked me off holding the flank. That's pretty much it. Because what we did in that one, we know that they play very spread out in the sense of they have 2 roamers and 3 passive players. They don't have anything in between that. So we put a guy holding in between that. That means that if they try to come to help the guys, they will be shot down from the side. And if they try to fall back, they will be shot down from the side.
All right. Well, thank you once again for your time. We do appreciate you taking that out of your day. And guys, that is going to close out this first semifinal. Stick around because the second semifinal has just made itself all the more important as an invite to the 6 Invitational will be on the line. Stick with us. It'll be Space Station Gaming going up against Penta right after this break.
And welcome back to our final day of Dreamhack Winter. Hopefully you're staying dry out there, as it's been raining here, as I wanted to lead off with a joke about the sunny beaches of Sweden, but that's not really a thing. My name is Intero, and we have our second matchup of the day, and I'm joined by Blue, as well as Kickstar. Did you match your name to the blazer?
A little bit, yeah.
It's really nice.
Thank you.
I liked your blazer yesterday a lot. The what is it called?
Double-breasted.
Double-breasted, that's right. He looked so good. He looked so good. Kix, you look okay.
All right, thank you.
Anyway, moving on. Today's matchup. No, I'm kidding.
What?
You look great.
Okay, well, thank you, Parker. You
Mine
look
the middle
fantastic as well.
Thank you.
I love the vest.
I like the knitted tie.
Yeah, I love knitted ties.
And I like that this is like a knitted shirt as well.
Yeah.
He doesn't have the tie, but he has the knitted
He's
tie.
got the knitted shirt.
I have
Yeah.
to go somewhere right after this, so I had to keep it like
He's in a hurry.
quick.
Yeah.
He's in a
So I
hurry,
can
so.
quickly pack up and everything.
So it's just a tearaway suit,
Yeah.
right? just right into my next pair of clothes.
We have a match, I think.
We might.
Do we?
We might.
Yeah.
We might have one more
I'm
match
pretty
for
sure.
you. We have two more matches for you today. Now, if you weren't following the first matchup, it was Team Empire versus G2. G2 took that in a very quick 2-0. Now, because G2 already has an invitational spot, this means that the winner of this matchup is going to be the team that ends up getting that spot to Montreal. So this is essentially the real finals for the invitational spot, and then you get the real finals for the grand prize and the bragging rights after that. So pretty big things in the line here for both Space Station and Penta Sports.
Yeah, I mean, the money's a big deal. 50,000, that is something to fight for, certainly, but I can tell you that most of these teams are here for the invitational spot. So this match right here is where all the stakes are.
Absolutely. You've been able to watch all of these games this weekend. Space Station came in with a new look of their roster. Penta, the same roster, but they've just been getting steadily better and better. And what are your takeaways in this matchup in particular?
Overall, Space Station, I think, has looked like the slightly more consistent team across the board. The new player, Bosco, has definitely been performing well, especially in the most recent match that we saw on stream from him. He had quite an impact, so I'm going to be looking forward to see that follow through into this one. Penta, not so much. They've struggled in a lot of their matches, even the one against Nairiki, they managed to drop a map there, which was kind of unexpected for me. So considering that, Penta really has a lot to kind of iron out, especially on their defensive side, if they want to have a hope to take down Space Station Gaming here and not have to struggle the entire way to get there.
They almost lost that matchup actually against Nairiki, as you mentioned. They were down 0-4 before the sides swapped. They were able to mount a pretty impressive comeback. But not to take up too much of your time, we have the rosters for you for these two teams, both of whom have played on the main stage. Gentlemen, take us through what we see in front of us.
So, Space Station up there at the top. Their newest addition, Bosco, has been a force to be reckoned with in this tournament throughout, and they've been looking extremely strong. Of course, the only North American team at this tournament, and going into it, I don't think people really expected them to make it as far as they have, to be completely honest. You know, they aren't seen as one of the top teams in North America if you look far back, but they are certainly proving themselves worthy of that position moving forward into the future.
And obviously on the other side of the coin, we have the guys from Penta Sports, who, if we look at yesterday's performance, the player to watch for me is going to end up being Sir Boss. He was definitely a consistent fragger, especially when the team was struggling throughout the course of the rounds. He was usually the one picking up very influential frags to bring them back into it. So that's going to be who my eyes are on in this matchup.
There's a lot of depth on both of these teams. I think we can agree. I like Sir Boss as well as Bosco, but we've seen top fraggers on every single part, every single role on these rosters too. So it's going to be a heck of a match. And to the best of my knowledge, I don't know if these teams have ever played each other before.
Well, with their current roster, certainly not.
I also think Space Station hasn't had a ton of international experience, right?
Yeah.
So, I mean, if Space Station ends up going up against G2 in the finals, they've never played each other. I don't think Space Station has played Penta here. Penta obviously has played G2 quite a bit, given the fact that they play in the same region. So, who knows? But we have some maps for you just to see exactly where we're going to go between these two teams. And there was good flexibility in the matchups that we saw against Chaos and Penta, and then Lestream and Space Station. And they were both up here. And we have Coastline, Clubhouse, and Consulate, the wonderfully alliterative 3 maps.
Yeah, the 3 Cs, that's awesome. I mean, Coastline, of course, going to be a pretty big contrast to Clubhouse, so it's nice to see that we get to go across the entire spectrum. And then at the end, Consulate, I think that's one of the better maps to end a series on. And I'm very certain that we're going to get to that map 3 in this matchup.
Now, Clubhouse for me is an interesting pick specifically for Penta, just because there's not a whole lot of history for them going on to against. So it definitely seems like it's a map that they've prepped a little bit more in terms of play. The only time we've ever seen them bring it out was back at Dreamhack Valencia, and that was against Team Secret. They actually lost it quite definitively, 3-6 scoreline. So hopefully they've been able to bring that back. I think a lot of that might be because of their strong performance on it yesterday. I'm hoping they're not too overconfident on it though, because I think a lot of the success they had on Clubhouse yesterday was due to Liquid not being able to adjust, not necessarily because their own strategies were working so well.
When I look at the bans here, you see Penta banning both Bank and Border. We know these are 2 good maps that Space Station thrives on. I mean, we saw the Bank play against Lestream yesterday with Space Station there, so that strikes me as pretty normal. In Space Station banning Oregon, that's another good map for Penta. It's also a map that we have seen very limited play. It actually has not been broadcasted, as we were informed of earlier, which actually had slipped my mind. We have not seen an Oregon on broadcast.
It's a pretty typical map for Rainbow Competitive, and it is odd to not see it played nearly as much. You've often called it the map where good teams go to die, and I think that's kind of reinforces why it's weird that we haven't seen it here, because a lot of the underdog teams at this event have been the ones to stand apart from the pack and really perform better than expected of them, and without Oregon being in play.
Now, you furrowed your brow for a second there. Am I wrong?
I feel like I remember a match on Oregon, but I could be wrong. It could just be my memory failing.
I've seen it played off stream.
It's definitely been played off stream.
I might have been referring to a match that I was watching over there or something.
But I was because our spectator came up to us, Alex, and he was like, "I haven't spectated Oregon yet."
He's probably right then. That's probably correct.
Yeah.
Unless he's wrong, and then we can all blame Alex.
He's shaking his head right now. He's definitely not wrong.
He's been doing a great job, though, for the spectating. However, we have our teams ready for you. And the very first roster that's going to be taken to the stage, the only North American team that has managed to win their way into the semifinals, competing for one of the 2 spots, or the one spot against 2 teams for the Invitational. Your first roster, Space Station Gaming.
Again, as often stated at this event, the only North American team competing here, and they have been playing absolutely fantastic thus far. I think not only living up to the expectations placed on their shoulders, but surpassing them in great stride.
And joining them on stage, an org that has been around since it seems like the dawn of Rainbow Six Siege. Also vying for the invitational spot in Montreal, Penta Sports.
And for this Penta Sports roster this tournament, it's not been the smoothest affair for them. A good start against Nairiki, but in the follow-up, a match against G2, they did end up falling to the lower bracket there. It took a map off them, granted, but even in the decider match, came very, very close to losing once again to Nairiki, and just barely managed to swing out with a 2-1 victory. And of course, we did see their quarterfinal yesterday against Team Liquid. Struggles still present there as well, so we're going to have to hope that they clean things up for this match, and the fragging power of some of their key players is going to be there.
It's hard to underscore the preparation that Penta has gone into, not just for this matchup and for this event, but Pro League in general. Of course, you follow them on social media. There was a lot of posts about them at their training facility. You also saw that they have now a new coach, Jess, who is joining them, whose impact on the team has been quite dramatic. And I only expect the rest of this roster to improve. Same with Space Station, as they've been added. Bosco and Lycan has been doing great work on the coaching side of things over the last 3 days as well.
Yeah, Lycan actually specifically has made some pretty fantastic calls, and a lot of the strategy that Space Station has set up. You know, when we were casting their match earlier against, I believe it was Lestream, they made a lot of decisions, especially on Bank, that seemed questionable, but they actually turned out to be calculated strategies set up before they even started the match. And you gotta really credit Space Station for the prep that they put into each of these matches.
Some pregame potassium there for for Hungry, as he lives up to his own name. But also one thing to note, just for Space Station's side of things, Brian was the member who departed the team to pick up Bosco. Not only did Brian do a lot of strat work for them, and also did some of their secondary IGLing, but now Bosco has stepped in and is working alongside Lycan and the rest of the team to do some calling along with Redeemer. So there's been an upgrade in that role as well. It's not just necessarily been fragging as well, which you very rightly pointed out. He's been a huge boost to this team, but it's also a little bit farther down, just the way that the team runs too. So this is gonna be a good test for both of these teams to see how they compete in what is essentially an unknown matchup between two forces that I think occupy a very similar role in each of their regions.
Yeah, I think they both sit on a very similar level. Quick correction, by the way, I think I said that they faced Liquid earlier. The guys on Penta meant to say that they went up against Chaos, in the quarterfinals. But anyway, away from that, two teams that sit on very even footing as far as I'm concerned, and I think that this match really should go the distance because of that.
Oh yeah, without question, we're definitely looking at a map 3 here for this series, unless something amazing happens. But yeah, both of these teams are strong teams in their region. Definitely not ones that you're thinking about, these guys are gonna get relegated next season, but more that they just haven't had the breakaway moment where they've managed to push themselves to being that top team. And I think this is really going to be a match that determines which one of these teams is going to be able to grow at a faster rate.
And as we said, not just an opportunity to compete in the finals against G2, but most importantly for a lot of these teams, you book your tickets to Montreal. You will be guaranteed a shot in the invitational group stages. Now, right now, you have the 8 teams that have qualified for Rio. On top of that, you also have Cloud9. Looking to join them will be either Space Station or Penta Sports. And with no further ado, let's get into the game. Our second matchup of today and our final semifinal. Take it away.
All right, so ladies and gentlemen, the battlefield for our opening matchup is going to be moving into Coastline. There's a lot on the line for this match, so let's jump directly into it and see who the better team shall be. Penta, who's had struggle but has that very long history together. Meanwhile, over on the side of Space Station, a newer roster, but consistency has been key for them at this event, so we'll see if that holds through and allows them to take the 6th invitational slot.
All right, so right off the bat, we have a Glass ban. That makes a lot of sense on Coastline, no matter who you're playing against, really. And Space Station actually going to take out the Montaigne. That seems like a counter ban, specifically something that I'm sure Space Station doesn't want to deal with.
Penta were using it quite a bit yesterday, more so on Clubhouse, though.
Yeah.
Didn't really see it used in some of the later maps, so maybe they're thinking that they're going to try and bring it into the fold for this one, but yeah, definitely more of a targeted ban that we'll see there. Mira, of course, is going to be a little bit more straightforward, just limits the defensive playstyle, especially on areas such as the penthouse/theater site, and then, again, another fairly standard one as the second ban. So we're going to see Maestro brought up, so we won't have that double threat combo potential of Maestro and Echo to really annoy some of these attacking teams, and more importantly, limit the potential for some late round executes.
So, operator selection already coming out. Just got a lot of 3 speeds going on. SSG, I think a little bit heavier on that fragger side of things, but still good split on the utility. IQ, a very powerful operator on this map in particular. And since Valkyrie is still in play, you generally want to have her brought. Though, curiously, we are not going to see a Valkyrie from Penta, despite how useful she is on Coastline as a map. We do see Echo, though, making it through the ban phase. As you can see, it was the Maestro who was banned out instead by Penta. That makes a ton of sense. We've talked many times about how proficient Redeemer is with that LMG on the Maestro. And we've often critiqued teams for not banning Maestro against Space Station. So finally, somebody catching on to it. Penta, I think, great decision-making there.
Of course, you guys can see we're going to the blue bars first to start things off. The setup phase will be concluding in just a moment here. In terms of Penta's setup themselves here, we could just see quite a bit of roaming potential, and that would align pretty well with what they were trying to do yesterday versus Chaos. That was oftentimes the crown jewel of their defensive setups, was the capability to cut down Chaos early on in the round before they could even really get into the building, let alone get close to any of the sites. And if they're able to repeat that here against Space Station, of course, they'll be able to limit that potential very much the same way. Space Station out on the board, though, so let's take a look at how they're going to approach this attack.
All right, overall, the setup is finished. The double bar, again, one of those bomb sites you can bring as your first, but isn't common. You can see that it's going to be a heavy emphasis on the horizontal roam from Penta. It's got Ravon in that main lobby, just looking to distract and delay as long as possible. And that's going to be a big part of how Coastline plays out in the end. Chala, though, just putting some pressure early on to the side entrance, and Bosco gonna sneak his way in through delivery. Thinking Nate as well, just in front. This could be an explosive entry into the site if Space Station play it right. You can see they're droning out before they commit to this. Nate can open the wall, or the door, and Bosco gonna run through and get the entry frag onto Sir Boss. Great coordination, and on top of that, they've pushed into default plant at the same time. This is beautifully played and executed from Space Station. Rampy and Chala gonna get a kill of their own, one with a Claymore, and it's just Ravon alone in a 1 versus 5. He'll even it down to 1-on-4, but he will be finished off by Chala. A beautiful play by Space Station. Gotta say, excellent coordination there.
Yeah, this is where, unfortunately, the defensive strategy for Penta can really come back to bite them. I mentioned how they're going to be having a lot of emphasis on their roaming capability, and that was true in that round. Not a whole lot of players on site, so what does Space Station do? They walk right in. Obviously, the castle barricades are going to be no problem with the sledge on the attacking side, so they're able to get past that with no issue whatsoever. They brought plenty of soft destruction, as you can see there. And yeah, made it a very easy job. Penta really didn't even know what hit them, and it allows for a very easy opening round on Space Station.
I gotta say, overall, the coordination, again, it feels like I'm repeating myself here, but it was next level from Space Station. Something we don't really see from them specifically. Like, this is the sort of thing you expect to see from teams like G2, you know, evil geniuses, Rogue, you know, the top dogs of their region. And I think that's what Space Station are so close to proving themselves to be. Of course, they're going to have to win here and go on to play G2 to prove that. And it's not even close to being done yet. So, nice execution there from Space Station, reading the opportunity. Penta, they definitely need to shore up their hold. I don't like that they relied on a castle barricade. You saw that placing it on the kitchen doorway, okay, yes, you're going to get a little bit more of a prompt before you start seeing action, but the way that Space Station got past that hurdle was Sledgehammer, then Ash immediately runs through. There's not enough time for Penta to react. What's the solution to that? Penta, put a roamer in kitchen or by delivery.
We'll see if they try to adjust for that once again as we get further into this round, or if we go back to that site, first of all. We have changed things up a little bit going into the second round. Once more, Space Station are out onto the board now, so we'll see the attacking route they'll take. More than likely, if they do the same as the last round, we should see them head in from the east side, either towards the main entrance or the service entry, and that looks like it's going to be the case once again here, as we see them moving in a very similar fashion. But as you were mentioning, there's that lurk coming out now from Penta. They are going to establish a much more active presence towards the kitchen and service entrance areas this time.
Yeah, good job from Panic seeing the hole and trying to fill it up. Of course, as you talked about, different site. So the one big difference here is if Space Station choose to clear downstairs first, then they're going to have to work their way up, which is going to take some time.
It's just slow droning here at the start from Space Station as they do allow their players to clear them, but they also are moving a few players in through the first floor now. And that is going to be, starting things off here for Space Station. followed closely behind by Bosco. The two of them working together relatively quickly, of course supported by the drone to give them the intel they need to clear out this map and inch them closer and closer to the site. Not really a whole lot of combat happening just yet. The lurkers from Penta seem to have been immediately pulled back and are played, if not on the site, much closer to the site.
I love that you call them lurkers. Is that Counter-Strike flavor seeping through?
Yeah, a little bit.
No, it's good. I like it. It adds a little bit of texture. We're not used to calling them that. Ravon gonna eat some damage early on, and he'll be taken down to about 20 HP. That's not a good start for him. Obviously, probably thanks to Chala using his IQ gadget to detect Ravon, likely using his cardiac sensor and figure out he can, maybe do some damage to the window.
They'll group up and they'll continue to hold the lobby site for now. More being held over here towards security with Panics taking control there. Besides that, it's going to continue a very slow played affair here for Space Station. A lot of time gone by though, not a whole lot of progress made, at least not as much as before. They're only just now getting drone access towards the actual sites to allow them in, and the IQ, of course, is trying to figure out as much as possible what's gone. But there's a well-placed C4 from below. Revan destroys two and absolutely stunts this attacking force from Space Station now.
Beautifully done there from Ravon, and stunts is the perfect word, as the legs going to be gone for Space Station. They've lost a lot of manpower, and it's going to be hard to recover this, especially considering enemy will put another kill on the board, taking down Redeemer. It's all up to Thinking Nate and Bosco. And they are known to frag, but not so in this round. A perfect one for Penta, and we will go to 1-1.
2 rounds with 2 very different flavors if you look at the way that they end up playing out. Space Station walking right in the first round and not even getting close in the second due to the nice denial from down below, and obviously Space Station not being able to adjust quickly enough with their remaining 3.
I mean, it's really hard after you lose those initial 2 in such an explosion. I mean, something ticks off in your mind. You go, this round's done.
Yep.
We lost 2 for free, basically, and yeah, we skipped a step, and that step was clearing out the roamers downstairs. You know, they had the tools. SSG had the tools to clear out that C4 from below. They had an IQ in play. So it definitely is something they could have done. It's just something they decided not to do, and it cost them. Hopefully, they're going to correct that moving forward.
Well, we will move down to another site this time around here. Obviously, with Penta taking control. They choose not to go back to the double bars, and instead are going to head over to the kitchen instead, where Space Station were able to walk right in the first round before. So obviously much more active defense going to be here this time. And we'll see how well Penta are able to hold it.
Yeah. You know, one thing I do really like about this match already is that we've seen 2 very one-sided rounds, as you stated, different flavors. And the mistakes that are being made are not from any one team in particular. And this really reinforces what we were theorizing at the beginning of the match, before the match actually, that this is going to be a very close match throughout. And as we go to, I'm sure, the full distance, can only be so excited. Let's actually see what the action will tell us, as Space Station have brought a good kit to attack this bomb site. You can see they got the Yin Candelas and the smokes from Rampy. So all the tools you need to execute properly through delivery. But again, this is one of those sites that does rely on the vertical play. You need to clear out the roamers above before you start pushing the site. Otherwise, it's going to be very difficult to plant that diffuser.
So, as we see Space Station starting to move in, it's looking like they're still going to try to put pressure over here towards possibly service entrance, or of course maybe go to the second floor first off to get themselves in from there. But you can tell they've got a large group. They'll start droning in to see what the defenses look like. It's Hungry though to find a nice first kill through the doorway at service, knocking out Bosco early on. It's potentially a very heavy fragger that's gone early, as well as the smoke denial, of course, coming in just in the event Space Station wanted to try and quickly trade that out. He'll even throw a second smoke to the inside, as now we've got the Ing grenades coming in. Space Station finding quick trades on their own regard to knock out 2 from Penta. The Jaeger Sir Boss being pushed away, but thankfully Hungry downstairs, still alive and still holding them away. But no, Sir Boss will fall directly onto a Claymore and eliminate himself.
Hungry gonna answer the phone, very dangerous, but he's got the full cover from the bomb. Still tons of time for Space Station, and they're gonna take out Ravon as well. So it's just Hungry who got the first kill in the round. He will now have to get the last 3 if he wants to win out. But Space Station, plenty of time and plenty of utility. They're gonna start using those drones and calling out Hungry's exact position, but what a clean shot from the smoke. They'll decapitate Chala and even this out somewhat. Space Station know that they're in dangerous waters now. This could easily go the way of Penta if Hungry plays it right.
And Hungry nearly even rotating himself into a second kill position over there by the service door. There was someone from Space Station that was potentially looking at a peek, decided against it at the last second, and that very well might have kept that player from Space Station alive, as Hungry was very much ready to take the fight at door.
So, this proximity is going to favor Hungry, but he looks away at the wrong moment. An excellent flick, but it's not enough. Thinking Nade, the refrag, and Space Station take the round.
Comes down to the wire once again. So once more, a very differently played out round. We continue to be surprised at just how different these rounds go. Two very one-sided ones and one that goes the distance all the way down to a 1v1 at the end of it. And it's looking like we're gonna go back to the bars this time. So hopefully Penta feeling a little bit more confident about their play here to tie this game up at 2-2.
Hungry definitely wanted that last round. He put in a lot of work for it, but he was getting the first kill and the last couple for his team. And you notice there's two people who have 0 kills right now on Penta. That's not good 3 rounds in. If there was just 1 kill difference, maybe we would have seen that go the way of Penta. But I guess that's just how it falls in the end, and it's not exactly uncommon to see that. Now, still early on, we're going to go to the double bar once more. We've been here before. Last time we came here, Space Station won the round. But the way they won the round was off of a very specific strategy, and one that if your opponent knows you're attempting to execute, is usually not going to see success. Space Station worked their way into Kitchen. They had no contention throughout that clear. Once they were in Kitchen, there was a castle barricade separating the kitchen door and the hallway that leads directly into B. Sledge stacked up on it. Ash was ready to run through immediately after he broke it. And then it was a nice, easy clear for Bosco to allow for a push in through side entrance and a plant at default spot on the couches in B. Now, I'm sure Penta's aware of how that strategy played out last time, so it's not going to work for Space Station this time in all likelihood. The question then becomes, how is Space Station going to attack this? Are they going to go for something a little bit more standard? I think that's likely. Probably still a side entrance push. So you can see just up there to the northwest, that's where they're going to be spawning. They're not going to have the advantage of surprise anymore.
It's looking like at the very minimum, Vidoka might want to play around a little bit with the upstairs entry point and maybe try to play with access to her here towards Hookah or something like that if they are able to get it. But that's what the castle's going to be playing, so it won't be the easiest thing in the world to get anyone inside of here. Obviously, drones will still be the key in getting through this. One of the Ash charges will be used to break down the castle barricade sitting at the entrance to Hookah. And as a result, Panic's actually back out of the room a little bit. He has, of course, this little hole to get himself back inside. Just trying his best to deny the drone intel right now and play this as best he can.
Now, it's worth noting that there is no sledge on Space Station any longer. They've instead decided to bring the Buck, which means the castle barricades are quite a lot more powerful now. Ash can still open them up, of course, and you can use those grenades, but at the same time, it's not nearly as efficient, and is a lot of utility lost when used. Thinking Nade gets the first kill. Enemy goes down. That's one of the roamers who is playing by the small bar near billiards. And the castle of Panix is forced back downstairs. So here we go. You talked about it. The top floor clear for Space Station, ruthlessly efficient, and they still have half the round to work with after getting full control.
Bosco's going to be able to get the spot here on a moment, and will end up forcing back the mute further towards the actual stairway. Ends up, I think, taking out one of the yokai drones in the process there, too. So it's going to be a pretty quick pick for him. Ravon, in the meanwhile, also is trying to deny, but the drones continue to push him out from his current position, down the main stairways and into the lobby now. So the second floor, at this point, I believe, has been pretty much cleared out. Space Station have full control, and that means they can start to do some redecorating and see if it'll allow them easier access to these bars.
Yeah, so Buck is the perfect operator for this job. Sledge could also fulfill the role. But, either one, really, no complaints, I'm sure. He's out of ammo, though. Skeleton T completely used up. Vaughn's going to take down Chala, and this vertical presence hasn't really given anything to Space Station just yet. Hungry trying to fight back through the bars, and he's going to take down Thinking Nades, the Buck himself. Unfortunate there for Space Station. Those holes being opened up actually working against them. That is not what you want to see as an attacking team.
And even worse here for Space Station, time is now completely gone. They need to get themselves into this site soon, but they don't have a good way to initiate since this broken ceiling has really failed to account for anything for them at this point, besides just a few lost players, in all honesty. We're now down to the 3v4 with basically no time left. Panix is continuing to hold inside of the blue bar as well as he picks off Rampy from out just inside of the window.
More players are going to try to make a play here. Bosco at least picking up one for his own, but they don't have enough time to get to the site. Trades continue to come out while Bosco does find two. It won't matter. Penta successfully hold the bars, picking up the next round and tying this game up at 2-2.
Constant back and forth, and Panic's really the hero of that round. He managed to retreat off the top floor, come down, and then get quite a lot of kills. If I'm not mistaken, at least the 3, possibly the 4. Overall, an excellent round for him. And this is as back and forth as we expected it to be. The strategy there for Space Station was ultimately their downfall. You predicted it, and you were right. They tried to clear the top floor and use that to their advantage. But guess what? It didn't work to Space Station's advantage. As soon as they had the control, it in fact ended up costing them thinking nade, which is not what you want to see out of an attack.
Well, we are going to head back up to the second floor now and try the hook and billiards room for the defensive side. See if Penta has luck holding this one to take the advantage and at least guarantee a tie at 3-3 before we end up switching sides in the 6th round.
So billiards, we've seen once before. It was Penta who managed to take this round last time they were here. And a lot of it came down to Space Station. Again, their strategy a little bit lackluster, but it was the C4 from below that got the double kill in Aquarium. That's what really cost Space Station. And yet, again, that comes down to strategy. Clear out below before you start pushing that top floor. Kind of important, especially when Pulse has been in play most of these rounds. So, again, the IQ is in play for Space Station. They have the right tools to deal with the Pulse. Question is, will they take the initiative to do just that?
We'll find out about that now. Space Station are on the field, so let's take a look at how they're going to approach this. This will go for a similar route by moving in either through main lobby or the windows just outside of the penthouse, trying to get them access. Obviously, if they go for penthouse, you can see Panics will be in their way there. We'll be trying his best to stop them.
These roamers force Penta have been doing great work so far in this match. It's been a lot of the reason Penta has won the 2 rounds that they've won has to do with the roamers. The last one, of course, was mostly just because, again, Space Station got a little bit deflated as soon as they had the top floor control. But the other round that they managed to take, again, it's roamers. And the anchors have been putting in work as well, but it's definitely been, the Pulse has been the star of the show so far, especially when defending the top floor. Now, you can see that Space Station are going to start clearing out from the northeast corner. But the thing to note here is that they're clearing out the top floor again, leaving Ravon downstairs. You can see he's playing by Sunrise Bar and Panics as well in the main lobby. Panics will be droned out, so his position known. But the question is, will Space Station try to contest his position, or will they simply leave him to do damage on the flank?
Hungry still doing some reconstruction of his own from inside of the sites to wait for the impending push from Space Station, which, as we saw in the last round, is more than likely going to be working its way down the hallways from the other end of the building, since they've now taken control of Penthouse and can work from there. Most importantly, also pushing the Jaeger back down into the lobby, and we'll see if he decides to try anything else by pushing up further later on in the round. Once again, though, Space Station very slow to start moving themselves into kind of dangerous positions against Penta here. We're almost halfway, we're a little over halfway through the round, in fact. Space Station is yet to really make any significant impact besides that control they got towards Penthouse.
Well, absolutely right. It's been very slow from Space Station. Not what you want to see, especially not on coastline of all maps. But they will get the first kill. As Panics goes down, Thinking Nade traded half of his HP or thereabouts for the kill, but it was definitely worth it. The Jaeger gone means that the roamers downstairs have less of a presence, which is going to make Rampy's job downstairs a lot easier. As you can see, he's trying to hold down underneath his teammates, so the C4 cannot happen from below. That's not going to be too much of a deterrent, though, for any anti-plant from the site itself. You can see there's still an echo in play, which means there's very likely yokais. And that C4 will miss. That is unfortunate for Penta. They've still got the gas canisters and possibly yokais in play. We don't know, though, as there's no heads-up display for that. The IQ is going to be hunting them, of course, and he will also be hunting enemy. Chala with the kill on the entry, and another one for him. And in the hallway, Redeemer takes down one. Downstairs, Rampy will eliminate Ravon, and it's a sweep-up for SSG.
I don't think a single player going down for them over the course of that round. Excellent play from Space Station and Penta. Every duel they took from the outside of the site. Some even seemed a little bit aggressive as we got into the late round there. I think they were hoping they might have been able to catch them in a push, but most of the time that didn't end up happening. Space Station shut down Penta's defense and get right back into the lead now at 3-2.
That was a pretty dominant round, but we've been seeing a lot of those, honestly. Like, I think the main takeaway from the match so far is that most of these rounds that have been won quite one-sided. And at the same time, we're at 3-2, so you can expect Penta to continue the trend and bounce themselves back here, bring this out to 3-3 to end the half as they go to Kitchen. Now, they have not defended Kitchen successfully yet, though honestly that trend, or the site trend, doesn't seem to be anything real or tangible so far throughout this match. For example, that was Space Station, just won on Billiards. They lost last time they went to Billiards. So there is no consistency to the sites themselves. It was the same thing with the Double Bar. Space Station won the first time they went to Double Bar, lost the second time they went to Double Bar. So maybe this is going to be, actually, yes, if that trend continues, then this will be Penta evening out on the 3-3, because last time Penta went here, they lost it.
And if you remember correctly as well, this was the round where Hungry nearly clutched 1v3, had himself a really good position inside of Kitchen, and was able to lean himself into at least 2 of those 3 kills. Thankfully, the immediate trade came in from the last player on Space Station. Penta's last player, Hungry, just not able to adjust in time, so they did close that up, but it was a very, very close affair and did come down to the wire. The overall execute from the guys on Space Station was successful, though, so if they are able to emulate that once again, it'll be good prospects for them to close this round out and have a 4-2 lead at halftime.
One thing I noticed here, again, Space Station starting on the northeast corner. They've been clearing from the northeast corner pretty much every single one of these rounds, it feels like. Whether they go upstairs or downstairs is really beside the point. That's where they start. That's where they begin their clear, and it all is to do with that bathroom drop down. Get into the building nice and easy there, and I guess so start wading into the actual defense. And speaking of, that defense will be pretty established on the northeast corner. The reason being, of course, this is above the actual bomb site, and it's great position to deny a defuse plant just inside of delivery. Serbas, so close to danger here, but he's got a great angle to deny a push in through Trophy or Guitar Hallway.
And he hasn't been pushed out of here when he's played it in the past, but this time, I don't know if the drone gets the spot on him, but it's looking like he wants to stay around. Looks like he wants to take the fight. They've seen it, though, from the drone.
Yeah.
That's going to be indicated by that spam. So he's going to have to relocate at least a little bit. But like I said, he wants to stay here. Nade's going to force him around the corner. He's able to avoid it, but the phone call will come in, giving him away even further. Still, though, Space Station not able to find the impact necessary just yet, despite trying to take all these duels. In fact, they come out of the losing end of a majority of it. Sir Boss, thankfully, still sits at low HP, so they found impact there, but the same can be said for a lot of Space Station's players. It's just bullets randomly connecting back and forth right now with no real impact being made.
This is great teamwork between Enemy and Sir Boss, but it will finally be shut down. I'm thinking Nade, who is really good at grenades. I don't know if his name was a deliberate pun on his part or if it just happens to be he's excellent at nades, but we've been seeing him hit a lot of those throwables throughout this tournament.
And so with that kill, finally, we do see the impact made by Space Station. But as support, 2 players taking a lot of damage. The Buck and the IQ going to be at around 50 HP to play this off, and 2 kills are found, not against either of those low players either by Penta. This is certainly stunned Space Station once again. Another kill, now 4 picked up as Enemy finds 2 on his own regard here. Chala and Thinking Nade both out, and it's all down to the Ash played by Bosco. He'll get stunned in the hallway, and Panics will close things out, giving another round over to Penta and keeping us nice and even at halftime, 3-3.
This has been completely back and forth. Neither team able to win 2 rounds in a row so far. And we will transition to Space Station's defensive half now after a very even first half for Penta on the holds. Now, Space Station are going to have to show us something different, of course, as the coastline is usually a very one-sided map. Now, conventional wisdom states that it is an attacker-sided map, but we've seen it often actually lean the opposite direction. But one thing that is common on this map is it being either attacker or defender, depending on which teams are playing it. And we haven't seen that, obviously, given the scoreline, yet in this match. I do question if we're going to start seeing it now going into the second half, though, because Penta are now the ones who get to set the pace. And that is incredibly powerful, especially on this map, considering how shallow it is.
Penta also, generally speaking, had a much stronger attack side over the course of this tournament from the games that we've had on stream. If you look at the Chaos match yesterday, that was definitely true, at least for the first 2 maps. It was really the case for both Penta and Chaos. Both teams were really struggling on the defensive side, so if that's going to hold true, Penta should really be able to turn up the heat here a little bit against Space Station and maybe jet away with an early lead if their first couple of rounds are successful.
10 seconds to insertion.
I think it's possible. Double bar here to start things off
5
from
seconds
Space
to
Station.
insertion.
Such a popular site these days. You know, it's interesting how the site
Attackers are
selection
heading out
goes
to the
in Coastline. It's a roundabout sort of thing. It's like sometimes you like to go to Kitchen, sometimes you like to go to Penthouse. I mean, it started with Penthouse, then it was Kitchen. Now it seems to be Double Bar. For a while we had Hookah in there. It just goes in full circle and back and forth. It's just kind of like the waves of the meta dictating that. Now, so far, looks like it's going to be a south clear, which is pretty common, especially on a double bar defense. You clear starting from Aquarium all the way into Hookah. Now, interesting thing here is that Space Station doesn't actually have any rumors above the site. So as you can see, Penta are droning that out right now. They will make that determination. You're going to see Rampy just by luggage hallway, and very likely what we'll see is they'll take control of Aquarium early on, push into Hookah, get that control, and then it'll be a pretty easy hold. They're also going to be pushing into South Office, and they're going to be meeting the Yokai drones. This is dangerous to be so aggressive with your Yokai drone when there's an IQ in play.
Absolutely, as that could easily be taken down. Thankfully, there's not a whole lot of active attack being taken out right now, or excuse me, there's not a whole lot of active attack being taken out by Penta at this point. Thankfully, they are able to still hold in a good position as a result of that. Meanwhile, on Penta's side, one of their lifelines was used. Try and push them towards the inside of the site.
Attackers recover the
Continue to see
diffuser.
if Space Station will have good luck in holding this now, despite the complete lack of any lurking presence upstairs up to this point.
Patience from Penta could be a good thing, could be a virtue. It could also just be, it could be to their detriment, to be honest. I mean, they're taking this very, very slow, and they have the control that they need, but they know that there is no one roaming above the site. Yeah. That is an opportunity that they just need to seize and be done with. In the main lobby, though, looks like that's Habana, enemy possibly, doing some damage, well, attempting to anyway, but onto Rampy. He's gonna miss all of his shots. Meanwhile, by the site, you see Ravon setting up for a nade, and there are no players playing in Sandwich right now where he's attempting to nade, so it's going to be a push from Penta and an attempted 5 versus 5 defuse plant. The gas canisters will deny it, though. Enemy takes down Chala. The smokes from Hungary providing great cover, as well as his bullets, but Rampy will eliminate Sir Boss, thinking nade with a gas canister kill, and Bosco onto enemy. A complete collapse from Space Station, leaving just Ravon and Panics, who are not in a good position to recover this round.
Not really any great position to play off of whatsoever.
Yeah.
Remaining lifelines are going to be used to try and clear out over here towards the courtyard, since Ravon still has eyes on this. Ping's even coming in there as well. They've taken one down. They know it's not recoverable. Look at this. Nicely done by Panics. He jumps down from the upstairs. Spot is going to be able to knock out 2. Rampy will move in, finding the trade, however, now down to a 2v1. Time also getting incredibly low.
15 seconds to go.
I believe it's actually a 1 versus 1. We might have the Echo, yes, down on the floor, so it's just Rampy versus Panics, but Rampy has the advantage of HP. He's gonna miss all of his shots, every single bullet going astray, but finally Rampy finds Panics, and Space Station take the round.
The one that matters connects at the end of the day, and that's what we need to see for them to shut that down, as they are able to take control of it, pushing ahead early on in this opening half.
So, pretty good start here for Space Station, and honestly, it makes sense that Penta is taking their time out here right now. It really does. I mean, that I feel like should have been their round. After that attempted comeback, Panics doing so much work, downing the Echo, getting 2 kills there from open area, and Rampy just perfect position in that south office to down the diffuser and hold it. He knew he didn't need to push anything. He waited for his opponent to come to him, and he managed to clutch out the round. But I don't think that this is going to be a takeaway. I don't think, at this point, I'm not seeing Space Station just breaking away with the match, especially considering Penta calling their timeout right here is perfect timing. Yeah. They definitely seem to need the momentum back in their corner, and hopefully for their sake, they'll be able to continue that trend of back and forth rounds.
And you can see the coach having decent input to see exactly how Penta need to correct those mistakes after a very aggressive attempt at a plant there, which unfortunately ended up going their way because of the open holes, along with the still active smoke presence that was going to be all across the site there. Denied their first attempt by the time they went for the second attempt. Defenders already had positions out in the courtyard, and were able to pretty quickly shut that down due to the reconstruction that was done at the beginning of the round, of course.
So, looks like we're going to be having the timeout finish up. Finally, Penta have made all the preparation that is necessary to get themselves ready for this next round. And it's very likely what we're going to see is a predetermined strategy, something fully fleshed out from Penta, like what we saw from Space Station in the first round, when they cleared in through Kitchen and just straight injected themselves into the site. I want to see that again. I really don't care who it's from. It's just beautiful siege play. Makes me happy.
And it was quite effective at that as well. Led to a very, very quick first round for Space Station at the beginning of this match. It's been some time since that, though.
Yes.
We've only seen one or two more of those very one-sided rounds from Space Station. Penta, of course, have had their own share of them, mainly due to a lot of good denials on their defensive side. But now they've fallen behind once again as they start off their attacking in at a 3-4 deficit. Thankfully, though, still only one round, so plenty of time to work their way back into it. Space Station is still 3 rounds away from closing out the map.
You know, I will say, we were talking about how Penta's had, you know, in this tournament so far, more luck on attack, and that's fair, but that last round, I mean, the way that they attacked that, they took control of just Aquarium and South Office, and they held it for more than half of the round. And it just, there's about 120 seconds that they spent just waiting. You know, they easily could have gotten so much more out of that time, but because they were so patient, which is just a weird thing to say, it worked against them. And I don't want to see that. I need to see them get a little bit more aggressive and try to seize the control that is available to them when that opportunity is presented. It wasn't even a trap. You know, sometimes when teams leave all that open, they don't roam above. It's because they want to C4 from below, but it didn't. It clearly was not how Space Station were trying to play it. This time they do have the pulse, though, so definitely going to be an option for them here. But they're defending the top floor, so it's going to be less the anchors onto the roamers, or roam clear, and more the roamers onto the site push.
And we're going to have to wait until we see Rampy move downstairs, because right now he's actually holding pretty close to the site, so not the usual position we would see the C4 deployed from. As previously we saw it down in the office, that it was thrown down by the bar inside of Aquarium, and really just destroy the attack of Space Station.
But at the same time, you can see Serbas right underneath with the IQ right now. He's actually destroying ADSs and mute jammers using his IQ gadget from below. So it already, Space Station doesn't have the option of playing underneath. That was very, very quick from Penta, and that's the ruthless efficiency that I really wanted to see from them last round. I'm glad it's coming out here.
IQ getting the spot is going to try to knock out some of this utility from down below. Obviously, the metal bars will be a little bit annoying. Ooh, they actually are going to get the spot onto the pulse as well for a moment, as he did have the heartbeat sensor out at the time. Ravon actually nearly clearing himself an opportunity for a kill, but no, it's going to be Chala that's found out in the main lobby and knocked out early by Panics as he pushes in. He'll take a lot of damage from that, down to just below half HP, but still, a kill will still net Penta the advantage early on here.
That is unfortunate for Chala. Hungry gonna reset himself, and Boss will be the good teammate to pick him up. Oh, cautious of the run out. Maybe Space Station knows about this, but no. There's plenty of cover from Penta. Ravon there on that north balcony watching for it. Redeemer is going to take down Enemy, proving that he is just as proficient on Echo as he is on Maestro in terms of just pure fragging power.
Still going to continue to see the slow walk-ins here now, as the guys on Penta will at least take control of the majority of the first floor and have access to the bar. Again, Rampy not too keen on playing away from this and playing downstairs, thankfully. His opponents choose to take that route, so he probably would have found himself a dead man by that point if he decided to go down. Smoke going to be deploying out a lot of the gas grenades now to hold back the push. This time is so low. There's a kill coming from Ravon, though, to knock out the pulse. A second one found by Hungry to take down Bosco, two of your most influential players, going down Ravon with another one as he moves with the cool vibe steps. It's going to be able to knock out Thinking Nade, and it's all just down to the Echo. Redeemer in a 1v4. Diffuser has been planted. It's nigh impossible and will now be just that, impossible, as he is taken down by Panics. And we do see Penta trading back that first lost round and tying us up again.
1, 2, 3, 4, but none of them in a row for both teams, back and forth constantly. It's about as close as it can get. It is something very uncommon to see, though, in Siege. Usually this does not happen. I mean, it's going to be 4 in a row on one half, and then when the half switch, it's going to be 4 in a row for the other team. And that is usually how a close match plays out. What we're seeing here from Space Station and Penta is very abnormal, but I love seeing it. Hookah and Billiards once more. And now this is a ballsy move from Space Station. This is actually the first time we're going to see 2 of the same site in a row. There are not, these teams do not repeat their sites. And so, I mean, Penta didn't at least. Clearly Space Station will. I'm not really sure I'm behind this decision making. it might upset the trend, and if it does, it'll do it in the worst way possible for Space Station, that it'll put Penta ahead 5-4, and they will be first team to get 2 rounds in a row. But Space Station, hopefully, for their sake, have learned from their mistakes in the previous round.
Taking a page out of Empire's playbook. Just play 5 rounds of Aviation in a row.
I honestly couldn't stop laughing when they picked it for the 5th time. I saw it, I was like, no. Well, the 4th time I got a little bit of a chuckle. The 5th time I was like, what are you guys doing? Oh man, it was pretty weird to see that happen. And it didn't work. I mean, it did in the end. They got one.
They got it the 5th time.
They got the 5th time, so woohoo.
They just really wanted to practice that set.
All right, well, Space Station, hopefully for their sake, that's not going to be what happens. They don't have enough rounds to do. Actually, no, they could do 5 in a row. If they do every single one, if they lose all of these, they could do 5 in a row. Anyway,
see what I'm saying?
Hopefully that doesn't happen. Hungary trying to clear, looks like from the main lobby by himself. He is, of course, Jackal, so he's the perfect operator to do just that. As he enters his way in, using the drone, he's got some good control already. There's nobody actually playing by there for Space Station. Rampy will use his heartbeat detector to actually spot him out, though. As you can see, Hungary's position now known, and that will be called to the rest of Space Station, though probably not going to matter too much in the immediate.
Still really slow play from Penta regardless, as Ravon is able to at least move in and take control. Still has to clear things out, of course, over here towards the blue wire before it's going to get safe to completely move in, but the reconstruction will continue as he knocks down the wall. This goes for a bit of pre-fire, as at the moment he doesn't have any drone support to check for him, so he's kind of all on his lonesome to move in here and take control. He'll do that. It's a ping. Seems to have some intel and something, but there is nothing up there from his opponent's side, so we'll just be using more of the skeleton key shots for not really a whole lot.
At least he manages to deal with one possible position. But there are some spots that the defenders are actually using quite a lot more, and more efficient drone play from Penta could make that determination, allowing for some kills from below if you just have a little bit more teamwork on Penta's side. But as we've talked about before, it seems whenever Penta are clearing from the south, they tend to take it a little too slow, and we're seeing that once again, as they've managed to take South Office and Aquarium, but just about nothing else.
Just below the 1 minute mark here too, so Penta are going to find themselves a little bit more stressed here over the next few moments, but it's Bosco on the defense that picks up the opening kill on the Jaeger looking downstairs. They kill down the hall, and also move in. I think he's got another player down here as well. Yep, there's an easy pickup. He had a teammate moving in to try and go for the res, but it won't work. Sir Boss will be able to find. Whoa, what is that? 4 kills out of absolutely nowhere from Penta as they turn this round on its heels and leave Bosco alone in a 1v3.
It all looked so good for Space Station as Bosco got 2 on the roam, but then every single anchor failed one after another within the span of about 2 seconds. The diffuser will be planted. Bosco, he's definitely got that clutch potential, but his position is well known and he will be lit up by Sir Boss, doing some significant damage through that luggage hallway. Bosco trying to rotate. Looks like Ravon, though, aware of this, will position himself in a very sneaky location. He might actually be exposed, but no. He's got the feet going backwards, which means unlikely that Bosco's going to see the barrel. It's going to be an easy lockout, but no, he does see the barrel, and the pre-fire allows for a kill, but there's not much time left. Bosco's going to have to get both these kills quite quickly if he wants to disable the diffuser, and it's not going to happen. Enemy shuts him down. Penta take the round. 2 in a row for the first time ever.
Nicely played by the guys on Penta. They are going to be able to take swift control of that. Once again, really kind of an out-of-nowhere reversal, and as we would expect after something like that, we are going to see a timeout called by Space Station Gaming to recompose themselves, most importantly, and figure out just what went wrong in that round.
I can tell you what I think went wrong. They went to billiards twice in a row. I feel like Penta were making the right decision when they were on their defensive half. They never went to the same site 2 rounds in a row. If they lost something, they just mix it up, bring in a new site, and keep your opponent on their toes. But not so here for Space Station. They lost billiards once and twice, and that's that's what changed for them. That's what allowed the pattern to change for the match and allowed Penta to get 2 in a row. If Penta had not gotten 2 in a row, it would have been Space Station who would have put Penta in the bad position of having to fight for overtime. But now it certainly looks like Penta are going to be the ones to do just that, as they are just 1 round away from match point.
once again, this takes us to the theory once more that Penta does definitely lean a little bit more towards the attacking side in terms of where their strength is right now, at least at this event. And that has certainly held true with taking the same site twice in a row for themselves. I believe with the ticking in the background, we have now unpaused the game now and are going live once again. So let's take a look at what exactly is in store for both of our teams.
All right. Double bar for Space Station. So here we go. Lycan definitely showing his worth as he has called, hey guys, let's defend a different bomb site. I'm sure when Lycan saw Billiards the second time, he was like, ah, no, this is unfortunate. You know, one of the unfortunate things about being a coach in Siege is that you aren't allowed to talk to your team unless you're in a timeout. So if you see your team making mistakes and you really want to speak up, well, you can only do it once per match. So you better choose your moment wisely. And I think that that moment that we just saw from Lycan, that was the right call. That was a perfect opportunity for a timeout, and I'm sure he got the information that we've been figuring out here over to Space Station to help them make decisions. They have only gone to 2 sites, though. Double bar was the first site that Space Station went to. They won it, and we've seen Billiards now, twice in a row after that. Space Station lost both times there. We'll see if they are able to win their second time, though, going to the double bar, now that Penta is aware of how Space Station defends this.
This is the first time that Penta have had the lead, however, and that brings further credence to the justification of the pause from Space Station's side. They know they've now lost control as their opponents for the first time have won 2 rounds in a row, so they want to reel this back in before it gets too far out of control and we end up potentially with like a 7-4 if Penta just runs it out from this point forward. Don't expect that, considering how back and forth the rest of the match has been, but we'll have to wait and see, of course.
All right, enemy actually using a tool from Space Station.
Oh no. Took out the yokai turret, I think.
Oh, that's unfortunate efficiency there for Penta. Well, actually, fortunate for Penta, unfortunate for Space Station. Again, a note out of Space Station's book in that enemy has cleared his way into Kitchen. He's not going to be using it the same way Bosco did when he was here, but he is going to be applying pressure, if nothing else, and opening up that castle barricade is pretty huge. Oh, possibly, no, not going to be a kill. Reinforcement in the way, and oh, actually it goes the other direction. Rampy takes down Ravon, playing on the roam from VIP. That was a long angle, had to have been through the doorway. Damn. Getting caught off guard, Ravon goes down for basically for free. That's why you got to drone out the entire top of war before you start clearing things out.
Nice early pick from Space Station, but mind you, their utility is still slightly limited, at least when it comes to the echoes. They will have to be careful of that when a site push still happens. One of those drones should still be present, though. That's really all they need to deny the plant if we end up in another very low time situation, which has been a popular theme of a lot of these rounds. So we'll see how exactly Penta are able to make up for this disadvantage that's now set against them. They have great upstairs control. As you can see, a lot of soft destruction has already been done inside of the billiards room to give them better access into the bar downstairs. Unfortunately, no kills just yet. No success in finding any of the positions from Space Station and being able to fish them out themselves.
You've seen the vertical pressure actually work against the attackers a lot throughout this match for both teams. Whenever they open up these holes, it usually results in an attacker dying. So I'm not terribly surprised that Penta hasn't made much more from this, though. Will from the blue bar, what is going on, Chala? Completely exposed to enemy, an angle that is very common. Surprised that Chala left himself so out in the open there.
Enemy seems aware of the lurk that's still potentially going to come his way too, as he knows he still has presence that's coming from the other side. It's not going to be the same player that it was before, as that was the castle. He's downstairs in the lobby right now. Penta still, however, struggling to really fish any of the hard anchors out as time is getting incredibly low, down to just about 15 seconds. Enemy finally gets some damage on to Thinking Nated. It will be finished off by Sir Boss later on in the round there, bringing the guys in Space Station down to 3, but time is incredibly low. Enemy finding another pickup, as does Panics, but Bosco comes in for the trade now as the last man standing. Diffuser has been planted, and Bosco will fall very shortly after that, giving a 3rd round in a row now over to Penta, and the biggest lead we have seen so far in this map.
Well earned from Penta, and you were right. They're better at attacking. They've had very slow early games on attack, very patient, but when it comes to the actual site execution, they are ruthless. I will say, though, that execution came at about 15 seconds, which is very little time to make it work for your team. So surprised that they managed to win that, though that mostly comes down to the poor defense setup that Space Station had. I don't think that Space Station really has a good grasp on how to defend on this map. They've also, they've only gone to 2 bomb sites, the double bar and billiards, and they only won one attempt. It was their first time going to the double bar. So hopefully we'll see something new, and yeah, indeed it does look like we're going to see Penthouse actually for the first time in this match.
One of the more harder lockdown sites.
Yeah.
And certainly, of course, going to be limited without the potential for Mira because she's been banned out. So we'll have to see how well Space Station are able to hold it despite that, but maybe they are trying to play a little bit more for on-site pressure. That does not seem to be the case, though, when you look at their operator lineup, as it definitely seems like they want to rely a little bit more on lurking potential, roaming potential, to be able to pick up the early kills here.
They continually bring the mute. Seems to be a staple for Space Station, and I understand that. Mute's definitely very powerful, and he's actually about to be even more powerful as when the new patch comes out about that SMG 11. But he isn't a staple for everybody. You feel like what he does is he's similar to Bandit, of course slower, but the one thing that he does better is he's better at hurting the drone economy for the attackers. So if you ever feel like as a team, you're just feeling too pressured on your roam, or if you're feeling too pressured in terms of information, Mute is great to alleviate that for defense, and that must be why Space Station is bringing them so much. Definitely has been doing work in terms of utility. We've been seeing a lot of Mute jammers catch drones, but Chala himself hasn't been having an amazing map so far.
Still going to be slow starting for Penta, as we've really come to expect so far in this half. Really taking their time with their roam before they even really set foot into the building. They should be able to make impact here relatively soon, however. As we'll start to see them trying to make some effort to at least get into the building and then work to clear out from there.
Clear from Penta has been slow, but it has been, if not efficient, that's the wrong word, clean. They've managed to catch all of the little corners and not leave themselves too exposed. Save for a few examples. We saw Ravon when he was in billiards. He died to, I believe, the castle. I was going to say Rampy, who was playing in VIP that one time. Which is a little bit inefficient and dirty, roam clear. But not many other examples of Penta leaving roamers on the wild. Space Station more than happy to let the clock tick down. I know that will work to their advantage.
It's going to be Bosco as well, still holding from below, trying to deny early access. This angle that he holds gives him great vision to the inside of the bathrooms, but he'll get occupied. There's a little bit of action going on with the doorway over at Service. Certainly is able to take the duel. Prophecy's been droned out. They know exactly where he is. He's got spam coming in his direction here too. So he's got to be careful with the way he plays it out. His teammates upstairs are going to start to break down a little bit more of the flooring as well, just in the event that he ends up falling due to this drone. We now see the push come out on the other side of the map, inside of the kitchen itself. It's Enemy trying to make impact here. He'll quickly take out one of the default cameras, though, and start to make his way up the cool vibe steps, but Bosco successfully holds by Service and knocks out Ravon in that attempted push.
Hungry, though, able to refrag, and oh no, a team kill, but Redeemer does manage to take down Hungry. Rampy onto Enemy, but the diffuser has been planted. Poor use of the Yokai drone there from Redeemer. Sir Boss able to get himself outside, watching for the run out from delivery, and there is no one there to commit to that run out on Space Station's side. Panix, meanwhile, playing as safe as he can on the north balcony. Redeemer using his Yokai drones to, well, drone. Try to call out these last two Penta players' positions, allowing for the clear. You're going to see that Sir Boss will take out Rampy as he attempts to run out on the IQ, and another one for Sir Boss. This is poor play from Space Station. The last one, Redeemer, no ammunition, and Panic shuts him down. Go to the final round. Good job to Penta, and they will take that first map 7-4.
So Penta, excellent stuff from them. An incredibly back and forth opening map of the series, but at the end of it, on attacking side, we see a streak finally from one of the teams as Penta do take control. 4 rounds in a row, starting out 1 behind, 3-4. They're running it all the way up to 7. Beautiful work from Penta on their coastline attack, and now they hold the advantage at 1-0.
Disheartening to see for Space Station. They definitely let it get away from them when they went on to that defensive half, but well earned on Penta's side. They were very patient on their attacks, and then honestly, at first, it looked like something that was going to cripple them. But Space Station didn't seize the opportunity that was there. All that time being wasted, and that setup being methodically established from Penta leaves them exposed, and there was a lot of potential for Space Station to throw a monkey wrench in the plans, but it just didn't happen.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, overall, we look at Space Station's defense, and it wasn't bad in terms of their lurking presence. It just seemed to be the on-site presence that constantly ended up failing at the end of the day. We had so many plants come out. We're very close to what would have been planted situations from Penta's attacking side, and that seemed to be the main issue on Coastline that they're going to have to correct. Now, hopefully, moving on to further maps, they won't be as open plans, so those executes won't be as easy to pull off, but it's certainly something that the guys on Space Station will need to look at very quickly moving on to the next few maps.
Yeah, and we're looking at, I believe Clubhouse has that second map, and this is a very different map from Coastline. Usually on Coastline, it's an attacker-favored map through and through. Again, though, that's just conventional wisdom, which doesn't always hold true in Siege. On Clubhouse, it's going to be the opposite. The defense is the favored side. So we could see this take a huge shift for Penta, allowing map number 3 to come out, which I believe is Consulate, which is a very balanced map overall. I think that Clubhouse is definitely going to be a comfortable spot in terms of just what we were seeing from the last map for Space Station. If for only one reason, Space Station were struggling with their defense, and Clubhouse reinforces just that.
Yeah, absolutely. And also considering just how strong the performance was for Penta on Clubhouse in their match versus Chaos yesterday. Now, granted, this was due to Chaos struggling, to a really large degree with dealing with a Montagne and Glaz combo that was just constantly clearing them out. So more than likely one of those two will end up getting banned out, so we won't see that strength come into play. But even beyond the Montagne play, it was still really, really strong attacking sides from Penta, and I feel like they're going to be able to innovate beyond that.
Yeah, we saw Glaz and Montaigne banned in the previous map, so it's likely that I'm seeing Montaigne banned again on Clubhouse, as he's just as useful, if not more, on that map than on Coastline.
All right, guys, well, I think it is time to jump into our second map and decide if Penta can get a quick closeout in 2-0 fashion to earn their invitation to the 6th Invitational, along, of course, with a spot here at this Grand Finals for the lion's share of a $50,000 prize pool. Let's go into it. It's Clubhouse for our second map and potentially the deciding one of this series.
So, again, very different than Coastline. Likely going to be a little bit of a favor towards Space Station in terms of just allowing the defense to bunker down a little bit more efficiently.
And there we go.
Yeah, okay, so prediction's absolutely true, and it's the same team to ban out Montaigne as we saw in the previous map. Space Station, I guess they don't want to deal with Montaigne. I get it, I do. He's a very dangerous operator, and likewise for Penta, Glaz going to be taken out. That's the same exact ban. So we can see Maestro right here, as that makes sense. It's a direct counterban to Redeemer. There he goes. And then I imagine Mira would be a good ban on Clubhouse, though not as good as other maps. Maybe a Mute or an Echo. If Penta were struggling with the Mute on the last map, then they would ban him here, but we can't tell because we don't hear their comms. Thinking an Echo, maybe? No, it's going to be Mira again. So
same exact bans as map 1.
Yeah, I was hoping that there was going to be something a little bit different there with my predictions, but no, it seems like we're going to be going for the same.
It makes sense, though, when you look at, obviously, the standard play on this map and the results, more so from Penta yesterday that they had against Chaos. They just don't want to deal with that. The Glaz is more of a universal ban, but the Montagne, I think that Space Station are very worried about dealing with that on defense, and they have to play that first. So,
yeah, the Mirror ban is the only one that I question a little bit. She's definitely a really good operator on every map. She's good on this map as well, but she's not as good on this map as she is on some others. She's definitely going to give you some advantage on certain engagements, especially if you're worried about a church wall take on the basement. She is the perfect operator to deal with that. You can set up a mirror window on that church wall, and that's where we're going to be going actually the first round downstairs, but I don't know. I don't think she's an essential ban on this map, if any.
We saw yesterday Penta, if I remember correctly, still having decent success on this site and trying to take it when they were playing against Chaos. It did take them to very low time situations, and obviously they had the Montagne, to work with in that match yesterday, which helped them out quite a bit in clearing things down that 9 deep hallway and allowing for easier access to either of the sites, just kind of fishing out players from Chaos one by one. So the play style from them on this map is going to have to be just a little bit different against the Maverick being brought in from Penta, though, and that should help to deal with this very hard lockdown site.
You know, in the beginning of Siege Esports, this was probably the hardest anchor site in the entire game. Since the changes to Clubhouse, though, you can roam. You can make it work. It's still difficult, and it leaves you very exposed. It's generally considered a risk, but Space Station are not the type of team to back down from a risk. They're usually the ones to go headfirst into it. And especially when you have Bosco roaming as Jaeger, we can see it actually turn out successful. Now, Penta could be clearing in through the middle floor to start things off. Of course, they're going to be working their way up. Kind of dangerous the way that they're organizing this clear, considering there are 3 roamers on the top floor right now for Space Station.
Yeah, Space Station, as we take a look at their setup, it's going to be aimed a lot more over here towards the garage area and cash room to try and fend off Penta if they try to clear in through construction. However, at the same time, we take a look, and Penta's very well aware of this. They've got plenty of eyes on these positions ready to catch Space Station if they try to make a run at them from the side of cash room. So they're going to be ready for any intense direction. You should be able to, at minimum, guarantee a relatively even fight in those situations.
Annex waiting for the drone from his teammate. Once he has it, he'll start that clear. But look at that. Half the round already transpired. We've seen Penta work miracles with very little time, though, already in this match. On the first map, they won a lot of attacking rounds with only 15 seconds left. But they're on the top floor, and the bomb site is in the basement. This does not necessarily bode well for them. They have not fully cleared out the roamers, and they're actually going to give up on that roam clear. They've decided they don't have enough time to fully clear out the roamers. That is not a good sign for the attackers.
And as such, the roamers are going to start to move themselves downstairs at this point. They haven't really faced much contention at all from their side over towards cash rooms. So they're just going to rejoin the players on site at this point and try to contest a little bit more towards the hallway as well.
Looks like it's going to be an armory take here. You can see the Ash Panic setting himself up to open up that armory wall. Hopefully Space Station have good tools to hold that. Enemy will take down Chal using the pistol, no less. And that's the first frag of the map. It's a church wall take, though, in fact, from Penta, not an armory push. And they're going to have full control as Panix pushes in. He will be downed, but not finished off. Phoenix finally gets him, but Sir Boss with a double kill. Hungry as well, getting his own kill. It's just Redeemer, and he's not in a good position to clutch it. He's stuck, seemingly inside of the armory, using his yokai drone to gather some information and disorient the defuse planter, but it's too late. The diffuser has been placed, and now he has to fight against an even more daunting mountain.
Gets stunned out by the lifeline charge, and it's going to really just lock him into position here inside of the armory. Not really a whole lot left he can do in this situation, considering it's the 1v4. Tries to check the yokai drones, but those are long gone. And upon the peek to his left side, Sir Boz is waiting through an open hole to take him down as Penta start things off with a win on attack here on their own map choice.
So, Penta keeping the momentum going off of that first map win. And they are in a great stride right now. Only one round into this map, of course, but winning that attack onto the basement and pretty handily. You gotta give it to them. They tried to clear the roamers, completely unsuccessful, but they didn't get distracted by it. They decided to divert and simply attack into the church wall. And I like that decision-making process. I really gotta appreciate it. Honestly, I thought it was gonna be a problem. I thought the roamers from Space Station were gonna make something happen, but no. Actually, they didn't accomplish anything. Once the roam clear stopped, the roamers from Space Station just came back to site and got taken out with the rest of them. And there's not much else to say about that. Space Station really struggling on the anchor, something that you were touching on in the previous map.
And that's going to continue to be the trend, even on that basement site. They'll continue to go for it, though, as they'll try it one more time to see if it works out. I'd imagine this would be the last time before they switch it over. Unless, like I said before, they're wanting to take that page out of Empire's book and just keep going until they can eventually close out the site.
They're either going to win here and not be able to play it again, or they're not going back to the basement for a while. Yep. I don't see them banging their head against that wall too much, and I'm sure if they lose this again, I mean, like he might even call that timeout to be like, hey guys, pick a different site, like he did last time.
Yeah, I mean, it wasn't even necessarily the lurkers being out of position that managed to mess with. They just lost in the engagement. They had plenty of time to pull their lurkers back. I think pretty much every single one of them. None of them had been taken out obviously early on in the round, and they pulled all of them back from the back steps and managed to work their way back down into the basement beforehand. So they had everyone there ready to fight, but it didn't seem to matter.
Yeah, like I said, it was what you were talking about on the previous map. The anchors from Space Station struggle. I mean, they really don't seem to have, I don't know, the wherewithal to handle Penta when the actual execution comes out. Whatever Penta's doing, Space Station are struggling with it. One thing I will say is Penta has been bringing Zofia, which we noted a while back, I believe it was yesterday. We're talking about how Zofia hasn't been getting played nearly as much on LAN as she does get played online. But not so for Penta. They bring her and they bring the Ashe. So they're putting a huge emphasis on that fragging potential and that actual burst clear into the site, which makes a lot of sense because the only way Penta's going to be able to win any of these rounds, considering how they're playing it, is with that burst potential being as high as it is because they leave it to the last 15, 30 seconds before they actually start pushing the site. So you have to have that explosive entry.
A bomb has been located.
So similar start for Penta here. They open the Bard Memorial hatch. They are, you can see the guys over here on Penta going to also be looking to try and clear things out just through the floorboards here. And in the meanwhile, take a look at Penta once again is going to get good intel moving in on this drone here.
There's only one player in Armory right now, and I'm a little bit worried for Space Station. It's the Echo. Now, he's going to be typically the one to gather information, but you can see that Penta is droning this out very thoroughly, and that leads me to believe that they might actually execute onto Arsenal this time around, because, I mean, they have the tools to do just that. All they need to do is lifeline, open the wall into B, run from the main stairs, and bam, you're in Armory. Redeemer dies, and there's no one to hold. But Rampy has actually made the rotation there to double up on this. I guess...
Yeah, what intel did they have for that?
Yeah, they must have had some kind of intel, maybe hearing some footsteps and trying to go for a kill. But it's going to be a church wall attack again. Rampy using the bandit to trick that exothermic charge. Great job there. Redeemer will get one, but he will be taken out by Sir Boss. And here we go. It's actually a fake out. An Arsenal take from Penta, and they are well in the sight. Do they have the diffuser, though? That's the question. There's no one trying to plant right now, and it's going to be actually a cleanup from Rampy and Chala. Space Station take their first round. A disjointed attack there from Penta.
Something had to have happened with the diffuser because unfortunately that seemed to be the only key missing ingredient. And there it is right there. You just saw it get dropped. It was way in the back by the stairs, so didn't have it on site. Didn't have enough time, obviously, to lock down their positions before the immediate retake came back in from Space Station. So they do successfully, on the second attempt, take control of the basement, which will, of course, will now lock it out for the next 2 rounds and tie things up at 1-1. So we're in for a very similar affair that we had on Coastline, at least at the start here, as the teams will just be trading rounds back and forth.
Okay, so I really have to say, I appreciate Penta being able to mix things up on the fly there. Their exothermic charge did not work on the church wall, so they decided, hey, let's just open up Arsenal. They realized that, yeah, there's not a pretty light defense in Arsenal. We can maybe make that work. But the diffuser, I mean, so far afield, and that cannot happen. I mean, not only if you're going to be going for a church wall attack, but also if you're going to be going for an Arsenal attack, no matter what, you need to have your diffuser in hand so you can get the diffuse plant. One thing that we've talked about with Space Station before is that they are dead focused on the objective, especially on attack. At Space Station, get a lot of those diffuse plants. Penta, not so much. Most of the rounds that they've been winning, how they've been winning it, clearing out. I mean, they've been winning their fights. They just get all of the kills, and then they don't need to plant the diffuser. They have planted the diffuser. They did, I believe, the last round, in the round that they won, pardon, on the very first round.
10 seconds remaining.
But it wasn't a big part of their victory.
That's normally the circumstance of the anchors dying so early on the execute, and the fact that it's usually left down to like 1 or 2 players that might have been roamers earlier on in the round, and that just are either left as stragglers in a bad position, somewhere really far away from the site, or managed to take a good position when they rotated back to the site, and just by circumstance end up being the last player alive.
Exactly. So definitely a difference in focus for both teams. And while these teams are so close in terms of their standings in the big siege Cosmere, they are very different in how they play. So, Penta, they have Maverick. Big tool to have when attacking onto Cache, as you can open up a line on the server wall, allowing for Thermite to open the wall further and denying bandit tricking on a typically easy to bandit trick wall. There are 2 batteries here, but Ravon will make easy work of those just in a bit, I'm sure. As he starts opening up the wall, you can see that actually he doesn't even need to shoot the batteries. Either enemy got them or the torch did. Either way, the wall is now easy for the thermite to come and open up.
So we'll start to see Penta moving in here in just a few moments. He's keeping close eyes on this Maverick ult. It's been opened up for them to the inside. The cash room to play off of, but not a whole lot being spotted out by them just yet through that hole. They'll, of course, keep eyes on that, though. And Space Station will have to keep themselves very far away from that.
So this right here, what you're seeing from Enemy and Ravon is the best way to open up the server wall. You can use the torch, no exposure at all on the foot level. Then there's no way to bandit trick or mute juggle, even though that's not very common. And then you can rappel up, no exposure on the thermite, and then you can get that exothermic charge off, and the wall is open, nice and clean.
Shuttle, however, able to start things off well with a kill on his own regard, finding Panic. Sir Boss taking some heat here too. Only a little bit, but it is going to be enough to force him away. Ravon, though, finds a trade, but Chala once again holding strong in his position, able to find the retreat onto Ravon. He's incredibly low now, under 25 HP, so he's going to have to move back. The Echo, though, Redeemer gets plenty of warning on that peek due to the arm sticking out, so he'll be able to find Hungry way ahead of time and continue to hold the garage.
Enemy should have gotten that refrag. You could see he caught Redeemer unawares on a very long angle, but he missed the final shot, leaving the 3 armor Redeemer on just about 25 HP. And actually, it's going to be some damage done to Enemy before Redeemer goes down. So that is the cost of missing your shots for the Thermite. He does eventually get him down on the floor, but I mean, honestly, that's some damage that shouldn't have come out. Sir Boss now the only full HP attacker, and he will be with Enemy coming from the garage. Sir Boss actually downstairs. Is he trying to hold a flank? He's pushing up the main staircase into Cash, but that's an easy engagement for Thinking Nade, and Bosco equally easy onto Enemy inside a server. Space Station put 2 in a row, and in fact, this is their very first time putting 2 rounds together.
Absolutely the case, and you can credit a lot of that round due to the lethality of their lurkers constantly finding picks early on in the round. The timing of which they managed to grab a lot of these kills is pretty much perfect too, and a lot of very unfortunate lost duels by Penta that ended up putting them into such a bad position to try and close out that round. So Space Station, it's just a few more frags they need. They close it out from there. Now they take the lead at 2-1. Remind you on Penta's map pick here.
I mean, we did see Penta win Space Station's map pick, so
true.
Again, you know, it's a weird thing, the way that Siege often plays out. You'll see it go where you'll win your map for, I would say, for 3 months. It will have it be like that, and this is for every team. And then in the next 3 months, it'll be the complete reverse, where you will always lose yours, and you'll always win the enemies. It doesn't seem to have any consistency to it. It's a bit weird how it actually ends up happening.
It's just interesting to note, regardless, considering the fact that teams obviously feel confident to go for a map, and it ends up biting them in the back at the end of the day.
Space Station going to be setting themselves up near Gym Master. This is a good site to hold, especially considering how much Space Station struggled with the basement. And they can't go back yet. Their only 2 choices right now, of course, are Gym and Bar after winning the basement and Cash. Nobody goes Bar, ever, on this map. It's a site that people just do not defend. It's probably the most changed bomb site after the rework to Clubhouse, and that's probably why. I hear you saying, yeah, maybe the top floor because of the construction edition, that really did change top floor, but I think if you look at it like from a top-down perspective, the top floor sites are, yes, very different because of that construction edition, but the actual sites themselves are kind of similar to how they used to be in terms of the actual layout, whereas Bar is totally different.
Obviously a very open layout on Bar, making it very hard, especially for Space Station, given their current situation, to defend that at all.
Yeah, they definitely put a lot of have a lot of reliance on the anchors. Well, they have a lot of reliance on the anchors, but their anchors haven't been so great.
Yeah,
that's the struggle. So you need the extra cover.
The reliance, so a little bit more so in the recent rounds, though, has been shifting towards the lurkers to try and the roamers to try and find impact early on in the round. And thankfully, in that last round, they did just that. Found great kills, really stunted the attack from Penta before any effectiveness could be picked up by them. So hopefully that alleviates some of the pressure on the anchors, but we still need to see them pick up some of the slack here, as unfortunately Penta are still having success on these more direct attacks that they're able to work themselves towards.
thing is going to be clear into the garage. That's a very difficult thing to do when the defense is on Jim, because usually you're going to have roamers by server and cache. And those roamers can do a lot of damage to you pushing into the garage, possibly get that easy kill. Well, speaking of easy kill, a firebolt kill, or an asphyxiating bolt kill if you want to be technically correct for Penta. Great job there to Hungry, using only the one to take out Redeemer. Probably the best operator they could have killed in this situation. Echo, so powerful in the late game.
And obviously, again, this allows Penta a little bit more time to go for late round executes, which they've been a big fan of if we look at both maps so far.
Yeah.
So likely that we could see them actually push that even further now because they've taken out the Echo so early on here.
All right, Bandit droned out. That's Bosco just below. He likely has C4 considering his position. But, he will be lit up and finally finished off by Panics, coming into the pool table window. And Panics did eat a lot of damage, but his job is done. He is denied the C4 from below. And that's just one of the fail-safes that Space Station has for an inevitable B defuse plant.
Panic still trying to make sure there's no attempts at a jump out from the garage side of the map right now. And since he doesn't spot much, he'll pop open the windows, give his team a little bit more to work with. Obviously, he himself is not going to be doing a whole lot of these peeking since he's incredibly low, but still opens up opportunities for his teammates to work for here. The Mute will continue to try and play it out, but no, he'll be taken down through the Maverick hole. It's Penta finding multiple kills back to back to back. They shut down the defense once again against Space Station and finally pick up that second attacking round, tying us up, as we would expect, really, at 2-2.
Overall, it just didn't seem at any point that Space Station had a foot in that round. Honestly, it seemed like they were hovering through it, just waiting for it to end. A lot of failsafes established to hold the B bomb site. And here's the thing. I'm gonna take another step back. I'm gonna talk about how Penta's been playing this. They haven't been focusing on the objective at all. They've been setting up the avenue to execute and plant the diffuser, but at no point has that been their focus. They always want to just kill their opponents. And that is playing into exactly how Space Station is defending. Space Station is setting up to deny a defuse plant, which is not, I mean, yes, okay, that makes sense typically, but Penta don't seem to care about that right now. And so it's hurting Space Station. They're diverting resources. So, for example, the Ash in that last round of Panics when he was opening up the castle barricades, he was watching for a peek from the server window. There was nobody from Space Station there. Why was there nobody from Space Station there? Because they were too focused on the objective. It's so weird to say, too focused on the objective. Those words in that order don't make much sense usually. But it's true here. Space Station are playing the tactical game. Penta are just trying to out-frag their opponents, and it's working. It's working pretty well.
And I think one thing that Penta also do very well is they're doing a very good job of hiding those intentions. They're doing a very good job of making it seem like they could go for an execute at any moment.
Yeah.
Keeps Space Station, not necessarily on the run, it's probably a bad use of words, but more so locked into the site and focused, as you were mentioning, on the objective itself.
Yeah, because that last round, what happened? They open up the jacuzzi wall and they start pushing their way into B. They open the castle barricades that they're going to B. They clear out the C4 from below. Yes, of course, they want to plant in the B bomb site. They even got the Echo early on. But what happened? No, they didn't plant. They just killed everybody. And then we've seen that many rounds before when they were attacking onto the basement. They lost this round, but they thermited the wall. They got tricked into Church, but then they also pushed into Arsenal. And they just started fragging out. Again, they lost it, but clearly their focus wasn't on planting in Church. It was just on getting the kills. Now, we'll see if Space Station catches on to that or if it's going to continue to haunt them. But Penta definitely doing some great work on their play so far. Now, this is kind of interesting. We're seeing two hard destructors, but it's not a Thermite and a Habana. It's a Maverick and a Habana. Maverick on a basement attack is just I mean, he's definitely very useful. You can use him to open up the construction tunnel, for example, silently, and then he can come from construction tunnel when no one expects it. But it's just a little bit weird instead of the Thermite.
Makes sense when you look at the emphasis on hatch play that we've been seeing from Penta when it comes to the basement attacks. It's the same exact thing once again. They open up the memorial hatch from the bar and have easy access.
But it's just, you know, now they definitely aren't going to open up the church wall. Is the big difference here? And I mean, I suppose they can definitely make it work. I mean, you can still go for an Arsenal wall take. That's open. You still have the explosive or the impact from the lifeline, as you can see on Sir Boss. but it does limit Penta's options. Given how they've been playing, though, I don't think it's really going to matter.
We'll see. As time is getting low, Penta, like we mentioned before, loves to execute with as little time on the clock as possible. And we're probably going to be seeing something similar to that. Since Space Station haven't been into this at all, Space Station has been incredibly quiet on their defense here so far. The Lurkers not really being able to find much of an impact whatsoever here, but that may just be because they've been playing incredibly passively. It's worked out. There we go. The second they run down the steps to try and get access downstairs, they lose their diffuser, but thankfully the trade is immediately there from Panic to keep it even into a 4v4. But time continues to grow lower. We're now under 30 seconds.
That was just a spray through the wall there for Rampy. Good luck. Enemy's going to also take down Bosco. A little too aggressive by Moto. It's just a continuance of the clear here, but here we go. Okay, you've got 13 seconds. You can't get in through the church wall. The Maverick hole's not going to help very much. Forcing your way through the gas canisters and smoke's going to eat a lot of damage in the process, and Space Station are shredding Penta as they go for this clear, but Enemy's in, and he's on 0-0-0 trying to plant, but it's not going to happen. The Yokai drone denies the plant, and that is why you do not push at 15 seconds.
Finally, we see Penta kind of extending their reach on those low-timed executes just a little bit too far. Unable, for once, unable to deal with the anchors on the site. And we see, obviously, the Yokai drone having its usual effectiveness when you execute at such a low time.
I mean, you said it. It's for once. That's the really crazy thing. The fact that that is the first time that Penta's playstyle has really bounced back on them. I'm surprised they've been able to get away with it so many times. Now, Space Station, is that them catching on? Maybe. But more to me, that was Penta not bringing Thermite on the basement attack. That you saw there, I mean, they were on the last couple seconds. Ron was trying to open up the wall using his Maverick blowtorch. No. There's no time for that, man. You just don't have the time. I think he was probably just trying to disable Black Box, which is a pretty powerful anchor position. And he did do that. But it ultimately did not matter in the end. I will say, though, Penta did come very close to winning that. They did clear out Church, got all of the defenders in Church. The only reason they lost was the Yokai drone was still in play, and there was just no time.
Yeah, and I think a lot of that goes back to them really having, because of the low time, to focus only on a Church take. They didn't have time to put any pressure on the other site into the Arsenal room and deal with where I believe, anyway, or I would hope so, the Echo would have been placed in that position.
It's where he's been playing every single time, on defense, on the basement. So, yes, I think you're absolutely right.
And because of that, obviously, he had a very easy time denying it at 0-0. So, into the next round, we are going to go, and we've gone back upstairs to the cash room.
So, Cash Room. This is a site that Space Station has only seen success on, though they've only tried it once before. Now, if they're successful here again, it'll be a very good start to this map for them. And we'll get ever closer to that third map of Consulate.
A bomb has been located.
And of course, makes the series even more interesting if we do end up taking it the distance all the way to that third map. We will have to see Space Station, if they follow through, are able to close out twice on this site. Just like how they have a good record going onto the basement now, 2-1 overall throughout the course of the map. If they can close out this one too, they'll have a massive lead going into the second half, but they'll also have to bring the heat on their attacking side for those 3 more rounds they'll need to close out.
So again, another major difference, and it's the same one. There's no Thermite. Attacking onto Cash, not having a Thermite is difficult. Luckily for Penta, there is no Bandit or Mute in play. Instead, they've decided to bring a Valkyrie. Interesting decision-making from both teams. I think some tools that would be very useful not being brought, and that is curious to see. Now, Penta aware of the Jaeger, I believe, in the garage, and he'll be putting some emphasis, I'm sure, on that later. As he is playing lower garage, he is very exposed. You can see we do have Redeemer playing on the catwalk, and Enemy could actually probably kill him. Might be covered by the shelves slightly, but if there's the right drone for Penta, that could be a pretty easy kill. The hole in through server wall, very small, and it's going to be an easy bottleneck for Space Station hold.
Zebra will continue to patiently wait with the Echo inside of the garage right now. Wait for his opportunity to try and shut down Penta on execute. We need to, once again, see Penta make moves a little bit earlier on here, as they are under a minute now with basically zero control of the upstairs part of the map. They're going to have to hope they can get into a good position soon or find some really impactful entries against the setup from Space Station, because right now they haven't been challenged at all. But there we go. There's the start inside of the pool room. It's going to be Sir Boss picking up the kill to take out Rampy.
That's a really good start for Penta, but honestly, that's Rampy throwing it at his opponent. He did not need to expose himself so greatly. Panic's also going to take down Chala, but Thinking Nade able to fight back. It's not over just yet. Here comes the utility from both teams, but look at that, 20 seconds again. Bosco will take down Sir Boss as he vaults in through the window. Panics, though, on the entry from Cash Stairs. Will get one before being down. Bosco, another one with the C4. Excellent play in the site, but it's just not enough as Hungary able to support his teammates and get the last 2 kills, even one of them being a knife.
And so just like Coastline, we end up tied at halftime now. Both teams managing to put 3 rounds up on the board for this first half, and we'll now switch sides to see if Penta will be as strong on defense as they seem to be on attack.
I'm honestly so amazed that Penta won that round.
Yeah, I am as well, considering how low the execute timing was and how well secured Space Station seemed to have the site locked down.
Yeah, that's exactly it. Space Station had everything in their way. They had garage control, which is huge. That establishes crossfire between cache and garage onto server, which is the main entry point for the attackers. They had cache control well in hand. So for some reason, they couldn't hold the cache stairs, which blows my mind. That's probably one of the hardest angles for an attacker to push up is cache stairs. I mean, it's the easiest pre-fire in the world. There's very little deviance on that angle when you're peeking it as a defender, and you have so much of an angle advantage. They lost players on cache stairs. Bosco tried his best to fight back from cache itself, but all of the rest of his team had fallen at that point. So I don't know. I cannot believe how many times Penta find themselves in a bad situation, push the site with 20 seconds left, and still somehow manage to win it off the back of just frags.
Yeah, it all goes back to that, right? It all goes back to their fragging potential at the end of the day, and the fact that Space Station just cannot seem to win fights when it comes to a site push.
This would be over. This would be long over. So if all that mattered in Siege were strategy, Space Station would have won. I mean, it would have been a pretty fast first map and second map. Penta have just been out-fragging Space Station time and time again, proving that, you know, you got to have a little bit of both to get that victory. And that's why this has been so close. Space Station, despite losing a lot of fights, are still 3-3 right now, same as they were on the first map at this point.
But now they take on the attacking side, and if Penta's defense has been improved since yesterday, they are able to hold strong sites. Comparatively to what we saw from Space Station, it could still allow for them to easily cut away and take the lead once again over Space Station, just like we saw back on our last map. So Space Station needs to be ready to fight here very soon. Otherwise, we could be looking at a potential 2-0 from Penta.
If I'm Space Station, right now I'm feeling a little bit disappointed by how I did on the defensive half of Clubhouse, and that's definitely going to be eating away at them. Hopefully, it won't be completely detrimental, but oh no, poor droning from Rampy and the rest of its team. Enemy gets a freebie as he walks down the strip club hall.
Even some support coming in from the Yokai drone just to guarantee that. Sir Boss is going to find himself in a bad position, though, inside of the bar, and Thinking Nade from the top will be able to take him down, giving his team at least the tie now at 4 versus 4.
We've seen 2 kills already in this round that are based purely on information or a lack thereof. And that doesn't really come down to your fragging potential, that just comes down to positioning strategy. Now, enemy has eaten some damage, and he will be droned out in the strip club. His position known. The question is, how will Space Station choose to handle this? Are they going to focus in on the Vigil or leave him to his own devices? The question of this round, because we're coming down to the last minute, and it is getting even more important what you choose to do with your time. Ravon going to successfully impact Trick the kitchen drop down. A trick that we've seen some teams struggle with, but clearly not Penta.
Panics knows his position on the Yokai drone has been revealed, so obviously won't be trying anything with it just yet, just using it for intel. But now Space Station ending up in a similar situation that we often saw Penta in, running down incredibly low on the timer, and maybe not having enough time to execute. It does seem like they're keen on executing well before this timer gets low. However, they're just waiting for the prime opportunity to present itself. Meanwhile, for Penta's side, they're trying to get ready for it, but they've just lost their player enemy who's been lurking for a long time. Finally is picked off by Bosco. And now that does give Space Station the man advantage on execute. They need to go for it soon, though. Time, again, running incredibly low here, less than 20 seconds now. We're going to continue to see now as Chala drops down. They're finally moving in, but smokes have barely even been used. They can just start to throw them out. A second one's going to be deployed. That'll go directly into the face of Chala. We need to see the defuse plant come out soon. She's going to try to do it right in front, and thankfully, I think will have position to do so. Another kill was also picked up, and Penta respond with 2 of their own. The diffuser, though, does go down, but we can see the smoke trying to push. However, Hibana, played by Chala, is aware of this, runs into a Gumine, though, and does not really have a good position to be able to deal with this. She's the last one standing, finds and pick up with the pistol, but unfortunately cannot find that second kill. The trade comes in from Hungry, and he should have plenty of time to stop the diffuser and pick up the round for Penta, giving them the lead at 4-3.
Such a close round you saw there. Space Station tried to pull a Penta, and lo and behold, it did not work, as they did not have the fragging capabilities pushing into the site so late in the round. They did manage to get the diffuser, so props to Chala for that, but it just wasn't enough in the end. Another thing though, Chala expending his ammunition a little bit too quickly there, jumping ahead of himself, and he probably could have clutched that. He knew what to expect, and he predicted the movements of his opponents correctly. He just didn't have a primary weapon to fight back with, and that's his own fault. Now, Space Station down a map and around, and they will be going on to attack once more, as they will be doing for the remainder of this match if we don't get to overtime. This time it's going to be Cash.
And who's the one that ends up clutching it out for Penta at the end of that round? Hey, it's one of the site players. It's something that we didn't often see at all from Space Station, so already we see that strength showing up for Penta much more than it did for Space Station.
Yeah, no, you're absolutely right. Just in terms of raw fragging potential, outright, it's Penta.
Yeah.
And in terms of anchors, Space Stations don't seem to exist. And that's really been, I think, the problem for them on the defensive half. And, you know, they're past that now. They'll be attacking throughout the rest of this match, again, if we don't get to overtime. But I don't know. It definitely put them in a position where now the pressure is even more on them for their attacking half. They didn't need to feel this pressure. This could have been an even out. We could be at 4-4 right now if they had just had a little bit of luck, or a little bit more luck on the defensive half, if they had been able to lock out what should be easy holds from the late pushes that Penta had.
Well, Penta have to be feeling good as they're inching closer and closer to that invitational slot, which will be gained by winning this match. For those of you that didn't follow before, we saw G2 win their matchup versus Empire in the semifinals to go on into the grand finals. And since, obviously, G2 have already qualified for the 6th Invitational, the team that wins this series will be receiving the invite from this event.
Yeah, so the main prize, that invite slot, is won here, and that's what makes this such an important match for both teams, is that means they will get to avoid outright the online qualifiers, which are a very hotly contested series of events for every region and every team in Siege. Now, Vaughn has been doing a lot of work for his team, calling out all of the positions of the Space Station attackers from Adam's spot, and that is going to be a lot of information to have as they know where the push is coming from. Space Station have been going for a very standard take. Maverick, the wall on the server, and then Thermite it later. Enemy's going to get the first kill, though, and a second using a C4. It's unfortunate for Space Station, great for Penta. Thinking they going to fight back, and he will take down Hungary. It's like also a phone call going to force a lot of these roamers to fall back to site.
It's a good thing, too, because Space Station were in a very losing position for pretty much every battle that had been taken. They've already lost as well. Look at just the operators they've lost. Maverick and Thermite gone, so now they no longer have any hard breach potential whatsoever. Thankfully, still plenty of soft breach, but they need ways to get past reinforcements, and they no longer have that, which is going to make the site take even harder, considering how low the time is once again. Under a minute here, Space Station are going to have to make a move much sooner because of the loss of those 2 operators.
Good information from the Valkyrie cams on Penta's side, and no matter where Space Station choose to push from, they will very likely be exposed. In fact, you see Thinking Nade in the main garage there. He is being called out right now, and on such low HP, he cannot win an engagement if he is not the one shooting first. So that's going to be unfortunate if it happens against him. Penta in a great position to lock this out and put themselves to 5-3. Vaughn continuing to call out for his team, and oh, how does he lose that Thinking Nade with so little HP? Lands the headshot, a bunch of misses there from Ravon, and that's gonna allow Thinking Nade to nade up the cash stairs. Rampy also takes down Panics, and the nade lands from Thinking. It's just Sir Boss to fight back, and he will take out Rampy, but it's no more as Bosco shuts him down. Space Station win their first attacking round.
And Sir Boss, unfortunately, peeking into his opponent right at the end there, had the diffuser down as well. Tried to play for a little bit of intel, and unfortunately, it comes back to bite him in a very large way. Otherwise, could have just waited up the timer, waited for the push to come his direction. Of course, would have had to be careful of any utility that would have been thrown his way, but still, a 1v2 that he might have been able to close out does not go his way. After that one round, though, Space Station, we're going to see a pause from them.
Yeah, I think this is a good time to take a tactical pause. You've got the momentum back in your corner, pardon me, at least slightly, and you can solidify that by winning the next round. How do you do that? You orchestrate a strategy specifically designed to attack whatever you believe to be the next site. Now, here's the big trip for Space Station. They don't know what the next site's going to be. Because they were successful on attacking Cache, that means Cache is open, and so is Gym. So it could be either of the top floor bomb sites, could also be Bar, but as we know, that's not going to happen. So Space Station need to figure out where they're attacking first before they can set up a strategy. So the easiest way, I guess, in this tactical pause, moving into the next round, is to set up a strategy for both sites, though it doesn't seem to be the focus for Lycan. As you can see, he seems to be just talking to one person there, trying to, I think, maybe correct a mistake that's been being made by one of his players throughout the match. Is very likely what's going on there. It doesn't seem like he's focused on strategy.
Well, we are unpaused now, and it's time to go back into the map as a result of that. It's looking like we're going to go directly back to the same site, actually. Players from Penta seem keen on going to try and attempt this cash room site one more time before switching it off for another one if Space Station is successful again. And again, or once more, if Space Station is able to take control of this site, that'll allow them to take the lead 5-4. Just 2 more rounds away from the second map victory for them, and tying this series up at 1-1.
Penta came very close last time they were here. It was a rally from Space Station that allowed them to come back. Penta did have Valkyrie, though, on the last time they defended this bomb site, and that Valkyrie was so important in the hold. Lots of information, and in fact, a double kill for the player on Valkyrie. So not having that, an interesting change for Penta, and hopefully for their sake, one that will not hurt the defense.
And so now we are going to see players from Space Station come out onto the board, and once again we'll start their probably very slow crawl over towards the site as they'll start moving their way in. First, they bring, relatively speaking, the same lineup to the table. This time we still have, the most importantly, the combo of the Maverick and Thermite to get them into the site from up on top here. And we'll probably see that used right at the start. You can already see the Maverick moving in. The Thermite won't be far behind if they want to pop the wall early.
Yeah, this is, again, the standard attack strategy on Cache. You're going to Maverick the wall, deny the Bandit, or mute, and then Thermite it. But Chala's taking his time here. He knows that he's being fought by the Bandit himself. On the other side, Sir Boss trying to do some damage, but it's not going to happen. Maverick successful, and the Bandit charge will be destroyed. Now, wall opened up from Space Station. They've got that avenue that they need. They haven't cleared out Garage, which means if they decide to push that way, they will enter into crossfire from Garage and Cash Room. A couple solutions you can have, of course, disrupting that defense from below using the Buck, using smoke grenades to obstruct some angles, or just clearing out Garage. You've got many other options, but those are your standard ways at attacking at this point for Space Station.
Well, we can see the door getting popped over here. And Hungry specifically looking to possibly take a fight. He's really not going to have a choice anymore due to the wall being popped open. And of course, is still trying to get the goo mines as much as he can. The longer he stays alive, the more effective he's going to be. He does end up getting hit by the lifeline, but will still remain ready to fight. The phone calls on him as well. Just a lot going in Hungry's way. And as you would expect, he is taken out relatively quickly once we see a peek from Chala.
Yeah, that was actually his own Maverick hole through the wall. Great information collection from Space Station and teamwork to allow for that easy kill. Double Legion Trap going to do some damage to Chala, about 25, 26, but not going to matter. The trade is definitely in Space Station's favor, if you can even call it that. Now, with Garage Control, that's the decision Space Station went with, they will not have to deal with the crossfire. Instead, it's just going to be a horizontal battle from Garage, a balcony, and Cash Room stairs. But Serbas is going to try and make it vertical. As he goes downstairs, he has a C4. He could C4 from below with Ravon, who also has a C4. So this could be an easy double up, and that seems to be the strategy for Penta. A call has been made, and the double C4 will be in position now. There is nobody from Space Station in a position to deny this rotation. In fact, I eat my words. It looks like Thinking Nate is there, and he will eliminate Ravon as he attempts to come from below. All the while, the diffuser has been planted. Serbas able to refrag, so that's a great job for the Bandit on the support, but it might be too little, too late. As the rest of the Penta players, the anchors, try to fight back. Serbas will land his C4 from below. Bosco gets one, and Chala another. It's all on the Bandit coming back upstairs. He's gone around the world on this map, but he cannot get enough frags to win the round, and Space Station take it.
And unfortunately, that rotate from Penta, which they were relying so heavily on that double C4 to find impact, takes way too much time and is obstructed, of course, but the player is still present inside of the garage. The one-for-one trade removes its effectiveness, and from that point forward, as you mentioned, it was already far too late to do anything about it since the diffuser had gone down. So Space Station claim yet another round, and most importantly, the lead at 5-4 over Penta.
Look at the kills. Look at the scoreboard. There's a very little disparity between the two teams. I mean, they're lined up, and that just screams how close these rounds have been going. Now, that last round, again, a big part of that is exactly what you were talking about. Two roamers off-site, and you lose your anchor inside of Garage. So you've got two anchors left to hold against an onslaught. 4 attackers pushing into the site. I mean, the odds of the diffuser being denied at that point, even though there was a yokai in play, slim to none. There's too much cover from Space Station, so I really love the coordination from them, but I gotta be honest, Penta threw that round away. Now, a basement defense for Penta, and they have gotten here once before. This is, in fact, the only bomb site that Penta have successfully defended so far on this map.
And so we'll see if Penta are going to have better luck with trying to take control of it a second time. It was incredibly close, if you remember. However, it really came down to their smoke player being able to close things down. I think that was Hungry. He's still on it now for this site, as they've gone directly back to pretty much the exact same setup. So hopefully we don't rely as much on him to be able to close things down for his team.
Yeah, the 1 versus 1 scenario, yeah, even if you win it, you really don't want to be there at any point. Now, Penta are going to be roaming, as you can see, but it looks like a pretty light roam, all things considered. Again, this is a bomb site that historically, if you look really far back in Clubhouse, nobody roamed on the basement. But with the rework, it's a little bit more viable, just still very dangerous. And this is one of those bomb sites that definitely does get played a little bit slower by the attacking team. So we've been seeing a lot of slow takes from both teams so far throughout this match, and I don't expect this to be any faster here. Although Chala has managed to work his way over to side stairs, the blue stairs, quite a lot quicker than one would expect. And there's actually nobody holding blue, so this could be an opportunity. If Space Station decide to drone it out, they could easily push into blue with no fight back from Penta at all.
He's gone back outside through trash, though, so it looks like they have a different idea about this. In fact, they might be going through the escape tunnel. A lot of droning emphasis going on in that tunnel right now. And obviously, as you can see, the X-Kairos is going to be used to breach this open, so Space Station definitely kind of plans something through the tunnel.
It's curious that they use the X-Kairos instead of the thermite charges to open that up. It's inefficient, though I'm sure Space Station is going to be able to open up everything they need, so it probably won't matter. Pushing through tunnel, this can work great in tandem with a push into blue. And that's exactly what we're going to be seeing. 3 players from SSG on blue, 2 players on tunnel. Smoke's coming out, as will the grenades. And here we go. It's a collapse into Arsenal. Chala will eliminate Sir Boss, so that's most of the players in Arsenal taken down. The rotation coming out, though, and Ravon will eliminate Thinking Nate as he attempts to push out of the tunnel. The gas canister from Hungary will also get Chala, and the impacts are doing tremendous damage, but Bosco gets a double kill, and Redeemer's planting the diffuser still. Hungary and Enemy, the last 2 defenders, and they have to retake into Arsenal from Church. It's not a good position to do so.
Locked off site and a man down at this point. The good news is, though, is that both the Dokkaebi and the Zofia are one-shot at this point, so it should be easy for Penta to take them down if they can find them. But at this point, they're remaining nice, secure behind the coverage. It's going to have to be Penta that make the next move. They immediately lose one of their 2 players. It's all going to come down to Enemy at this point. In the 1v3 situation, to walk right into a crossfire, though. Bosco shuts it down with his pistol, and once again, we see Space Station coming out on top as they inch closer and closer to map 2 being theirs.
Again, I'm going to state it. Strategically, Space Station have been playing this match so very well. Whether on attack or defense, it seems like if it comes down to the objective, Space Station are the ones in the advantage. The fragging power, of course, has been their struggle for the longest time, but that round, we saw them perfectly maneuver around the Penta defense. It was a well-established defense to hold Church, which is sensible, given that Church has been the focus for both teams most of this map, though not the entirety. But there was almost no focus placed on the construction tunnel or blue from Penta. In fact, so little focus that not only was there no one playing in blue, but there was also no rotation between Church and blue, which is, just in the setup, so bad from Penta. I cannot believe that they made such an egregious mistake. You saw even at the end there, Enemy, he was meleeing the wall into blue. He was like, I really want to go through this, so I don't have to go through the main hallway, but I can't because we didn't open up a hole here earlier.
Yeah, and it wasn't necessarily a really fast attack that we saw from Space Station. It took a good, 30, 40 seconds, I want to say, for them to actually get into the site from the time they started their push from inside of the tunnel. So you feel like there would have been time for that rotate to have happened, for them to put more emphasis onto the Arsenal room and defend it, but we just never saw it. Those 2 players were still locked inside of Church when the site was completely taken, and they didn't really have any idea about what to do there.
That's exactly what I was thinking. You know, when we saw, I believe it was Chala, he was on the blue stairs at about a minute into the round, and I was thinking, oh, he's making his position known, and okay, Penta's going to hear that, and they're going to rotate and sure up that hole, and they never did. So it was a little bit weird for Penta, but I guess good thing for Space Station is able to take that round quite decisively. Now, this is almost the exact same map as what we saw, or in terms of rounds, is what we saw on Coastline. The way the first half ended, it was 3-3, and then one team loses the first round of the second half, but then starts the breakaway. So if this is going to be an exactly the same as, well, not exactly 1 round difference in the first half, but if it's going to be very similar to the first map of Coastline, then Space Station will win this last round, and we will go to the 3rd map, Consulate. But can't speak too soon. Penta definitely a formidable team, and I'm sure they don't want to bring this to a 3rd map. If they can lock it out in overtime, it would be ideal. They're going to have to win, though, 2 rounds in a row to get to that OT, and then 2 rounds after that if they want to win.
And of course, we're going back upstairs once again. It is going to be inside of the bedroom.
5 seconds left.
I can see if Space Station can shut this down here. And 1 more round is needed for Penta. They need to pick themselves up relatively quickly as they've gone on a massive losing streak on this defense. And for me, this takes them right back to the problems they were having yesterday. Their defensive side constantly showing signs of struggle and never really being able to pick up any rounds whatsoever. It was the same exact issues that they were having against Chaos in a quarterfinal match. And unfortunately, those issues are rearing their ugly heads once again here on Clubhouse.
So, Space Station. Gonna be clearing from the east, actually. This is interesting. You don't usually see this, and we haven't been seeing much of it so far in this match. There are 2 players, in fact 3 if you count Hungary, who are positioned to deny this push from Space Station. So it's gonna be a straight-on brawl to see who wins this out. 3 in cash and 1 in construction now, actually, from Penta. They have doubled, actually tripled up on this hold. It could work for Space Station, it could work against them. It really is a gamble from both teams.
And as you can hear, Thermite going for the breach as we're going to see Space Station start to send a lot more pressure into this site early on, as they'll be able to take relatively
straightforward control over here towards the cash room, or at least get themselves CCTV control. Cash room is going to be a little bit more of an effort, though, as you can see, as there's 2 players from Penta holding on strong control here. They're going to be repositioned or forced to reposition, though, because of good droning that's coming in now, but still, they know about this, so they're ready to take the engagement. Got holes poked in the wall here, but the Maverick's going to do one more. This will reveal his opponent directly, but he's been unable to spot him, just that he knows he's sitting somewhere on the other side, and the phone call has done only to confirm it, but still can't get himself enough luck to find his opponent through one of them at this point.
Lots of utility being used here and lots of time being wasted by Penta. Great job there, and that first kill will go to Penta. Ravon, who has been down swiftly after by a grenade. Chala will finish him off as well. Enemy, though, still alive inside of Cash, will get 1 and 2 with the pistol. Space Station find themselves at the disadvantage, but they're still fighting back as Chala takes down another one, and that's enemy, and Cash should be cleared out now for Space Station. The last 3 defenders have fallen back to sight, but it was such a brawl from both teams and a lot of power lost on each side. Penta did come out on top, though, not only in the manpower, but also in time. As you see, we come down to the last 30 seconds.
Chala, of course, continuing to find impact on the Maverick right now. The problem is the numbers have been reduced, and once again, as has been the theme of this entire series, time is incredibly low for our attacking team to get into one of these 2 sites, and without a man advantage, in fact, with a man disadvantage, it's going to be incredibly difficult. They'll start to use the Maverick to try and peek in, but no, that's far too obvious. Panics will immediately catch on to that, drop the diffuser, leaving everything onto Bosco with no time to work anything at all. He'll dive right into the site, knows he can't make this work, so Panics will get the final kill as well, and it's Penta staying alive, taking us the distance as they now bring it up, I believe, to 5-6 as our scoreline.
You are, in fact, correct, sir. 5-6 favors Space Station Gaming. And here we go. This is the pattern broken. We will not see the lockout just yet from Space Station. They still have 1 chance to avoid overtime, but they will be attacking onto the basement. And we have seen mixed success on basement from Penta. They have won it once and lost it another time, though as you noted, the last time we went to the basement, it was a very, very close win for Penta. It was Hungary who clutched it out in the 1 versus 1. So Space Station seemed confident when attacking that bottom floor. Last time Space Station attacked the bottom floor, they were given the opportunity, well, many opportunities. They easily got into the construction tunnel and blue, and they didn't even need to fight for that control. And from those 2 positions, they were able to pinch Arsenal and plant the diffuser with almost no fight being brought by Penta.
So into our next round, we shall go the one on both sides. Space Station taking the map and sending us to our 3rd and final map to decide the series, or Penta actually tying us up and sending us into overtime as their 2-0 dream still stays alive with a win on that previous round. Though they go back towards the basement now. We'll have to see if the hold is as successful. Remember, it's been a mixed bag for Penta here. A very close clutch the first time they played it, and the second time they were just run over by Space Station due to a blue stare and tunnel take into the armory.
Attacker's objective is to locate
I seriously doubt Penta's going to leave those holes open again.
Yeah.
I cannot imagine them not holding blue and tunnel this time. I mean, you don't have to hold tunnel. You just have to be aware of it.
Yeah.
And then it's not so much of a problem. Where it comes to blue, that is actually, yeah, that is something that you can hold. It's also something you generally want to open up rotation holes in so that you can maneuver using tunnel. Early on, Bosco going to eat some damage, and he will dish out a little bit to enemy, but it's definitely Penta that comes out on top in that engagement.
Yeah, well, 100%. Bosco's still going to make a push, though. Seems like his opponent has gone away from this one, though, and dropped away. He's going to head back down to the bottom of the blue stick. So just to make sure Bosco doesn't try to make a quick move down to the oil pit to take control of basement. Won't be seeing that more than likely, though.
Ravon. Right. You can see that they're placing a lot more focus on the actual blue. This is what we were talking about. Shoring up the holes in your defense. Once more, Rampy will be coming from the strip club, and this time there's no Vigil there to meet him, so luckily for Space Station, he will persist. It's overall very, again, slow attacks. A trend that has been present in this match, and it makes a lot of sense when attacking the bottom floor, especially considering how focused on the anchors Penta is in this round in particular. It doesn't seem, yes, in fact, they have no roamers right now that I can see. So this is more, well, not standard per se, but this is older clubhouse defense from Penta right now. They're even bandit tricking the church wall.
So far, it's worked out well for them. They've, as you mentioned, gotten good damage on the initial fight that happened in the Zofia by Garage, and they've denied most of the ground that Space Station has looked to take here so far. At very minimum, Space Station gets it, but there's really not a whole lot of confidence from it. It doesn't get them any closer to taking the site. That could be changing over these next few moments, though. So once again, as we inch closer and closer to a 0 timer, Space Station also rushed to get into position for an execute, as we're now just below 1 minute.
Rush is the right word, or it should be at least, but it doesn't seem like Space Station are really committing any more speed to this push than they already have. We do have the church wall control from the hallway. Smoke's coming down to obscure vision. Chala's gonna get the first kill onto enemy and a second one onto Panics. Chala popping heads through that gas canister. In fact, no, through the wall, using Maverick to the best of his ability. He's done a great job in extending a lead.
Maverick again continuing to find impact. The three of them are going to drop down and try to move in. It's a 1-for-1 exchange. Hungry only able to pick up 1 kill this time, and that's an easy opportunity for them to get the plan inside of the church. It will go down over these next few moments. There it is. Bosco tries to hold, but he'll be pushed out in blue. Knocked out, but it will not matter. 2 trades come back in, and we do see Space Station taking control of map number 2. It's 7-5 for them, and that means we go the distance to decide who is taking this 6 invitational slot. Will it be Space Station or will it be Penta? We do not know yet, as we still have to play out that 3rd map.
And I don't think anybody is surprised that we're going the distance in this series. Consulate is the optimal, I think, map to finish things on. Definitely going to be a good balance of the 2 maps that we've seen so far already.
Definitely the case, but once again, I think overall to the bitter end of that one, the second half being an incredibly close affair between the 2 teams, a lot of rounds going back and forth. Seemed like Penta might have been coming alive there towards the end of the map, but unfortunately would fail once again on the basement hold.
One thing I will say, and I know it's obvious given the round count that this was a close match, but and you know, it's a 7-4 on the first map, 7-5 on the second map. That's not much difference, right? But I really do feel like Penta were a lot more in the final couple rounds than Space Station were in the final couple rounds of Consulate. Coastline. Coastline definitely seemed like at the end, Penta were in full control. Without a doubt, Space Station were not really that present. It looked like they'd given up on that map. And on this one on Clubhouse, Penta very narrowly brought that back. I almost thought that they were going to push into overtime, and we might not have even seen map 3.
Well, we are going to see map 3, ladies and gentlemen. It's going to be on Consulate. Do stick with us, as that'll be coming up right after a short break. We do need to give the teams some time to decompress, of course, after 2 very exciting maps. So we're going to let them take a break. We're going to take a break, and then when we return, it's map number 3 to decide who goes on to the grand finals and who gets the ticket to the 6th Invitational. 2 maps down and 1 more to go. It is Penta going up against Space Station Gaming for a spot here at the Grand Finals at Dreamhack Winter in Jönköping. But there's also another prize to be claimed just in this match alone, and that is an invitation to the 6 Invitational in Montreal this February. Obviously, a big prize to be sure, and only one of these teams can take it. It'll be decided here on the 3rd map on Consulate.
Now, I hear what a lot of you guys are wondering. Of course, it's a semifinal. We're not to the finals just yet, but of course, G2 has already qualified for the Invitational, which means that whoever makes it into the finals out of this match, gets that spot. And that's really what everybody's fighting for here at this tournament. So, Space Station and Penta, they've been having a really good match so far. We saw 2 very close maps on Coastline. It was 7-4 in favor of Penta, and they took it decisively, I think, but also very nearly could have been a comeback from Space Station at the end. Clubhouse, on the other hand, even more so. Space Station took it, but 7-5 instead of 7-4 from what we saw from Penta on the previous map. And we'll see now as we go to Consulate, the final map of the series, who's going to be the ultimate winner.
Guys, that is going to be our 3rd match, so let's not waste any time. Let's go directly to it. Let's take a look at Consulate and see if either Penta or Space Station will be able to close out. It should be an incredibly close match, as our past 2 have been. And the winner, well, neither of us seem to be able to predict it, as it could really go either way here. We'll have to find out on the map itself, as it is time. It's match time, ladies and gentlemen, and it's time to see who will be meeting G2 in the Grand Final, potentially take home the lion's share of the $50,000 prize pool up for grabs here in Jönköping.
So, Consulate, a great map, I think, to end this series on. Coastline, a very open map, favoring the attackers more often than not. Clubhouse, the exact opposite. And Consulate, a good mix between the 2. A nice balanced map, and one that every team worth their salt should be familiar with. So we should get a nice even contest here. Glaz and Ying being taken out, and Valkyrie will be the first defensive ban.
We've already got plenty of our bans done already. The second defensive one going to be coming out in just a moment. It'll be Maestro, the one we kind of expect to see in the pool there. Glaz being more map-focused one, and Ying, it's one that we see Penta playing out quite a lot, so a bit of a target ban, but also just getting rid of that in general. Our opponents, or our players here, would appreciate not having to deal with that.
I will say, we've been seeing Maestro banned every one of these maps, and of course by Penta, and that's a direct target ban against Redeemer. And it has hurt Space Station's defense so much. What were we talking about throughout the last 2 maps, Space Station? What is the real struggle on defense?
Anchors.
It's the anchors. And who is usually the #1 anchor for Space Station? It's Redeemer on Maestro. Him not being on Maestro has been such a huge blow to Space Station. And yes, Echo is still a very powerful operator, but I mean, we're not even seeing Echo brought here from Penta, so something that they don't seem to put a whole lot of stock in.
So just the lack of the Aldo, which is a really effective weapon at holding off points. The lacking of that really seems to be hurting Penta here, or excuse me, really seems to be hurting Space Station when it comes to these really fast-paced takes and really low-time takes that we are constantly seeing from Penta on their attacking side.
Yeah, because every time it would be that situation in previous maps or matches where Maestro's left on ban, Redeemer would just, oh man, he would just collapse on the enemy, take him down one by one. No need for a reload. You got those bullets plenty, so yeah, it's been hard for Space Station not having that in play. But they're starting on attack here for Consulate, and they do have a Thermite. Oftentimes when we're playing Consulate, we'll see Thermite banned out by one team or another to make the basement easier to defend. But it has not happened here. Thermite still in play means that attacking the basement will be much easier because you can open up the garage wall, and you can not only open just a little corner as you would be able to with Habana, but in fact the entire 3 panels if you play it right. They don't have a Satcher though, so they're gonna have to rely on denying any mute jammers on that wall, right? Taking control of the piano and opening up from above.
Well, we can already see good top 4 control being maintained by Space Station. They're gonna walk in. There shouldn't really be any resistance here whatsoever from Penta's side. Looks like we've got one player hiding in the yellow stairs, but he's already backing away due to the pressure that's coming in now. He got kind of droned out of his position, so he will be forced away to the next floor.
Yeah, that was Panic's good decision there to fall back. We've seen a lot of players stick to their guns on the yellow stairs when they're going for that roam. It is a difficult position to deal with as an attacking team, but not here with Panic, because he knows he has teammates to support, namely enemy inside of that bathroom, who's actually going to eat some damage from a long angle. Not exactly sure what the source was. Maybe Bosco through a wall, whatever the case. A little bit of damage and fell deeper into that bathroom.
So let's take a look here now as Space Station do start to inch closer and closer to the site. And again, much like before, definitely using plenty of the timer in order to complete that objective. It's over a minute here now for Space Station. They get their diffuser onto the ground and start the process for themselves, but still a long way to go. We've only just seen one of their players reach the spiral steps, and a few more are only just now starting to drone out the majority of that first floor. You can see here, Piano Room is still under the control of Penta. Their lurker's still in there, and that includes the bathroom with the hatch as well. So a lot more work still to be done from Space Station, and not a whole lot of time to do it. Vaughn potentially having to take a battle of his own. We are going to see Sirboss group up now, taking down Castle Bear in the meantime so that they can bring everyone back to the site.
That was very scary there for a while. Penta could have lost 3 members for the price of 1. But luckily for them, they managed to make it back to site without any serious damage taken. Enemy, of course, the only one taking damage from the team so far, but it was in an earlier engagement. The Roamers did their job, and we're down to the last 30 seconds. This has been a deceptively fast round so far, as nobody has died, and the garage panel is only now getting opened up. Space Station, aware of how little time they have, and they will rush their way down the yellow stairs and even exchange on those stairs, but SSG come out on top in the long run. Sirboss manages to get 2, though, with the pistol, and Bosco from behind is going to have to do extra work as Thinking Nade finally gets finished off by Sirboss again with a pistol. Hungry gets the final kill, and Penta take the first round.
Sirboss on the secondary dominates for Penta as they take the opening round control here. Space Station, unfortunately, stressing the timer far too much and not leaving anywhere close to an amount of time to execute. We were still 20 seconds on the clock, and they were still clearing out ADSs, which should have been done long before that. Unfortunately, just not enough time to get access to the garage, and they are torn to shreds in the trades, primarily by a pistol.
You know, the entire strategy there for Space Station seemed to be, hey, let's push down yellow stairs. And I gotta be honest, when you're attacking the basement, you know you're attacking the basement, and you have a thermite. That what I have time and time again in all my years of casting Rainbow Six Siege and playing it seen be the case is on consulate basement. If your strategy is going to have anything to do with the opening up the garage, which it often does, as that is the main way to attack that floor, then open the garage first. That should be your #1 step in a round. If you leave it to the last 20 seconds, you're going to lose. And that's what we just witnessed.
So, for the guys on Space Station, hopefully able to speed things up this time, but we do move sites. We'll go up to the top floor this time around to see if the guys on Space Station will have better luck here, and if Penta can continue their streak with a hold on the top floor. Obviously, still probably going to be a lot of emphasis on places like the yellow stairs, and we'll see if Penta decide to actively hold the other side of the building, where more than likely Space Station will start their push from, either into the admin offices if it's not going to be held as actively, or of course in through Visa as well.
Often it's the admin clear, but I don't know. With the lineup from Space Station, they could go for a B window attack using the yellow stairs to their advantage. They got the Capitao to deal with those yellow stairs. But no Blackbeard means that admin's probably the right call. Spot's going to be eating some flashbangs there. That actually might have been a missed flashbang, unless there's no ADSs inside of B. So that's a little bit odd. Usually you'll see an ADS in B, possibly 2, to try and delay any smoke usage on that site. It's a very spread out attack so far from Space Station. They do seem to be focusing though on the yellow stairs take. Given their operator selection again, they got about half of what they need to make this take work. Definitely something that can happen, but it's going to be a bit of a struggle considering they don't have Blackbeard to repel on those B windows. The reason that you want Blackbeard to repel on the B windows is obviously because he wins every fight in that scenario, but more because it denies a lot of positions that Penta could use to hold yellow stairs from inside a CEO.
Oh, we've got Space Station into the building, or at least getting closer to that. But as you were talking about before, we've got a little bit of pressure going up to the window. Maybe not. It's going to take a second here. There we go. Second time's the charm. So the drone will get tossed to the inside, and they'll be able to play for a little bit more intel. Well, the rest of the team still has a pretty heavy emphasis on pushing up the stairs. The Buck tries to make a play. It will not work out. Bosco is there for the immediate trade, but he will get forced back down from a gas grenade.
Good job there to Hungry, supporting his teammate from Connector. Lots of time being used up here from Space Station, and Thinking Nade being taken out without using any of his grenades. In this scenario, not great for Space Station. Ravon will get one, but he's traded back by Bosco. That's the second trade for Bosco in this round. He is always there to support his teammates, but he's gone now as enemy shuts him down. Penta in a good position, especially considering the Pulse is playing downstairs. So all they need to do is continue to wait. They've got every single plant denial operator still alive on the defensive side. And there's still smokes in hand for Space Station. And the phone call, the final one, will be coming out, but Chala eliminates enemy down below, leaving just Sir Boss and Hungry up in the site. Rampy's gonna need to come back upstairs to support his teammate, though, if he wants to have any success in this round. He's got that diffuser, too, so this is gonna be a massive adjustment over to the B bomb site, or actually, pardon me, the A bomb site from the B clear. This late in the round, you usually don't want to see these adjustments happen, especially not with Chala on such low HP. Sir Boss and Hungry just holding the 90-degree angles, waiting for the push to happen. Hungry's going to miss a lot of shots, but he'll land all that is necessary. With the shotgun out, he has information, but loses the fight regardless. There's no time, though, as Sir Boss in the bathroom just barely manages to get the final kill.
And with that, we will see Penta continue to hold strong. 2 for 2 on site picks for them on defense, continuing to rotate around. Solid effort put up. Finally, as well, we do see a team actually trying to attack the site before we go below 1 minute. Finally, we see Space Station realizing very early in this map, unlike some of our previous maps, they need to speed up their attack a little bit. They need to leave themselves more time. But ultimately, when it is brought down to the 2v2, the same issue resurfaces itself. They go under 20 seconds, are forced to rush the site with minimal intel, and unfortunately, due to the low HP and just bad positioning to take duels, they are unable to win either of the fights.
So middle floor next. Getting the very standard trio of sites on this map. We do, of course, have that new bomb site that's split amongst 2 different floors, the middle and the bottom, but that is so rarely played. Rarely even worth talking about, to be honest. Somewhat like Bar on Clubhouse.
Yeah. We've seen it a couple times played out so far at this event. I recall at least 3 or 4 times we've seen people jump into it, so.
Really? I mean, I personally haven't seen it myself, but I believe you.
Yeah. It's been on stream, I think, at minimum at least 2 times, so.
There you go. It's awesome to see the new sites being played, and there are some teams that do like to play it, but clearly Penta is not one of them in this match. They will be going to, again, those standard 3. I mean, the beautiful thing about Conflict, and you know, some people say this used to be true, but isn't anymore with the new site being added in, but I think that the new site is perfectly viable. The beautiful thing about Conflict is that every single one of the bomb sites is viable. It shares that with Coastline, but again, Coastline is a little bit more, I think, attacker-sided. So it's Coastline, every bomb site is the same and viable, but it's still hard to defend often on that map. This map, it's well-balanced.
Well, we've got Space Station out once again. They're going to start things off with the take we would expect. It looks like they are going to try to work in through admin here early on to get to the second floor access. There's a walkout there from enemy, but it is completely denied. Doc goes down right at the start of the round as a result of that.
So, well, that's a good start for Space Station. I mean, Penta just handing that one away, enemy specifically. We've actually seen that from Penta a number of times. They will have rounds where they just get unnecessarily aggressive and peek outside and lose manpower because of it. And it has cost them, but it's not enough to win a match outright. And considering Space Station are down 2 rounds, you know, you could say it's a little bit hubris on Penta's side, but honestly, I think they've earned it at this point. And it's definitely not going to be all that is necessary, again, to win the round. Hungry in a great position to hold the push from Visa Stairs. Obviously the perfect operator to do just that. Oh no! That's really bad. He can shoot his own ADS, and that makes clearing the barbed wire a lot easier, and stunning him with flashes.
A worthy sacrifice for that drone at minimum, though.
I guess. Yeah, you could place value on the drone, sure, but I don't know if we place it as much as an ADS.
Yeah. The drone ends up going down accidentally. The ADS shall go with it, limiting the defensive capabilities on the site.
Also see above, Thinking Nade going to be opening up. going for that nade. And he's gonna miss it. It will go too far. Hungry gets a kill as he, I believe, drops down into the main lobby. And actually, yes, he does. So that's top 4 control. Not fully established for Space Station as they have one player in the closet of Master, or rather CEO. It's going to be elsewhere where the action is actually taking place. Hungry from the main lobby gets thinking nade, but Chala able to refrag. Still an advantage for Penta though, as they have so little time that they need to delay, and an HP advantage beside that.
Ravon trying to keep good eyes on the lobby just in case. We do see Space Station trying to force the issue through the main door and pick up a quick plant for themselves. We can see the Captain Tower going to be throwing out micro smokes now, and this might be what we're looking for. However, running the Goo Mines on the way in though, and not only that, but Ravon is going to have an easy time picking one of them off. It looks like he's missed Redeemer going for the plant, however, and he's going to be able to get that diffuser down, but no, it is denied, probably at the last moment. And one more final kill will be picked up by Ravon, as unfortunately Space Station are never really able to get much going on this round, and Penta still holds strong and continue to be flawless on the sites.
Okay, now here's the worry. Since we're 3 rounds in, 3 in a row for Penta, the question arises, is Space Station just not as formidable on Consulate? It's very possible, and it seems like that's what we're seeing. That's what's shaping up to be the case. Space Station have been struggling on every single one of these rounds. A lot of it comes down to the strategy. And okay, let's step back to the last 2 maps. What was the thing that Space Station were excelling at? It was their strategy. They were playing the objective perfectly. And here, not so much.
It's not only that the strategy doesn't seem as coherent, it's that they're losing so many more players earlier on in the round. We saw very decisive battles happening throughout the first 2 maps, where the majority of all 10 players would be going down very late in the round. It was very rare, actually, I think, to see more than maybe 1 or 2 players max go down in the early round, whereas this time we're seeing constant trades happen, and oftentimes the final battle only happens between like 5 or 6 players.
You say 1 or 2 players max, and even that alone was a problem. We were talking about how Space Station keep losing early manpower on the previous maps, but you're right. You're absolutely right. Here, it's even worse. Hopefully for their sake, they're able to correct that moving forward. But right this second, it definitely looks like Penta is running away with not only this map, but this match by extension.
5 seconds left.
Yeah, and Penta, in terms of sites, are just going to continue to rotate around right back into the basement where we started. They had a very easy time holding this, and that's because Space Station failed to get easy access, really primarily from the yellow stairs, as that was a hard focus for them when they played this site previously.
Well, they opened the garage at 20 seconds. And again, I'll bring it back here. If you want to attack through the garage, open the garage first. You can do it within 30 seconds into a round. It is not a hard thing to accomplish, especially considering Penta is not bandit tricking it. They might have mute jammers on that wall, but man, there is a lot of easy solutions for Space Station. Open the wall. What that does is it puts pressure on Penta. It makes them stick somebody behind white, behind yellow, on pillar, or on pipes, pardon me, to hold the garage push. And that shift of manpower for Penta allows you, as Space Station, to go anywhere else. I mean, it really does free up your options. So they're not going to be doing that in this round again. Really light focus on the garage, it seems, for Space Station. And Panics will get the first kill for his team on Tabasco.
And again, holding strong on the defense here as they find the first kill of the round once more. Or at minimum in previous rounds, have been able to trade it back relatively quickly. Defense still maintains itself as a very strong force, and similar to previous rounds, Space Station are having issues just getting into the building, just starting this attacking route for themselves.
Oh, no.
Panics in a great position, no problem walking out to finish things off. He will have a third challenge in a second. The phone's been rung. That's not going to matter at that distance, as Redeemer finally gets the trade and takes him down, but a 2-for-1. Panics will still be happy. Oh, it's a second player caught running past the yellow stairs door. That was enemy, also falls to Chala.
Honestly, after those early 2 kills for Panics, and even after Panics' own death, I was thinking, hey, Penta's managed to lock out Space Station. Look at how far apart Space Station is. This is going to be a hard round to win, but Chala and Redeemer managed to bring it back, at least somewhat. It's not fully in Space Station's favor just yet. Again, they're still very spread out, and they don't seem to have any particular strategy in mind as they come down to the last minute. I am a little worried for them. The only way that they're going to be able to make this work is if Penta hand away a few more free kills, and that doesn't seem to be something that Penta are keen on doing, obviously, as they anchor nice and snug and safe in the site.
Well, time will once again become an issue. Hatches are starting to get popped open so that at least Space Station have a little bit of room to work with in the basement. Whether it'll be effective or not is still to be seen. Thinking Nate drops right down on top of Ravon, and somehow Ravon doesn't get that kill. Space Station will take those all day long. As now Penta are down to only 2 players remaining. The Mira, which has been really something we haven't seen a whole lot of so far on this. The C4 goes in, it'll find one kill. He's even able to scope in for a second, and whoa, 2 more from the C4. Closes out the round once again from Penta. Those final 2 kills coming in for Servas, of course. The great C4, the chuck in on the table, takes the table and the 2 remaining players on Space Station with it.
Okay, so I did speak too soon in that Penta weren't keen on giving away free kills, but Ravon actually did. He pushed into the electrical office downstairs, or the electrical as it's just called, downstairs, and he gave away a free kill to his opponents as the Pulse. But even despite that, there wasn't enough for Space Station to bring it back. And now we see 4 in a row for Penta. And because of that, of course, this will be a tactical pause for Space Station, and I think this is the right time. 4 rounds in a row, 4 down. Yeah, you need to think about what you're doing and figure out a game plan if you want to have any hope of getting that invitational spot.
They're starting to lose sights on repeat rounds now as well, so really a lot of issues surfacing for Space Station as they can't get anything going on this attacking side. They keep it close a lot of the time. They're able to bring it down to a 2v2 or something very similar to that, but they seem to never be able to close it out. They're always so far away from the site at low timer, forced to make rushed plays, and oftentimes that makes those 2v2 closeouts incredibly easy for the Penta defenders.
You can see Lycan trying to instill some confidence in his team, trying to impart some advice and give a strategy, a plan for what to do next on Consulate, because so far it doesn't seem like Space Station has had any semblance of a plan. It just, they've been kind of running at the map and hoping for the best. And a lot of these rounds, especially early on in the round, when those picks are coming out from Penta, those ones you've been talking about, it's because these players from Space Station are so far apart from each other. We have seen cases or examples of that not being the case, but far and few between. And the one round where it did happen, obviously Space Station still did not win. Bosco managed to get 2 refrags after 2 of his teammates died, but I mean, we're still looking at a 4-0. There's not much else to say.
Yeah, 4-0 and a very decisive one at that, with all the close rounds still coming down to Penta at the end of the day. As you can hear in the background, that we have been unpaused, so we can go back into the game, take a look at the setup once again, and more importantly, the sites that we're going to be playing on here.
Yes, indeed. So, the end of the tactical pause. We can actually hear the setup.
There we go.
And there we go. We're getting back into the match. We're about halfway through the prep phase, and we've got, looks like top floor. So obviously this makes sense given that Penta has been winning all of their defensive rounds. They will have to go full circle and just back to their second bomb site. Now their second to last upstairs.
10 seconds remaining.
They, I was about to say they were successful last time they were here, but I think that should be obvious given the current round count.
Locate a bomb and defuse it.
Penta going on to this site for the second time now. They will look to shut down Space Station once more on the attacking side. Space Station put a lot of emphasis on the yellow stairs push last time. Unfortunately, not to too much success. Oftentimes struggled with trading out the kills there. And even the 1-for-1 exchange that did happen on the staircase was quickly pushed back by just a fast smoke pop afterwards. Gas pop.
Attackers dropped the diffuser.
Yeah. So the strategy here for Space Station was B windows and yellow stairs. One thing I'm really curious about is that it looks like Space Station are going for the same exact strategy. They haven't brought a Blackbeard, and honestly, he's probably one of the most fearsome tools to wield on, or weapons to wield, I guess in this case, on this attack strategy. You put him on the B window, and he does so much work. Also, the last time Space Station tried this strategy, it did not work out. So I am surprised to see them try it once more. I feel as though they're just, well, they're bashing their heads against this, hoping for the best, but it's not.
Attackers have dropped the bomb diffuser.
That's not a plan. That's just, again, it's hoping for the best.
We're going to see ADS get cleared out here by the Ash. Just to make sure one more will go up, but they know they still have to deal with it a little bit. Nade is up on top, and it is an ace grenade from the man himself.
panics. Nowhere to respond to that. We do see a trade coming into the smoke. We'll finish off Bosco. That brings us right down into a 4 versus 4 as Penta, same as the last time we played this site, just trade out and maintain control of Yellow Stairs.
Yep, this is exactly the same as you said. Thinking Nate able to land his grenade, but there's still 2 ADSs up there, so the follow-up grenade has to be perfectly timed if he wants to avoid it, if that is his plan. We'll see, though. Last time, Space Station lost a lot of manpower pushing the Yellow Stairs and decided to rotate, attacking from Visa Stairs instead later in the round, and that didn't work out for them either. Space Station seems like they want to do something very similar this time around. Hungary will be protected by the ADS as the grenade's not properly cooked this time by Thinking Nade, and now he's all out of that very valuable utility. He's holding his flank, and he might be able to get a free kill onto Enemy, as Enemy's playing downstairs, and yes, indeed, there it is. As the flank comes out, Thinking Nade will lock that down. Good game sense from the Buck to even things out to a 3-on-3 in the last 30 seconds.
Indeed, the time is low once again. It's been our common theme throughout the entire series so far from both the attacking side. Hungry continuing to hold strong. He's going to have a great lineup, but no, goes into the wall. Thankfully, at that range, the shotgun's still going to find its effective pick. Ravon also was able to take down Shala in the process. Space Station, again, just nothing working on this attacking side. It's down to Redeemer. He'll be quickly handled by Ravon as well, and Penta close out yet another round. An impressive streak here, to say the least now, winning basement twice, the second floor twice as of this most recent round, and more than likely, if they continue the trend, potentially taking the first floor twice as well if they can close out with a perfect 6-0 on this half.
All right, if Penta manages to get a 6-0 on this half, it's pretty much over for SSG. I mean, that's the position where you really aren't recovering. There is one hope left, and it's this round. And well, it's this round plus the vain hope that, well, the possibly vain hope that Space Station excel at defending on console. That's the only way that I see them coming back in this match. But they're going to have to start with a win here because there's no way that they're going to be able to bring it back and do just as Penta has done to them if this goes to 6-0. We'll see, though. Middle floor, the last bomb site in the first half, and the last possible, well, possibly last defense for Penta. And a site that obviously they've done well at defending in the past. Last time Penta defended here, they were big on roaming upstairs, and Space Station tried to clear out the top floor roamers, did clear out the top floor roamers, but it cost way too much manpower, way too much time, and when the site push came, Space Station did not have a firm enough grasp to actually get that defuse plant. Hungary was instrumental for Penta in winning that round, as he was not only able to delay upstairs quite a lot, but also take down a lot of Space Station's bodies and deny the defuse plant when it came to the front door.
So we will see Space Station brought out onto the board. Once again, it is looking like they're heading over primarily towards the east side of the map to start clearing things out. Whether that will be in towards Adamant or if they'll just go directly for the first floor clear at Visa is yet to be seen. We should mind you again, we do have Enemy back on the board of the dock. The last time we played on this site, Enemy actually was pretty unsuccessful. He went for a pretty aggressive jump out at Visa entrance. This time, nowhere near that. He's basically looking for control of the top floor and to deny access to it from Space Station. Obviously looking to last a lot longer this round than we saw previously.
Space Station has to win this round. I said it in the pre-base, but they really do have to win this round, because if they don't, we have very, very rarely seen a comeback from a 6-0 like. In fact, since this is a new rule set, I have to venture a guess that we probably have never seen somebody come back from a 6-0 off of the first half, because the longest you could get a lead in the first half in the past was 5-0 until just this tournament. So I don't know. It's possible that we have seen a comeback from 6-0 in this tournament, but I haven't noticed it personally.
This would be nigh impossible. 6 rounds directly in a row would need to be the same exact feat for Space Station on their own defensive setup. And with how effective most of the attacking rounds from Penta have been, looking at the last 2 maps, I would say there's a very low chance of that happening.
No, I definitely agree. Now, Space Station has adjusted their take just ever so slightly. Looks like they're putting more pressure on horizontal, and because of that, Rampy's actually going to get an early pick onto Panic, so that's a good start to this round, as getting those early kills has typically been what Penta has been doing. but not so here, at least for now.
Bomb located.
Chala
by
has
attackers.
opened up a hole into a meeting room, and it's going to give him good line of sight, and also has forced back Penta off at the top floor, allowing for that control, and could make the push into the site that much easier. But there's still plenty of tools on Penta's side, and even roamers on the top floor to deny the defuse plant and wreak havoc in the later part of this round.
Regardless, though, time is once again the enemy of Space Station here, and they're going to be reduced to not a whole lot of it in order to close this down. Phone call is going to come in from Rampy. They'll try to work off that. Rampy nearly being picked for the basement spiral steps. In fact, Hungry will move into deny. He'll go downstairs in order to allow himself to go for the quick pickup, and in fact, he's going to run into one of the members of Space Station along the way. He's trading up both the kills that they've lost upstairs, but on the site, look at this. Ravon moving in for massive kills on his own regard. The trade comes in. We're locked into a 1 versus 1, and it's Hungry looking to close it down. He doesn't realize, though, that the only other player alive for Space Station is also out of position at this point. He's trying to hunt him down. In fact, no, it looks like he knows he's upstairs. Does he have time to go for this massive lurk around and still stop the diffuser? That I don't know. Over half the time now gone, and he's had no luck in spotting Thinking Nade. He still maintains a constant position on the spiral steps as he has the entire time. He'll now make the run around the corner, and he completely misses it. Thinking Nade finally closes down a round for Space Station as they go 1-5 at halftime.
Thinking Nade showing up big for his team there. Again, Space Station had to win it, but it was so much closer than it needed to be. Ravon and Hungry doing a lot of work for their team, more than I think could be asked of anybody, and yet still somehow Space Station wins. That was an insane round for both sides, but still Space Station are in this. Of course, it wouldn't have been over if it had gone to 6-0. We would have just been on match point, but that one win means that if Space Station are extremely proficient at defending on Consulate, we might see overtime.
Yeah, but
or just a win, I guess. We're not even that close.
Attackers
they would need to
locate and
one-up
defuse
Penta, of
bomb.
course, though, and go for the outright 6-0 themselves in order to do that here. The more likely outcome would be overtime, I think, at this point, as Penta only need to close out just 2 of these 6 rounds, 1/3 of them, and they will be able to take the victory here, along with the 2-1 in the series, the invite to the 6 Invitational, which arguably will be the biggest prize out of this match, and also, of course, a spot in the grand finals against G2 a little bit later on to play for 25K in first place.
All right, so far I like the setup from Space Station. Interesting decision here. They've decided to bring a Rook of all operators, and an operator that, you know, is useful, although not terribly.
Attackers are
I
heading
think
out
his,
to defuse a bomb.
the biggest thing he brings to the table is usually the impacts or the shield, and the fact that he's got an ACOG on an MP5, which is, you know, nice on defense. But yeah, he's, in terms of utility, not as useful as many other of the defenders that are available still in, or now, after all of these new DLCs have been coming out. So yeah, again, interesting decision-making from Space Station, though I can't really fault them on this site, especially considering how many long angles there are. Penta have brought a Montaigne. So this is the first map in this series that Montaigne has not been banned. He was banned by Space Station in the previous 2 matches, or maps, pardon me. And that's because I'm sure Space Station don't like to deal with him. Penta, obviously now aware of this, given those bans, are going to, I'm sure, make full use of that Montaigne. And honestly, seeing him in play, that screams to me that Space Station are seriously going to struggle to bring this all the way to OT. Panic's going to get the first kill onto Thinking Nade, and that's going to make things even worse for the defenses. The smoke felled early is not ideal. Nor will Bosco be getting taken, out ideal. This is just about as bad as he can get for Space Station as we get so close to the possible end of this map.
And we do see, of course, the Yokai drones getting in his way, and the Zofia being caught out. That is going to be Chala picking up the kill from Space Station's side, takes down Panics.
We can see, however, the Rook also dropping down to find impact in his own regards. Really restricted Hungry on this Montagne, not leaving a whole lot of room for him to find the impact that he would have liked here. Sir Boss and Enemy, the only other two players still standing at this point for Penta, are outside of the building entirely due to how they were cut off at the yellow step. And another is going to fall here. I'm amazed Hungry's been able to keep himself alive, but thankfully that's just due to them not wanting to challenge the Montagne so close. At this rate, though, it's looking like he might be the last one standing relatively soon if these two players outside cannot find a way to regroup.
Looks like Enemy's going to be picked up by Sir Boss, so that's an important recovery for Penta. That could have been the last nail in the coffin if Space Station had finished off the Thermite, but not the case. Montaigne's still going to be so useful. Not much fragging power from this operator, but he can call out quite a lot for his team. And in these clutch situations, as an operator, he means even more. He'll be forcing the player by long desk. Oh no, he doesn't see the player by long desk. That's Redeemer, who will come up behind the Montaigne and get a free and easy kill. Hungry going down means it's just Enemy and Sir Boss. And without the aid of their shield, it's going to be hard to obtain control on the A site. Rampy will take down Sir Boss as he attempts to vault, and Redeemer, the final kill onto Enemy. Space Station seemed to be rallying.
A decisive first round, to be sure. Mainly coming out, though, again, because Penta mistook quite a lot in terms of that push towards the yellow stairs. It got incredibly sloppy very quickly due to the holes that have been breached from the side room, and it left them exposed. Also, of course, the big drop that we saw coming from the top of the yellow stairs completely cut them off. That was from the that was the Zofia getting cut off there. It was meant to support the Montaigne's push. And from that point, it just turned incredibly messy for Penta as the remaining three players were unable to regroup.
We've been seeing a lot of teams, well, both of these teams at least, putting a lot of emphasis on the yellow stairs, which is curious, as it seems to be working for neither of them. And the Montaigne didn't even help in that round, despite him, I think, being one of the better tools for a yellow stairs take. So I'm impressed by Space Station, surprised by both teams that they've been attacking through yellow stairs so frequently. It's going to be bottom floor here, on the second site for Space Station. And there is Thermite in play as well as a Twitch, so the Mute Jammers will easily be taken out, I'm sure, by Ravon. Also IQ to call out their exact location, Jackal to track down all of the potential roamers. I'm worried about how Space Station are going to choose to play this, because so far throughout this match, we have not been seeing many roamers from Space Station. They've been, I think, just a little more focused on the anchors, despite that not working out for them. Shallow roams have been the name of the game for SSG, but on Consulate, I don't think you can get away with that. You need to delay for some amount of time on the top floor if you're defending the bottom floor. And that, of course, is not that difficult. There are so many ways to fall back to the site without losing your life as a defender. But still, it seems like something that SSG are going to have to stretch into doing. And especially with the Jackal in play, it might be kind of difficult for them to pull off.
Well, we still have personal panics moving in here for Penta as they take control of the admin office without too much of a struggle. They'll be able to walk in. And there's not really a whole lot of lurking presence at all here for Space Station I. Looks like we've got two players, but they're mainly on the other side where the sites up here would normally be positioned. Of course, we're still playing stairs at this point and seeing if Penta is going to be able to have better luck breaching there compared to what we saw before in our first round on this half.
I appreciate how thorough Penta is being right now and clearing out the top floor. They don't want to leave any gaps in their information net. But Space Station are playing pretty far from the actual clear itself, and they will be falling back one step at a time. Bulletproof camera on Bosco instead of the impacts. Hungry's going to take down Chala, so already an early lead for Penta. We've talked about how often Penta is able to establish this early lead, and it actually looks like a run out from Chala. So that's a blunder and a half right there. And considering how high the stakes are and how much of an advantage Penta already has, I am surprised Chala went for that.
Surprised to, at least, working the Space Station once again, giving away an early frag. However, this shouldn't be too much of worries for Space Station yet, as if we look at the last round, I'm pretty sure we had something similar happen where Penta got an early kill, and they were still able to trade it back successfully in the late round. So it's not
the end of the world.
Not the end of the world.
but it's certainly still going to help considering that they're probably going to rely on a lot of their players eventually falling back to the site
Attackers have
and then
located a
holding
bomb.
there. And since basically no damage has been done to Penta, losing an outright player is certainly not going to be an optimal trade at minimum.
Last 50 seconds. And Penta have a good amount of control. You can see, though, they're kind of light on soft destruction. They're going to rely on the breaching charges to do the work. Panic will actually eat a shot, I believe, through the floor there, getting a little bit of damage. And there's actually 2 sets of breaching charges here for Penta, at the least, possibly even 3 if Twitch is as well. But lots of control established from above. But look at that time. Penta, one-man advantage, but up against a wall. They're just now going to be opening up the garage, and there is nobody playing from the garage on the defensive side. Rampy on the flank will see no success. Panix also takes down Redeemer, thinking on pipes, doing a lot of work for his team. Will get 2, whips out the shotgun, looking for more, and with so little time, he just needs to stay alive and deny the defuse plant. But enemy wins the fight against Bosco. Thinking nade, though, the last alive to rally. 2 on the floor, and he gets the last one. Space Station keep themselves in this.
And Space Station continue to surprise. It seemed like they had all but lost everything as we take a look back to the end of the first half, only able to net themselves 1 single round when we played on the first floor for the second time. Now they brought it back. Now they have momentum swinging into their favor. It's been 2 rounds in a row on their own defensive side, and Penta starting to show signs of issue as we inch closer and closer to yet another tied game. What would be 5-5. It's down to the first floor once again as Space Station continues to go through the same exact rotation that Penta did back in the first half.
No deviant site to be played in this map yet. You could see an upset in OT if we get there, or if Space Station decides to bring us there, but doesn't seem like they're keen on that. Big emphasis being placed on bulletproof cameras from Space Station. So you can see from Chala there placing one in the main lobby. It's a really good position, going to get you a lot of information, and of course B is the bomb site that is more typically planted in. Though, as we have discussed, Penta have been light on their objective play on attack, very rarely planting the diffuser, and when they do, it's almost always because they've already killed most of the enemy team and they just need to assure their victory. But it doesn't seem to be the sort of thing that they put too much emphasis on. Well, we'll see how the frags roll out in this round. Space Station, of course, could be holding the top floor quite fiercely, as that is an important part of holding the B bomb site. As we discussed before, the B bomb site on this site is one of the very few, if not the only, bomb site that has no horizontal destruction at all. So you need to hold it vertically. You can do that below using the drop downs. There are 2 in that bomb site, but it's very limited control, and you need to rely on C4s to get that job done, or you can hold it from above as a defender, which is what we more often see teams try to do. But of course, it's a foregone conclusion that you're going to lose control of projector at some point or another, so you need to just at the best delay for a long time and hope that you do take enough bodies with you or delay it for enough time to hold it from the bathroom hallway in the dying seconds of the round. Though that is, again, it's a very difficult thing to do.
Well, we've got Penta moving in already with good control over most of the top floor. Of course, as you can see from the drone lurking now, there's still players to deal with. It's primarily one on the other side over by the console office. They would have to try and knock out here, but it's just more than that. I actually do see Jackal getting a successful track off onto one of these players, so it is going to force him to reposition around. In fact, will completely fall back down to the first floor and play with the rest of the team on the site now. Penta, though, for the first time in a while, making significant progress very early on, but still probably going to end up running this timer down low due to the fact that they don't really have any aggression on that first floor yet. They're still entirely focused on the second, and we'll have to move into position soon now as a result of, again, that timer starting to tick down lower and lower. Rampy getting a little bit of intel to play off of here from the heartbeat sensor.
Looks like he's going to be playing the C4 path that we were talking about, the one of the 2 ways to hold this bomb site from below. Very difficult to do, but Pulse is the perfect operator to fulfill that role.
Attackers have recovered their diffuser.
Space Station, again, we talked about this, the early pick, but it happened last round and the round before that, and they managed to win both of those. So Space Station definitely not out of this just yet. The phone call coming out is going to disrupt the lines of defense, but Penta don't seem keen on rushing in just yet. C4's in hand for Space Station, and they're ready to deny a defuse plant, or an attempted defuse plant, but it's not happening. Slow going for Penta. Rightfully so.
It's going to be Redeemer picking up the first of kills on the exchange towards the actual site. That serves to even us back up into a 4 versus 4. Penta bringing the timer down incredibly low now, once again, as has been the theme so far. 20 seconds remaining. We are going to see Thinking Nate hitting directly by one of the lifeline charges as the attacking team starts to push the way, but it's another 1-for-1 exchange. Dropping down, looking for their plant opportunity. They will lose another player to Thinking Nate. They need to get this plant done, though, so they're going to waste no additional time. They'll rely entirely on Hungry to hold the line. He does that successfully. We should see the plant confirmed in a moment. Oh, we are going to see another potential pickup as well, but no full kill just yet. No, in fact, it does bring him down now that I look at it. Pulse is going to be knocked out of the fray, and it's all down to Redeemer now in the 1 versus 2 situation. Has to try and put himself in. Hungry will confirm the kill onto Rampy in the meanwhile, and now it is indeed all down to just this one last Echo trying to clutch it out. Panics takes the duel, closes it down, and it's Penta that pushed forward now up on the map and match point.
An incredible play from Hungry there. If it weren't for him, I am certain that Space Station would have been able to cinch that round, but Hungry head on a swivel, able to take down multiple targets at once. And if it weren't for his cover, it would probably have been the end for Penta in that round and a continuance of the comeback from Space Station. But finally, they shut down the streak. Penta, so very close to ending this match in their favor and securing that spot at the 6th Invitational.
Let's get into it as we confirm the picks. This looks like we are going to go back to the 2nd floor to see if once again Space Station will have success in holding this as they have in previous rounds.
Curious that we're going to be going back to the 2nd floor. They could go upstairs. I guess Space Station just... Oh, no, there it is. It's going to be the top floor. So a last-minute change from Space Station. And I definitely agree with this. Top floor seemed to be somewhere that they were very comfortable. And by they, I mean Space Station. Last time they went here, middle floor, not so much.
That's the case. And so Penta will have a bit more of a challenge this time. Be able to try and close out last round. It was a similar issue that Space Station was having against this very same site. A bit of an overemphasis, you could argue, onto the yellow stairs. But at the same time, they also did have the Montaigne. The last time they attempted this push, they've now factored him out. And it looks like Capital has been brought in instead.
5 seconds left before insertion.
Set up here again from Space Station, I really do like.
Objective is
The one thing they have changed is it looks like Chal is going to be playing in the bathroom instead of Redeemer, which is different. Redeemer was playing there, probably because it's the safest location on that build, or on that floor. But that change, I'm not really sure what the thought process was behind it. Obviously, you want an ACOG to be playing in the bathroom because he can play the long angles, of which there are many from there. But usually you would play the Echo there because he can safely drone and call out information. Of course, Echo on the defensive lineup is the information gatherer. I mean, that's his whole job. He's the only one really who can drone on the team. And since there's no Valkyrie, it's on him, the Echo, Redeemer, and Rampy, the Pulse, to gather information for their teammates.
So, Penta once more. Starting to work off with just easy access in the admin office. It's going to remain relatively unchallenged, in fact, by the guys on Space Station. He's going to walk directly inside. It's not just him either. Has plenty of support coming in from his teammates. And they'll continue to start droning things out as they look to lurk over towards the other side of the building. Eventually, entry in towards those sites. Space Station, of course, much more presence downstairs itself, along with more so towards these sites to begin with.
Yeah, the anchors are well positioned. Capital playing on that A balcony. Serbas just trying to do some damage to Thinking Nade. Playing inside. A little bit of an early gas canister from Thinking Nade. Maybe didn't need to do that, but he went for it because of the phone call. He was trying to cover so he could answer that phone call and give himself a much more comfortable hold here. The ADS has been expended by the doorway, and Chal is going to have to peek into the Xcaros to get some of them, but not all. We did, in fact, hear some detonate, which makes Thinking Nade's job so much more difficult inside of A.
Still, though, again, time getting incredibly low here for Penta, down to less than a minute. No kills against Space Station yet. They do have good control up on the top of the map. however, so there should still be room for them to eventually try and execute, even if it is in full 5-on-5 fashion. Not as much of an impact as has been made in the previous round by Space Station. Same can be said for Penta, though, so we are still locked with every man standing at 30 seconds left. And this play towards the window is just not working. Penta need to try something else. They need to throw better pressure into site. The smoke's now going to come out. Since time is low, you might as well. At this point, he still has one additional one, and he can now deny any peaks for these next few moments.
Last canister, but only 25 seconds, and he's gonna reposition. Thinking Nate has done a great job at delaying this round so far, and he's still alive. No damage taken from the firebolts or the bullets coming his way, and he's gonna continue to hold out, but he steps into the fire, eating some damage, but still able to win against Hungary. Ravon elsewhere will take down one. Chala on the support manages to eliminate Panics after the shotgun blast, and he will continue to slaughter the attackers as they push through Visa stairs. There's no time for Penta, and Space Station take it.
Space Station with a brilliant hold, never once flinching themselves and never once giving up position inside of those sites. And unfortunately for the guys on Penta, a little bit of an unfortunate run from them as they spent far too much time waiting for someone on their opposing side to make a mistake, waiting for someone to step out from the site, since there was such a hard locked setup that came in that round from the guys on Space Station. Penta, of course, will now take their tactical pause, and we shall see what this will net them.
Obviously the right time to take a tactical pause after that loss, attacking the top floor. All right, so let's break down that last round too, because, I mean, we saw Penta stack up on the A window, do absolutely nothing from there. The Capitao was playing on that window for about 2 minutes. Nothing came of it. Following that, the push from the rest of Penta all through the Visa doorway. That's about as tight of a bottleneck as you're gonna get. And it was easy for Chala and Thinking Nate to duel up on that, hold the angle, and just destroy the push from Penta as it came out. Surprised that Penta left themselves so exposed to that type of play too. They could have easily pushed the long desk. Of course, you're gonna contest those 2 ACOGs from Redeemer and Chala, but it's better than just pushing Visa stairs. Do a duo push. Bring some diversity to your strategy. It's going to be the end of this tactical pause from Penta, and we will get back into the match, see what they have to show us after that strategy session.
It almost seems like there was a bit of an overemphasis on not trying to play into the yellow stairs from Penta, considering how poorly it went in the last round. They seemed to avoid it too much and wanted to keep everyone away from it, thinking that maybe Space Station was going to overemphasize the play towards yellow stairs as well, and they would be able to maybe find a weak point just by pushing in from the other side of the map, up the Visa stairs, and obviously through the admin offices to then just push it through the second floor. Wasn't the case, obviously, though. Penta failed to find any entries and were forced to execute with less than 10 to 15 seconds left on the clock there. And that will pretty much go as you expect. A bit of a rough trade exchange for both teams, but at the end of the day, Space Station does take it again. Are now only 2 rounds away from tying this up and taking it to overtime.
Last time Space Station went to the basement defense, they only tried it once, but they were successful. However, it was excruciatingly close. Thinking Nate very nearly lost his life as the last player alive on his team, and Penta looked fierce in that round, so close to winning it. It just wasn't enough in the end. Now, given how close that last round was, this very easily could be the final round of the map and the match. And to only need to win one more, despite how close this has been. It's so weird to think of this series coming to a conclusion, considering how great the action has been. You almost don't want it.
Certainly do not, but it must come to a close at a certain point. And Penta have been looking for that closeout for 2 rounds now. Just the one more victory stands between them and a spot at 6 Invitational, along with a decent prize pool guaranteed at minimum should they fall to G2 in the finals. But if they can take that, there's obviously a lot more in the prize purse for them if they can take first place. Revan, what is this? 2 kills at the start on his secondary on the season. What? 3 from him now. Single-handedly dominates inside of security and brings it down to only 2 for Space Station, one of which is completely offside at the top of the spiral steps right now. Chala as well having to drop down. A nice kill from him to trade out enemy, but he's still locked behind the Visa steps. And the same can be said for Boscal over towards Spiral. They've been forced out of the site. The defuse plant from Penta should only be seconds away here.
A great job to Ravon, just waltzing into security, able to secure 3, and now it looks all but over for Space Station as Chala and Bosco both have to retake onto site. Bosco will be felled by Panics, and Ravon, his 4th kill of the round. Chala goes down, and we see Penta take the series 2-1.
7-4 is the final map score. It's a massive play from Ravon in security room to close it down. A triple kill from him to guarantee his team a spot at the 6th Invitational, as well as at minimum 2nd place prizing here at the event. They'll move on. They'll be facing G2 in the grand finals. They'll have the rematch from the group stage, and we'll just have to see if there'll be enough firepower there to take down the Titans in G2.
So, not just a better paycheck, but the winners of an all-expenses-paid trip to beautiful Montreal in February.
It's a wonderful city.
So it will be this run that NA had at Dreamhack. Cloud9, of course, took Dreamhack Montreal, got the spot. It's not going to happen again. Space Station will have to hope they can get it in the North American qualifiers. And European teams have one less team to worry about in their qualifiers because of Penta taking the spot here.
Yeah, SSG came so very close, but in the end, Penta proved to be the superior team, but just very barely superior. I mean, that could have gone either way at the end. Space Station certainly seemed to have a good grasp on it. Strategically, I think they were lackluster on Consulate. On the other 2 maps, they did play very well, but it's, again, it wasn't enough on that 3rd map.
Yeah, I was very surprised when I saw it go to that 5-0, thinking this is going to be pretty quick. Space Station seemed to find that momentum to get the comeback and to begin to put those rounds in the columns that they needed to stay in it, but it just ended up being too much to overcome at the end there, Blue. And your takeaway from that matchup, watching this, it's Consulate's a pretty even map. To run up a 5-0 scoreline for Penta ultimately was what gave them the win.
Yeah, very much so. Just too much of a lead for Space Station to come back from over the course of the second half. And Space Station after that are very much going to have to take a look at their Consulate play once more. Is that there's no success at all on their attacking side. So they really need to review that and hopefully fix those issues before those online qualifiers happen once again.
Absolutely. So if you're wondering what we're looking at here as we head into the grand finals in just a couple minutes, here are the brackets for you if you're just tuning in for the first time. And we'll look at that. The 3rd place match will be played between Empire and Space Station. That will be played off stream. Our grand final, which will be in just a minute, G2 Esports and Penta Sports. But before we get there, we have Panics with, what is the name of that?
It's the Pentalpaca.
It's the Pentapaca.
Yeah.
There you go. So a beautiful alpaca. I don't know if you saw it. Actually, you wouldn't have. It was in the middle of your match. They have all the cameras on all the players, and they dedicated one of the cameras to the Pentapaca. So.
Definitely, I understand. I mean, we almost forgot it this morning. We sent our manager to the hotel to get it back. If he didn't do that, I think we would have lost today. So thanks to the manager, thanks to the Pentalpaca.
So let's take a moment and just put this game in perspective here. It's for a lot of people, this is just a semifinals match, but obviously this is a much bigger victory because you've now guaranteed your place. You will be back in Montreal, but for some of your team, it's going to be their first time there competing at the Invitational. So how much does this mean? What's the first thing that you thought in the dying seconds of that round when you pulled out the victory?
I mean, we have been to the 6th Invitational and the 6th Major for the 2 last edition, so we want definitely to keep that streak. It means a lot to come back to the biggest event of Rainbow Six, especially with the new cash prize. Everything's gonna be so big. It means a lot, but it's like we want to be here. It's cool. We're here. We are the 6th Invitational, but we need to do more because the 2 last time we got exits at the last place. So next 6th Invitational is we really want to do way more. Like we want at least to go past to go into the playoff. And yeah, it means it's cool. It means a lot, but we have to do way more.
Absolutely. And your first test is going to be up against G2 now. You just played a marathon match to get here. They're very well rested. You're somebody who's been around in the competitive scene for a very long period of time. How do you even take the next 20 some odd minutes to get ready for this match in the grand finals against them? What steps do you take to improve your play and make sure that you're ready after you just spent the last couple hours competing in this pretty tense best of 3?
Yeah, the advantage that we are also hot. Like we don't need warm up or anything. Like the comms is here. We have everything is on point. then I think it's just like we do need to use the 20 minutes that we have to like relax and just breathe a bit. G2 is a team that we know very well now, since we have competed against them for ages, like 3 years. So now we don't have like to do counter strat or to look at their VODs, etc. We know what to do. So yeah, it's just gonna be focus, breathe, and try to finally get the final boss out.
As you call them that. And you were the only team to defeat G2 in the regular season of Pro League last season, and then you took a map off them in your matchup earlier. Blue, do you have any questions for Panics?
More so on just this matchup specifically. We were seeing a lot of your attacking rounds. The executes weren't really happening until very, very low on the timer, and that seemed to be something that we were seeing on almost every single attack round. Is there a specific reason for that? Were you guys struggling against something that Space Station was doing, or was it more according to your guys' plans?
It was a bit of both, because like on the basement attack, they had mid jammers and roaming on top, and like, yeah, it has mid jammers, so we have a drone which is blocked. Sure, okay, nice. But what do we do about it? And that's what happens, that in the team we were not communicating well enough to say, okay, there's a mute, so I'm gonna destroy it, or I'm gonna pick with the Zofia. Or yeah, there was no reaction to it. There was a problem, and we didn't react. And that was the same on top or everything. The last top attack, like we had the smoke in the meeting, and there was no reaction to that problem. So yeah, we just were facing problems that they put to us. Which were very good from them, but we didn't react at all, didn't adapt or do anything about it. So it's also maybe stress, or I don't know what is it, but yeah, maybe no one wanted to take the risk or whatever. Like yeah, it was a bit just off coms.
But it does it for me.
Perfect. So the same question I ask every single person. Anything to say to your fans, to the viewers, etc., to Space Station or to G2, your next opponent and the team you just defeated?
No, I want to thank every one of the fans that support us, Spenta. I'd like to dedicate it as well, this win, to every French fans that are following us. I'm pretty sure that the Twitch French stream is pretty hyped, but also the German stream with Hungary and the Hungarian community. Everyone is supporting us so much, and everyone else that is coming from other countries, thank you for supporting us. And also just thank you for believing in us. Next international, we're gonna do way better. And I want to say hi to my girlfriend. So, yeah.
Something that I think a lot of players don't do but could do. And yes, wave goodbye with the Penta P.A.K.A. So thank you so much. Good luck. Prepare for your next match. But as for us, that means that we're going to go to a short break. And we have the grand finals up next. The team formerly known as Penta, now known as G2, going against the team now known as Penta. It's going to be a pretty intense matchup with the top prize pool and the championship on the line. We'll see you in a few minutes.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to our final stretch here at Dreamhack Winter. We do have our final conclusion of this entire weekend-long tournament. It is going to be the grand final. We have Pentasports taking on the world champions G2. Here with me on the desk to break down all of the action, it is the fan favorites, Parker and Kix. How are you guys doing?
Good. I'm excited to see the conclusion of this tournament, and after that last match, which, you know, was in a way the finals, given that it was the invitational spot, I think that Penta has a decent chance going up against G2 to at least inflict some damage and up their own reputation.
Yeah, this has certainly been a more revitalized Penta squad that we didn't really see during that split for the Season 8 after the Paris Major. Whenever they became Penta, they picked up Hungary, Boss. They really look a lot more menacing with their new type of playstyle, which is more slower paced and a lot more deadly if they manage to pull it off.
Yeah, this is a team that has taken a while, I think, to really find their footing. You know, they had some changes that we saw. Dreamhack Montreal was actually where this whole thing started with the team. As they made those roster changes, changed over to English, came out with Boss and Hungary on the team. And really, the sky's the limit. They've had a resurgence in Pro League and started to climb back up those standings after, I think, a bit of a slower start than they wanted. You know, they're the French champions, the German champions, and now, you know, as Milos said actually in a tweet just a couple minutes ago, so big shout out to Milos the Medic, of course, whose presence is missed at this event, is that his team's got the sky's the limit for this team. So
really all you can say is that there's a lot of potential going in. Of course, we do know that Penta have just qualified for their invitational, and let's have a look to see those 5 players who did qualify, along with, of course, G2 and their rosters, who are going to be the 10 players taking part here for the chance of becoming the champions of Dreamhack Winter, G2 and Pentasports.
So G2, I don't really think they need any introduction. Of course, as stated by Harry earlier, the world champions for Rainbow Six, and a team that has been unstoppable for honestly quite a long time. You know, we look at them going into this match and you can't help but think, yeah, they got this, no problem. They are sitting pretty at the top spot in Europe, and they have been there for, again, quite a long time.
But their possible kryptonite, the only team that has been able to defeat them in any real capacity over the last number of months was, of course, this Penta roster. And when you have Panics and Hungry leading the charge along with the ferociousness of Boss, and you add Enemy and Revan there to round out the whole thing, it ends up becoming a very deep roster that I think is still finding their groove and honestly is going to continue to improve. And we'll see over the next Pro League season where they get to. We'll see them in Montreal, of course, now. And I have no doubt that we'll see a good match between them today, as they tend to match up quite well against G2.
Yeah, like you said, during the Pro League, the only team who actually gave G2 a loss, the unbeaten record was broken. And even earlier within the weekend, where we did have Penta versus G2 play inside of their group matches, Penta, they managed to take a map of G2, so that kind of has to count for something.
Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah, so a pretty quick rematch, though, after those group match stages. Now, I do think that going into this match, most of it comes down to how much can Penta take away from G2. I mean, obviously, when you're dealing with the Titan of G2, you know, the top team in Rainbow Six, as they have been, that's really what it comes down to. If we see G2 suffer a defeat at the hands of Penta, it will be a big deal for Penta, but I can't imagine it's going to stifle the stride of G2 at all in their, you know, overall career.
Yeah. I mean, G2 is not fighting for the invitational spot. G2 is fighting for the distinction of their very first DreamHack victory. Yeah. You know, you've had 2 European teams take the first 2. You saw North American take the, you know, Montreal, and now you have a European team will definitely take this. I think G2 is really fighting for bragging rights and mostly a pretty good paycheck. And I think that Penta's biggest accomplishment was getting this spot. They've got it, so it'll be interesting to see how they approach this match.
Yeah, maybe for some good Fabian tweets. It's always something that he kind of prides himself to be. But of course, that always does change with the maps that we need to see. And really, where will this take us? It's going to be G2 picking up Villa, and then we move to Border for our second map. And if it gets that close, we will be heading to our decider, Clubhouse.
So Villa and Border will be pretty intriguing here. Border's obviously a good map for G2. Villa was a map that started out not looking so good for them. In fact, it was this roster that they got 6-0'd on in Paris. So they got 6-0'd by the team that would become Penta at the time. That wasn't the org that they competed under. So here we had Davila, but after that, G2 bounced back with a 6-0 victory over the team that was known as Millennium at the time. So overall, it's hard to beat G2 in map bans, really, but I think that this is definitely not bad for Penta by any stretch of the imagination.
Yeah, a lot of people theory crafting that the loss on Villa as well was
mind games.
Mind games, yeah. But I don't think it was. It was just honestly something that G2, as we all know, are capable of learning from their mistakes. And I think they certainly have. That loss to Penta the 6-0, I think is maybe invigorated them to try and get their own 6-0 on the same map. Maybe just to say, hey, you didn't get the better of us for the long run.
Maybe they could do better and do 7-0. Could, kind of do one over them.
Hey, technically, I guess that's true.
Yeah, but certainly I kind of feel that this match may kind of plan out the same way that we had with Valencia, where we had Team Secret versus Team Vitality. Team Vitality already qualified for the Paris Major, beating Ints in the semi-finals, and it was basically just a given win for Secret. They walked home with the championship.
I mean, when you look at it from that perspective, you're absolutely right. Penta has already won, all things considered, because G2 already won way back when they qualified for the Invitational. The prize pool is definitely something that both of these teams would like to take home, but I think Penta is already content. G2, on the other hand, just trying to, as you said earlier, fight for those bragging rights.
And I mean, they've won almost every major title that they can compete in. The core of this roster won Dreamhack Nordic last year as well, here in Jönköping. So it's like they haven't officially won a Rainbow Six Dreamhack event yet. So it's another piece of hardware that they can put in their trophy case.
Yeah.
So that's gonna be the maps, and certainly talking about some of the maps, I do believe that Border certainly could be a 50-50. We can possibly see Penta have their new type of play where, they liken the Glass at the moment. They have shown that pretty predominantly. They have certainly capable players on the Ying. If that gets let through, there's a couple of options there going into Border.
Now here's the thing about that though. Lion is permanently banned now, which means G2 can actually ban an attacker, which makes them, I think, a lot more formidable overall, as they are one of the teams, they were the team to ban Lion more than anybody else, if I'm not mistaken. They really did not like playing against that operator. So if they're afraid of a Ying, if they're afraid of a Glass, then I'm sure they'll get rid of it.
Yeah, it's this ban on Lion has opened things up for a lot of teams, but like you correctly pointed out, G2, it gives them so much more flexibility. Against Empire, they banned Ashe both times. You saw how much that impacted Joystick, somebody who, online is an absolute monster and puts up incredible numbers, largely with Ashe, and looked far less formidable here. And I think that really impacted all of Empire. So right there, the strategy that G2 can use on their bans, I mean, it's exponential when you look at it. And a lot of it also for their opponents, they usually know that G2 is going to ban Lion. So it really frees up a ban, because heading into this, G2 is going to ban Lion. We can ban whatever we want on attack. We don't need to think about it too hard. Now there's got to be counter strategy. What can G2 ban against us? Because that is the bigger question.
I think the simplest way to put it is that Lion ban was a buff to G2. And do they really need it? I don't know, but it certainly was.
It helps them more than it helps most teams, because they can just ban something else now. And
yep.
It helps all the teams that banned Lion a lot. G2 just had the highest numbers for it, so.
Yeah, certainly it kind of gives them that more of the target pick where they can choose who they want to really weaken. For example, Joystick, perfect example. Ashe gone. He was not the same guy we've seen time and time again. And then you have a choice, maybe Ying for Hungry. We've seen a bit of that. And even maybe Glass for Panics. That's certainly something that can be feasible. Moving into, I'd say, Villa for the first one. It's very, very heavily defender-sided map, and that's something that certainly Penta need to get those points on the board, because we've seen how many times that really G2, they've racked up those defensive points really early on, and perfect example was against Empire. But both the teams are going to be ready. Let's welcome on to the stage our first team, G2.
G2, as stated many times, the world champions of Rainbow Six, the predominant European team, and the ones to be beaten. They really do have the reputation of the best in Rainbow Six. There's not really much else to say about them, to be honest, and yeah, that's it.
Please welcome their opponents, Penta Sports.
It's always nice to see when these two teams come together, not just because of the organizations that they represent, but also because of the way that they play against one another. And Penta coming in obviously buoyed by a very strong showing over Space Station Gaming, and now looking to take home the title of Dreamhack Winter Champion.
Both the teams having their handshakes. Oh, looked like a hug, but no. There we go, into a hug, a handshake into a hug. Panix and Fabian. Certainly there's a little bit of funny banter between both of them. Panix thinks, oh yeah, this could be the chance to finally silence Fabian, but as always, the self-proclaimed best player in the world thinks otherwise.
Yeah, I don't think anything will ever silence Fabian.
Nothing will silence Fabian.
I don't even think he stops talking in his sleep.
Really?
I could
We're gonna go that far?
The guy's never found a sentence that he won't say, so.
Oh, okay. Fair enough.
Good roast, guys. Impressed with that one. But certainly moving in and looking at it, is there any players to watch for you guys? Is there anybody that stood out from G2? Obviously, you know, Kanto would be the main one, but anybody from Penta that's really surprised you?
No.
I think Panix flies under the radar really, really far. You know, there's a lot of people who always love speculating about dream teams and the best players in the world, etc. You know, I think that there's flashier players on Penta. A lot of people think of Hungry because of how much of a standout his Ying is, and then of course Sir Boss has had a lot of monster games there, but Panix has been very quietly one of the most consistent performers in all of European Pro League against really tough competition, as his team is making sure that his hands will be more than hot enough. Maybe that'll translate to his play as well.
Yeah, he's been here for so long.
Yeah, I'm on the opposite side of the fence here for Penta. When I look at their roster, I don't see a single person that really stands out to me, because as a unit, they seem to be so efficient. One thing I noticed from the Space Station versus Penta match that we just had was that oftentimes it would be one person on Space Station to really stand out, clutch around, you know, whether it's Thinking Nate or Bosco or whoever. It's always one person who's winning these rounds and coming out on top. On Penta's side, it was almost always just a consolidated team effort, which, yeah, at no point was I thinking, yeah, that player and that player and that player really the star of the round. No, Penta were winning as a unit, and that I think is a really good thing. I want to see more of that from them, and yeah, that's it.
Yeah, something we've seen time and time again from different teams. Whenever they want to play those more gelled units, they basically work as a well-oiled machine, but then you always have to look at it and say, if one of those legs get torn underneath the machine, well, it just kind of malfunctions, and really there's never been anybody there from Penta who have stepped up, but maybe this could be the time. We are ready to jump into the grand final here at Dreamhack Winter. Kix and Taro, take it away.
Thank you so much, Harry, and great to have you here with us. Thank you for coming in at the last minute. And a major shout out as well to both Zeronic and Blue for all the hard work they did. Of course, Blue, I mean, there have been a number of teams that have impressed me about this event, but holy hell, Blue has impressed me. His ability to get up to speed here and figure out a game that is by no means easy to understand. So a major shout out to him. And then of course, yes, to both Harry as well as Alex, that's Demo and Zeronic. We'll load into Villa. And we'll see here a map that, Michael, most teams want to win on defense. You got to win it on defense. You need to walk away with probably 4 of those 6 rounds to feel confident as you swap sides. Some teams unable to do that. And I mean, there are certain maps that are affected very much by these operator bans, but Villa doesn't tend to be one of them. And Penta banning out Montaigne, an operator that we know G2 runs quite a bit. That's a sensible ban, if any.
Montaigne, definitely a powerful operator on this map, especially. Ying also going to be banned out, this time by G2. Now, that also a targeted ban against Hungry specifically, of course, and we're not surprised by that at all. It is nice to see a nice clean ban phase as well. None of the typical attackers banned out. Maestro will be gone, and speaking of typical, this time on defense, he does not surprise anybody.
I mean, if you think that Maestro is not an operator that can completely change games, look no further than the matchup we just had between Penta and Space Station. Redeemer, long known as one of the only Echo players consistently in Pro League. This was even before we saw those changes to Echo come into play that made him so much stronger. But with Maestro coming in, Redeemer seemed like a whole different beast. Penta's ability to ban Maestro and remove him from play, I think weaken the anchor play of SSG overall. And I think that's because of how pivotal an operator Maestro is, not necessarily just so much about how he plays it. So Maestro and Echo being gone will free up that Mira pick. And these two operators on defense tended to be the two most banned operators as well.
Stop it, enemy. No, stop it. Oh, no.
Mother of God.
All right, so we talked about it in the pre-match,
Defenders,
and
protect your
I guess
bombs
that
from
really
being defused by
solidifies the theory. Penta's playing this just to play it. They've already got what they want out of this tournament.
It's the Lord, ladies and gentlemen.
Oh yeah, sorry, I meant to say that since they brought Tachanka, they're trying really hard to win. That's what I meant to say.
I believe they call that POG.
Yeah.
That's what the kids would say.
Is it? How old are you, Parker?
28. Michael, you didn't know what day Christmas was on.
Yeah.
10 seconds left.
So, hey, I guessed right. I said 25th, and you
5 seconds left.
Yes, 25th. It was the 25th. I just needed a confirmation.
Attackers are moving out to
You
locate a
gotta
bomb and defuse
give me heck for that all day.
No.
Okay.
Michael, you can say hell on a broadcast.
Well, I was actually gonna say something else, so I went,
Don't say swears.
I went real tame with that one.
Thank you, Michael.
Yeah, I just was trying to, be nice and safe.
Now, if you look at G2's lineup here, this is actually a composition that they've been running in a number of scrims over the last couple days. Finka and Blitz. Trying something a little bit different. Pengu can't be on the Montaigne, so you're going to put him on the smaller shield of Blitz.
Yeah, so it would be a Montaigne. I'm pretty sure if they had it available to them, and that's probably why we saw the Monty ban from Penta. Not, again, really that surprising. But the beauty of, hey, you ban Monty, well, okay, we still have a shield at our disposal. And Cantor Ketty gonna get the first kill for G2 onto Ravon. I actually, I like this Tachanka setup here from enemy. I think it's nice. We could also destroy the Mira window at any moment, and...
This might be the first time anybody's ever complimented a Tachanka pick.
No, I'm not the pick itself. Parker, I wasn't complimenting the pick. I was complimenting the positioning.
Second Finka boost is going to allow Pengu to push all the way up. You can hear the LMG that's being run by Finka. It's a pistol from Fabian, running a pistol on Hibana. Not the bearing. All right.
I still think the pistol's better.
Pistol's out altogether. A number of teams actually running the bearing without a sight on it because they feel it's easier to aim with the iron sight.
Really?
Very interesting. Yeah, I don't particularly like them. But there's Fabian. He'll take out the Type 89, eliminates enemy, and the Lord will have nothing. Panics there on the flank along with Hungry will be two of the offsite players dropping Gogan. Fabian, but there's Pengu completely blinding Hungry and then finishing him off with a pistol. Panics trying to keep it in tight. Can't do it. Kanto Ricchetti on that LMG will give G2 round number 1.
G2 definitely taking that round a little bit more seriously. I really like the way that they've worked the Finka and Blitz into their strategy. It is ruthlessly efficient and something that it seems their opponents, Penta, are incapable of dealing with. Also, Tachanka doesn't exactly help your odds. So hopefully that won't be what Penta decide to bring every single round. Just the one. Aviator, the next bomb site, after Trophy was unsuccessful. Something that Penta have been doing consistently is that if they make a mistake, they fail to defend one bomb site, they will go to another bomb site. They're not one to repeat their mistakes.
This is a much more standard setup here that I think we'll see from Penta. G2 is going to bring basically the same thing, except they're going to have a glass this time around. So G2 is bringing the pain with the Finka Blitz and the glass. Fun operators to deal with when all put together.
Oh yeah, you betcha. That is definitely a super fun lineup from EG. Penta, on the other hand, pretty standard. Not much to say. They got the two German operators on the defense. As per usual, you need Jaeger in this meta, because he's the only defender who really directly counters throwables, not projectiles, as we like to mention.
Words matter?
Yes, they do.
Listen, if I say something that's silly, I want to be corrected. I feel like I shouldn't have said that out loud.
Now people are gonna backtrack all of the VODs.
Somebody's gonna spend hours.
I'm just gonna compile a PDF and I'm gonna send it to you. These are all of the times.
I have a document that is twice as long as the Iliad.
where you
Please
were
review your
correct.
mistakes. Yeah.
All right, so a pretty swift clear as per usual from G2 as they start moving into statuary and trophy. They've already established full control with less than a minute transpired. Again, the efficiency, the name of the game here for G2, very impressive. Not exactly a surprise, but still impressive. Fabian gonna get the first kill onto Hungary, start things off. The smoke of all operators to be dispatched early on.
That's a tough loss, and Hungary can now IGL from the bench for 2 minutes. And Pengu just doing the work of a Twitch drone and or a Thatcher EMP here as he sits under 90, looking all the way down classical hallway towards the door to games in the bar. Sir Boss, knowing that he can play this mirror window in such a way that he can peek through the door, but there's going to be one other member of Penta watching all the way down the long hallway. Being Finger boosted, Pengu looking through the newly opened hole in the wall towards Vault. He'll take out a goo mine, and that will force Revan to have to backtrack before getting absolutely slaughtered by the LMG of Kanto Ricchetti, increasing G2's lead and forcing Penta back further into sight.
It's still difficult. Why isn't Pengu on Penta? From the hallway,
Why did you say that out loud?
Goga's gonna get taken down by enemy. Janos will refrag it onto enemy. Panix and Sir Boss, the last two alive, and they will be fighting back as Fabian goes down. Pengu's still the driving force of this assault, and he will go in for a defuse plant. There is a defender in study, but he will be felled by Janos, and it's just Sir Boss in the 1 versus 3. He does have a C4 in hand, but the defuser's already been planted, and his position is well known to his opponent. The ADSing Pengu will secure the final kill, and G2 take 2 in a row. I'm sorry, I didn't actually hear you. What did you say? You were making fun of me? Is that what you're doing?
I said, why would you say that out loud?
Oh, because it's a bit of a meme.
Do you know what this probably did to chat?
Yes, that was the intention. You get them riled up. It's just one of those matches, Parker. It's one of those matches. What do you want from me?
I was told that this might look like a show match ahead of time.
Oh yeah, no, this is a.
It's going to be both these teams showing off, and so far it has.
No. Listen, guys, this is a final. The last match wasn't a final. This is the final. I don't know if Parker agrees with that.
Clash being brought out here from Penta. We're going to have shields on both sides of the board.
We've talked about this a couple times before. Clash is not a very good operator right now.
She is not in as good of a place as she was prior to her changes.
Yeah, not many people will play her, and the reason being is that she doesn't really do much other than drone for your defense. But the problem is she's also very exposed to a lot of the attackers like Zofia, who happens to not be getting played right now. One thing I will say though is Blitz is vastly superior in the shield game. If we're talking about which shield we would rather have in a one-on-one, Blitz by far. The reason being, of course, is that he's going to be able to get up close and melee the shield away from Hungary. And there's not really much that the Clash can do about it. Of course, the zapping will slow it down, but ultimately it's going to definitely be an advantageous situation for G2.
I would suspect. I mean, I'm not a developer. I don't balance operators. Obviously, I have opinions, but I would imagine that Clash is probably one of the hardest operators in the game to balance.
Yeah.
So that you don't end up in a position where she is too strong. And I think a lot of teams realized that she was too strong last time around. I agree with a lot of the changes that were made. It's just unfortunate to see her pushed so far out. And I'm also the kind of person that believes that there's nothing wrong with operators not being must picks. I like situational operators quite a bit. I think they can add a nice flair to certain sites. It'd be good to have Clash and have it that role at some point, but right now we've just seen her pick rate absolutely fall off a cliff. So it'll be interesting to see what Hungary can do. And he's no stranger to shields. A lot of times you see Penta run him on Montaigne on attack. So it's definitely something that they have at their disposal should need be. But of course, Montaigne is banned in this matchup. So we won't be seeing him until at least map number 2.
Oka missing some important shots there. Not able to get the kill on the droning opponent above him. Free kills. Of course, not getting them, not a huge deal. You could still keep the momentum in your favor. Oh. Panix struggling there to not shoot his teammate. That was a little scary there. thought it was going to be an advantage early on for G2. Speaking of, though, this is actually the slowest round we've seen from the attackers thus far in this match. Yano's gonna get the first pick, though. Panics goes down from below. But G2 will still establish the lead in the initial engagements.
Kanto Ricchetti on the deepest flank watch of 2018 as a C4 sails over top of Pengu. Tries to engage with one, he gets the shield away! Oh! And he will smite Hungary into the afterlife. The final minute, outstanding play, and all of that enabled by the Finka boost being given to him. And it'll be Goga and Jonas doing cleanup work. We'll stitch 3 together in this quilt of victory for G2 as they look towards finishing the set over the next 2 maps.
Quilt of victory?
Shut up. Sometimes I say things that make no sense.
You know, I have been to so many quilting conventions. Yes, those are a thing.
You said your mother...
Yeah.
Yeah.
She brought me to a bunch of...
She likes quilting.
It's her business, you know, and...
Like literally her business?
Yeah,
like we shouldn't be talking about, or she makes money off of it?
No, I mean, like, that's her job. Like, she runs a fabric distributor, so. Anyway, moving on. I've been to a lot of quilting conventions, and I did not know that you were a 60-year-old lady. That's new information for me, Parker. How's that for dry humor? You're gonna tweet stuff about me, Parker? I hit back.
Oh my gosh. I did look in the mirror this morning and was like, wow, I don't look a day under 59.
Oh gosh. All right, so G2 absolutely dominant in this match so far. Penta seriously struggling to not only get rounds, but kills as well, as it's just been pretty one-sided. A lot of it stemming from Pengu, his excellent blitz play. Seriously, I mean, it's actually really impressive how well Pengu has been playing blitz. A lot of that, of course, also aided by Kanto Ricchetti's Finka boost. I don't think the Montaigne ban is really hurting G2 right now, Parker.
No, I mean, they're switching on to that blitz, as was noted. Also, Goga taking out the one mirror window of Panics. They move Panics onto a hard anchor position. That's interesting. So they've switched that one off. And now move Enemy onto more of that flex roam roll with Revan there to assist him. There's flexibility on this Penta roster, so that's not really a strange thing to see. Hungry and Panics are both incredibly capable players who can play entry. They can roam, they can assist, they can support, flex, etc. You know, but Panics on Mira, be able to give them a bit more support on site. Because let's be honest, the roaming play here of Penta has been not the greatest, especially when you got a blitz charging you down on that freight train of pain, especially when assisted by that Finka boost. And as I mentioned before, for those that don't know, a Finka boost that went off allows Pengu to ADS much faster, but no speed is going to stop that one as you take a bullet to the head from Enemy. Celebratory wiggle as Enemy continues to flirt with disaster around this doorway. Knows he has Kanto Ricchetti, he will lose that fight. Kanto walking away with enough HP that an Adrenal Surge will give him almost 100%. And there you go. The 25 extra bullets need to be eaten through, but Kanto missing a lot of shots. Ooh. Uncharacteristic of him. Fabian able to finish one off. Kanto taken down, so essentially both teams will trade. Also leave Goga in an engagement with Sir Boss, and right now G2 very fast into the building, leaving just Hungry and Panics left. Hungry down now to Goga. Plant successfully going off from G2. Panics will try the comeback. It's a 2v1, it's winnable. This is slow Mira, he's getting picked up and he got skeleton keyed to death. That's a trade, and we're not even gonna get to see anything because Fabian was non-factor in that final kill as they traded off. 4-0.
4 in a row as well, so good job to G2, though can't say it's terribly surprising. You can see that G2 and Penta both are actually in high spirits. I mean, honestly, going into this match, they got to be feeling good no matter what the end result is. Now, one big thing there in that last round was that Pengu did get shut down. The Blitz was eliminated pretty early on by the Roamers, so good job to, I believe it was Enemy who got that kill. But Penta still could not turn it into a win, no matter how hard Panics tried in that end. It's gonna be Kitchen again, second time in a row. And, well, I mean, it was definitely the closest bomb site. Penta came to a victory on Villa.
Yeah.
So, okay, I guess maybe maybe G2 is going for that 7-0. Would it be the first 7-0? Have we seen one yet? No, that's right, because of the 14-0 that we saw. No.
We technically didn't see it.
It was off stream.
Everybody's favorite team, Mini Golf Buta. And the I believe that they Space Station said that they played the villains in that one. They
10
won
seconds
14-0. It
remaining.
was off stream, but I don't think we've seen a 7-0 on broadcast, at least not from my notes
5
here. So
seconds left.
be the first one that would be televised.
Yeah, so that would be something if
Attackers objective
G2 managed
located
to
bomb.
net it, but Penta's still a formidable team, and
Attackers have located
get a few
bomb.
rounds, maybe even bring this back into a win. It's certainly possible. You can't count out Penta. And maybe we're having a little bit of fun in that first round, but should they choose to turn up, I'm sure they can bring this back.
You, I don't know if you heard it, but another mirror window got popped. So Goga has done his job on at least one of the two occasions, because there's two mirror windows. And of course, cue the Jaws theme as there goes the second, and Panics will, almost in disbelief as he runs as if he could pick up that pane of glass and put it back in, but not quick enough. A double kill from Sir Boss on the Pengu and Fabian. As playing through that newly ejected mirror window proves to be too much for G2 to handle, and after his double kill, Sir Boss will head for the hills and retreat back towards site down below.
Enemy on the deep roam. And he's going to be nowhere near the action. The last three G2 players all the way on the other side of the map. And enemies just waiting to come back to site when his teammates make the call. All of that action that happened was upstairs. And the bomb site is actually below in the kitchen. So G2 have a lot of work ahead of them if they want to bring this back, not only in control, but also in frags, as you see them at such a disadvantage. Jonas using that skeleton key, trying to find the angle on somebody, anybody from above. Goga will get the first kill for his team. Hungry goes down. Some good fragging from the Twitch, and he not only is playing the support operator, opening up those mirror windows, but he can frag out when necessary.
Just patience here on the side of Penta, as they have Hungry is the only one down. They just need to really wait for G2. You hear the LMG of the Finca deploying a ton of bullets, still 51 left. Kanto, oh, a beautiful snap on the Panics, as he still just lords over top of the site. He has the broken wall at his advantage, but there's nobody really there. Penta consolidating a little bit more. Still enemy on the roam, though. He'll have to get back pretty quickly as Sir Boss gets felled and Revan on site doing his work, but they'll wait patiently for the return of the Bandit.
And here he comes. Perfect timing, potentially, as he's right behind Finca. Kanto goes down, and it's just a 1 bullet's worth of HP on us in a 1 versus 2. He eats a Legion Trap, which makes his life even more difficult. His position given away, and 2 barrels in a crossfire. There's very little that can weed him out of this situation. The C4 lands, and Penta take their very first round.
Explosive end there, and you really have to credit Sir Boss on that one, as his big opening 2K, not just halting G2's entry into Master, but giving them a massive amount of breathing room by taking out the lone hard breacher and the annoyance of Pengu's operator selection, at least so far through this map. And he's not going to give up the blitz anytime soon. Interestingly enough, a word that tends to match G2's playstyle so far through 5 rounds.
So, Aviator as the next and final bomb site that Penta will get to defend in the first half. If we get to overtime, of course, they could defend again. But for now, it's their third attempt at this bomb site. And they have not been successful here once. Last 2 times, they were destroyed by G2. And it was pretty dominant. A lot of it had to do with Pengu's blitz play. Something that Penta has been struggling with, especially on this bomb site. So we'll see if they can change that. You need to have certain tools to deal with shields like that, especially when they're juiced up by the Finca. Things like the Elegishmat can help a lot, but it's not being brought by Penta. I believe they did play Ela once or twice, but that also wasn't working. They brought the Finca, I'm sure, in an attempt to counter the blitz, but as stated, Finca is not a suitable counter to a blitz. And, I mean...
Counters Monty, though.
Yeah, Yeah, in a bit, yeah.
Well, it knocks his shield down, which is the most important part, right? And I mean, if you've seen the way that Pengu plays the Monty, he's in deployed shield for most of his time.
But it really doesn't do a thing against the Blitz. Yeah. And
Yeah.
I mean, especially considering her entire shield is glass or whatever kind of bulletproof substance that is. It is see-through, so that's the most important thing. So it's not blocking the flashes at all.
You're talking about Clash?
Bomb
Yeah.
located
I was talking
by
about Ella.
attackers.
What? You were talking about Ella?
You said Ella. You said Guzmont mines.
I
doesn't have.
said
Clash,
Guzmont mods, and then I said...
Clash doesn't have Guzmont
I was talking
mines.
about both of them, dude. I was talking about counters to the shield play and what Penta were trying to bring out. They tried both of them. Neither of them worked. And so now what are they going to do? That was the storyline I was trying to build up. What?
I was talking about the Guzmont mines.
Okay,
Anyway,
fine, whatever. We're on a different page.
best player in the world is dead.
Oh, yeah, look at that. I didn't even notice.
Enemy very low on health. I believe it was Enemy who was playing Ella that they brought out once. They brought out Clash, the operator you were talking about, once. It didn't really work out. You also saw Panics almost killed Clash that one time.
Yeah.
So Jonas from below is the Kanto Raketti also helping out. He survives a C4. Revan takes out Jonas, the Buck, opening up the hole in the ground, but it will end up working against him. So G2 finds themselves in a 2-member deficit. Still trying to figure out exactly what's going on down below. This area in the basement of Villa so underutilized by teams, but a good opportunity to rotate, providing there's no flank watch, no drones, and no claymores. It's going to be Enemy trying to get back to site. As Pengu just inches away from the aviator door, he's going to use a Finka boost, and oh, Kanto losing a lot of HP there. Now, if you don't know that when a Toxic Babe goes down, anybody who's affected by the adrenal surge take increased damage. It's Kanto now as the final surge goes off. He's got the soft wall and a long angle that will go all the way into the vault. But there's nobody who's going to bother to do it.
It's slow push here from the attackers. They know they're at the disadvantage. Pengu gonna bring out a Legion Trap, and that will cost him his life. Another one for Penta, and in the final as well, G2 very quickly, one after another, taken down, and that's 2 rounds in a row for Penta. The final 2 rounds of their first half. We'll see a transition now as G2 go to defense.
In mind, defense is where you want to win.
Yeah.
Defense is where you're expected to win. Well, it's a problem if you don't end up walking away with the rounds that you need. And well, you look at that, G2 took 4 of the 6 rounds on attack. Impressive. But I mean, we also just watched the last semifinal with Space Station versus Penta, where on Clubhouse, you're supposed to win your defenses, and Space Station won the majority of their attacking rounds and ended up shooting it off to a 3rd map because of that. So sometimes it doesn't really matter necessarily, as long as you can get the number of rounds needed for the win. So we'll switch sides here. See an Ashe coming out. Lots of fragging potential on Penta's side of things. Look at that. Almost no utility. They're not going to bring a hard breacher at all. They're going to bring lots of disruption. They're going to bring a set of smokes. They got some of the best guns on attack as well, all being used in conjunction. The closest that they'll get to a full-blown hard breach is going to be that Maverick. But as we've stated many, many times, that's not really how he's used.
Yeah, Maverick is an interesting operator, one that is often banned on Villa, and he's usually just used to try and frag your opponent, or as a Thatcher, just a glorified Thatcher, a different kind of Thatcher. As you could specifically counter band tricking or mute juggling, which is in of itself rare, but it is probably his strongest use, right next to, again, just opening up odd angles. Because of the potential for those odd angles on Villa, again, often banned here, but not the case in this map and match. Enemy will be bringing him, and see what kind of damage he can do. Though the way that G2 plays, I don't think it's easily countered by a Maverick, to be completely honest. They've always been known for playing an extensive roam, and one that is hard to actually clamp down on.
Things have returned to normal here, though, after a bit of tomfoolery to start things off. Jonas will get lead-off kill. He's 45 seconds into the round as he punishes Panic, so no successful entry. The hesitation of the Ashe ends up being his undoing, and it allows the Pulse to clean up Master and take control of that part of the map yet again. He's also got Fabian not too far off playing inside of Astro. In fact, there's 3 bodies up top now with Kanto not more than a few steps from Jonas. The Doc with that ACOG and operator that Kanto loves playing very much. There's going to be a push up those stairs inside of Astronomy towards Fabian's side of things. In fact, could be a good opportunity for a trade here if the Jackal and Sophia peak at the same time. Fabian's position given away by a Jackal track. He sees the Jackal, but puzzlingly not a headshot. But that's why Kanto is there along with Jonas. So if this is a push from the Sophia, Sir Boss could find himself being destroyed by the 3 guns of G2.
Ravon will get the first kill for his team, though. Gogo goes down, and another one for Ravon. He's into bar and the sight. The defuse plant going down, the Claymore on top of it. Fabian will eliminate the final roam clear of Sir Boss. The C4 denies the defuse plant, though. Enemy down on the floor. Ravon refrags it. That's 3 for him in the round. He's going for a 4th. Cantor behind the vault door in a good position to delay, but he's being encroached upon, and Ravon took an easy kill here. And yes, indeed, he does. 4 total, and now a 1 versus 1. Fabian aware of where the Twitch is playing, and the defuse plant going down. No, it's the Claymore from Ravon! Penta wins the round, and an ace for the Twitch.
I hate saying what just happened, because we actually got to see every single thing that happened there. But what just happened?
The best player in the world stepped on a Claymore. And he died. And 1 versus 1, great job there to Ravon, waltzing into sight and tearing apart G2. You don't see that every day. Usually G2 is pretty diligent, but not there.
No, that was sloppiness, and I know you don't look down.
Attackers need to
I mean,
locate
we
and
saw the
defuse
teams
bomb.
here not really bringing utility. I was surprised to see a Claymore, because that doesn't really seem like the kind of thing that these teams would bring to. But hey, I mean, maybe at some point there's been a sense of competition that's been imbued in Pentas. They have now closed this gap, and G2, who are taking things very interestingly on attack, have to be a bit better on defense. This is now 3 unanswered rounds from Penta.
Good job to put 3 in a row. 1 more will answer back to G2's 4 in a row. I'm pretty close to that result. It didn't look like Penta was going to win that round. We got to be honest. Ravon really came out with
5 seconds to
a
insertion.
miracle for his team, and can't expect to rely on those
Attackers'
for
objective is to locate a bomb
every
and defuse
single
it.
round. Although, it was also the first defense for G2, which is worth noting. Might see a different result moving forward. They will be going to the same side, Aviator. So G2 not keen on changing things up.
It's a site that is easy to defend. A lot of teams will go down to that kitchen or possibly even try across and trophy, but I mean, you might as well aim here for Aviator. Especially with a Mira available, Aviator tends to be the site that you will see teams go to first, because she makes that corner wall that makes the 90-degree angle in towards the study. Oh, so powerful. Now, all these off-site players of G2 downstairs trying to waste as much time as possible have done a good job in the first 45 seconds. Jonas almost finds himself getting felled to the ash, but it will be Fabian who rotates and baits out Panics. I don't know if that was intended for G2, but if it was, an excellent call to reposition Fabian and be able to get the kill on the entry from Penta in kitchen.
It's a great job indeed to get that early frag. That's the 2nd time in a row we've seen Panics on Ash, entering
Attackers
the
have
building
located a
and
bomb.
dying to one of the roamers from G2. Seems to be something that Penta seriously struggles with, or at least Panic specifically. Now, the anchors were the problem for G2 in the last round. Hopefully for them, it won't be the issue this time around. You can see that G2 has a lot of roamers, 3 in fact, leaving only 2 people on the bomb site. Hungry, playing Jackal, the perfect operator to hunt down these roamers, but he's just waiting, expecting a rotation.
User has been
Oh no! No!
It's a bunch of controllers disconnected there on behalf of Penta.
Yeah, enemy will nade himself, and all right, 2-man advantage G2. Ravon, can he do it again, is the question that his team seems to be posing. That is not what you want to hear as the Twitch. He's already lost 50 HP, and he's failing to win these fights, peeking into the site. Goga playing a really odd angle will get the advantage and win that fight, shutting down the potential that Ravon has shown time again.
Upstairs, that's a hard angle for Hungry to hit as he looks all the way up through those arches. He's got not a lot of time to work with here. There's only a 30-second buffer between him and the end of the round. He's gonna have Hungry assisting him, but immediately traded off. Jonas avenges Pengu. Then Fabian, who got kill number 1, will also get kill number 5. And G2, who didn't lose the lead, but will once again put another win in their column in their first on defense, and also lock the Aviator site for 2 more rounds. And we'll go somewhere else.
Where, though, is the question, I'm sure. Probably going to be Trophy, because that's often the secondary site on this map. There you go. So that last round, the roam clear from Penta. I don't want to say it was non-existent, because it did exist. It just wasn't very good. They had Panics pushing in downstairs as Ash, and once again, he was eliminated quite easily by one of the G2 roamers. The Jackal played almost no role at all. It seemed like Penta got a little distracted by the roamers. And the anchor push that we saw from Ravon did not bear the same fruit that it did in the previous round. So a nice try from Penta, but they got a little distracted, and I think they needed to consolidate their efforts and either 5-man push the site or 5-man clear the roams. But pick one instead of splitting your efforts between the two. Now, Trophy, and 1 round away from match point for G2, as Penta will be bringing out the Glaz, an operator that is often banned, especially after Lion saw his permaban, or teams are given the option to ban out operators like Glaz, but instead of banning Glaz, G2 decided to get rid of Ying. I think a sensible ban against Hungry, but it does leave Panics able to play the Russian smoke operator.
Because I think 1 round for G2, I think Goga played the Glaz once or twice, if I remember, but that was really it for them. It's a good map for Glaz, though. Lots of destructibility. You can hold down so many sight lines, especially as you find that a lot of defenders will open up a lot of the exterior walls around the sites, allowing you to essentially expand your view when playing inside a site. It also acts as a bit of a warning to the attackers that you can't really just waltz in and engage with those walls open, because there's usually people watching and anticipating that you'll do that, almost as if it's a bait and switch. Of course, Glaz can take a lot of advantage of that, because he can see you most of the times, even if a tiny portion of you is showing, because of his thermal vision, as it's called. And of course, he's the ability to smoke it off and push without you being able to do much to stop him. With Maestro banned, the only thing that can see through that smoke is, of course, the bulletproof camera, which, looking at G2's lineup, they have 1 in the hands of Kanto, as he usually tends to run it on the dock.
Pengu, laying in the main hallway, downstairs. Far from the site, but he's got that C4, so at any moment he could come back and deny a defuse plan. Speaking of moments, though, I mean, we're getting pretty deep into the round, and Penta hasn't done much other than lose Ravon to Kanto Raketti on a deep roam downstairs. 3 roamers downstairs, in fact. Pengu and Kanto, though, going to start working their way back. C4 from Jonas will take down enemy. The Glass still alive through the smoke, doing some damage, but he will eat even more in response. Pengu will be downed. On the floor, he's still salvageable. Kanto Raketti playing Doc, the perfect operator to save this player, and he will do just that as Pengu gets back into the fray. Continue to fight against Panics, who is encroaching on the site. Only 1 smoke possible left for that Glaz. No, in fact, he has none, so this is gonna make his push even more difficult. He's stuck on an island between a mirror window and an open doorway, and it's gonna be the doorway that will be his demise. Pengu pushes out and gets that kill. Hungry, able to eliminate Kanto Raketti, though. It's not over yet for Penta. They got 2 very healthy attackers left.
Still a smoke on the Jackal, though, if they really wanted to use it. I think Hungry's expended it at some point. He had one earlier on. Oh, a big wide peek from Goga as Hungry looks the wrong way, and Sir Boss's location is known. Claymore, which did so well for them before, will be placed under the window, but now it's just going to be full court press as it will find its target. Jonas jumps out, gets blown to pieces. It's the shrapnel of that Claymore It's absolutely fatal, but just out of time. Fabian's waiting as T5 will down. The Gumine will finish off that Zofia as G2 will now move to match point after successful defense of trophy and statuary. Likely prompting a defense downstairs of the kitchen, as that's the only other site open alongside the library and living room, which tends to see very limited play amongst teams, but I mean, you can never really count it out for G2 because they tend to play things that a lot of others wouldn't. But no, there you go, it's gonna be kitchen. This will be pretty ordinary here for them.
Definitely a standard bomb site. First time that G2 will be going to this, if I'm not mistaken. And let's see quite a lot from Penta, though. Now, Aviator and Trophy being successful for G2, they have to be feeling comfortable going on to this third bomb site. And overall, they have been pretty dominant in this match. A lot of the rounds that they've lost have been, I think, more due to them making mistakes than anything else. I mean, the clutch from Raban was definitely all him, but at the same time, Fabian walked into a Claymore. Anyway, all that said, the point I'm trying to get at here is that G2 have looked pretty dominant on Villa. And while they haven't been able to get that 7-0 that I'm sure they were gunning for, following the 6-0 that they suffered at the hands of Penta last time, I mean, even if they get the win, I'm sure they're feeling very good. And they only need the one round to do it over these next few. So
5 seconds
see if they're capable. And I'm sure, as you all know, they certainly are.
It's a mix of operators that G2 uses an awful lot, and the biggest thing that they use it for is control and denial of entry. So you look at the mute, obviously the way that different teams play it. Did you just me?
No.
What is going on for Penta?
Yeah, I was about to say this might be a rush, is what the thought process was, but it's in fact not. They're just all spawning at the same plot. I thought they might be doing, you know, that kitchen rush that you could do from the stairs, come up through the stairs, go into the storage room. I thought they might have been trying to pull that off.
Panic's taking good use of the 3-speed of Ash by crouch walking across the top of the roof.
They can't hear me, guys. I'm crouch walking.
I am completely silent. He's like a Prius going under 10 miles per hour, just completely silent. Kanto, though, will find at least 2 of the 5 members of Penta who all started together. And the ACOG just rips right through them. And whether he's used a stim pistol on himself or not, there's very little damage that's been done to him. So, no, I was going to say, so the way that G2 usually plays this is to deny and control entry. So you've got the mute jammers. G2 uses mute a little bit differently than a lot of other teams. They use mute in a lot of ways to enable roam plays rather than keeping it on site. There's a lot of different usage you can use. I mean, Goga now getting a kill onto Panics as I just go through this, of course. Speaking of deny entry, he had his little device active, and of course, you see him getting droned in, and the drone goes right past the Vigil, but the member of Penta was just a little bit too close to that drone and wasn't able to relay that information. And well, you can't see Vigil with your drone, but you can definitely see him with your eyes.
I gotta say, every single time, it's honestly getting a little sad right now. Every time we see Panics playing Ashe and trying to push into the building,
he just dies immediately.
He just dies immediately. Oh no, a run out from Pengu. These people, they have families. You gotta stop it, G2. Absolute shutout, and it's just one attacker left, enemy.
I just want to explain how G2 uses this strat, okay? And I don't think I'm gonna get the chance to do that, as now enemy is under fire. C4 blows up at his feet. Use the sledgehammer to open up that small bit of the floor / ceiling. Is Pengu gonna be playing underneath that? Dropping down a frag grenade. It's gonna go off nowhere near anybody whatsoever.
Given that this round is pretty close to its conclusion, would you like to finish your thought?
I'll get to it when we're in the intermission.
Okay, that's fair.
If G2 pulls this one off, and enemy right now against Fabian, you got a sledge, you can run an SMG-11 on that, but we're gonna run the pistol instead, and it'll be Pengu, ensuring that G2 Esports taking it 7-3. So it's usually 6-2, 6-2 G2, but because there's an extra round, does that mean that's 7-3 now?
Oh no, it can't be 6-2 G2.
It can't be 6-2 G2, but because each team can win one more round, that's a 7-3. That's as close to the norm as we're gonna get.
That's sad that is dead. All right, well, the match, 7-3. We're not done just yet. We still have 2 maps left. Border and Clubhouse. If we get to Clubhouse, it'll be the decider, of course. But overall, the first map going pretty decisively the way of G2, a little bit more so than I was anticipating, to be honest with you. And we all know that G2 is very formidable on Villa especially, but I really didn't expect that to be as one-sided as it turned out to be. Props to G2. A big thing for me is that the entry from Penta was very lackluster. Every single time that we saw somebody trying to clear out the roamers from Penta, shut down by, you guessed it, the roamers. So, a little disheartening.
I mean, that's Villa, though, right? That's Villa.
Yeah.
You look pretty on the camera.
Oh, thank you, Parker. You do as well.
No, it was a question, not a statement.
Oh, wow. All right. I'm going to take that one to heart.
All right. Good.
You hurt me.
I'm sorry.
You hurt me deep.
I would like to discuss what happens with that strategy now. If that's 5 minutes later, if I'm
You're not wearing a watch,
if I'm allowed
Parker.
to do that.
You're going to do that without a watch?
You know what actually happened to my watch? My
What?
batteries died on Tuesday, and I flew out to Rio on Wednesday.
Oh, no. That's
I know.
bad
It was like,
timing.
it literally died at 10 p.m. on Tuesday because I woke up the morning and I looked at my watch and it was like 10:47 and I was like, nah, heck.
You could have still worn it. It just would have been a lie.
Here's the strategy that they use. They use it, and you'll see it. They'll run a vigil, they'll run a mute, and they'll run a pulse. And why do they do all of this? Well, because number one, they control the information that can be gathered by the opponents. Because they usually use the mute jammers as a way of stopping the entry rather than stopping the execute. Those are ways that you can, of course, use mute in entirely different strategies. And then they will essentially do, I've called it the mute superhighway before, where you can basically run from mute jammer to mute jammer to mute jammer. They use it really well on Consulate when roaming up on the second floor. Essentially, then the pulse will be played to enable both the vigil and usually the mute or whomever might be playing off-site. Sometimes they'll do it with Kanto Ricchetti on the dock. It really depends. So basically, the whole idea behind this strategy is make it very, very difficult for your enemies to enter the building successfully and cut them down as they come in. And by Jove, what did we see?
Exactly that.
Exactly that. So we now turn our sights to border for map number 2. This could be a 2-0 in favor of G2. They are on championship point. They got to get through this one first. And it actually happens to be Penta's pick. So we'll load into border. What could be our final match here? Dreamhack Winter, map number 2.
All right, so Border, an excellent map for possible conclusion. Similar to Consulate, one of those more balanced maps overall, one of those maps that everybody should know how to play. It's going to be G2 banning out first, which means they will also be on defense. Last time they got rid of a Ying and a Maestro. This time it's going to be, looks like, to start things off the very same as Ying gets banned out. And we saw Monty banned by Penta, though it didn't seem to change much. G2 ended up just bringing a Blitz, and it honestly looked super powerful. So, instead, Penta will ban Glass. I'm actually really surprised by that, to be honest with you. You stated that maybe we saw some G2 Glass play, but it honestly wasn't that big of a deal. Penta brought out Glass quite a lot more, and that also didn't change very much. It wasn't a very influential pick, but still, I'm surprised that they've not tried to get rid of one of the shield operators that G2 seems so keen on utilizing.
I mean, in defense of the Glass ban, Border does tend to be one of the maps where Glass's ban rate soars over the others.
Yeah.
It seems like Bank and Border he is banned on more often than not. And a lot of the times, it's not necessarily because it's a comfort pick or a counter pick. It's done because these operators have a very difficult style to counter on these maps. Bank in particular, but on Border, you can lock down half of the site on basically every single site that's in Border with 1 or 2 smokes from Glass. And because of how confined Border is, it's very easy for the rest of Flank Watch to just box you out and make it impossible to retake.
So an interesting transition in the mentality behind that ban phase. But as we go into the actual prep phase, we will see Armory Lockers, the first site for G2. And Penta on attack have decided to bring kind of an interesting lineup. They've not brought a Habana, which is one of the more versatile hard constructors, instead of leaning on the Thermite, which makes a lot of sense, I think, on Armory especially, which is usually your first bomb site. They brought 2 sets of smokes, but because of their own Glass ban, they will not be able to see through those smokes, whereas on G2's side, they might have those bulletproof cameras in play. Although no, actually it doesn't seem like they will. Anyway, continuing on with Penta's roster, or rather lineup, brought quite a lot of soft destruction, which I think is sensible on this bomb site. You can attack quite a lot from below, opening up underneath the half wall, or bunker as some people call it, and sandwich, forcing people, and by people I mean G2, back from defending the A bomb site. One big thing to note though is that there is still Echo in play, and he is definitely a force to be reckoned with when it comes to site control.
So Penta starting on attack here. You got smokes available too. You got 4 of them actually, frag grenades, and Zofia being run by Penta. They've tended to be one of the very small number of teams that actually run Zofia still, and I'm actually very curious to talk to teams over the next couple weeks. If we see that Zofia's pick rate does fall, she had the 2nd highest pick rate on attack after Hibana. Last season, if I remember correctly, she might have even had the highest pick rate for a week or 2 in a couple different regions, and she's just so versatile. There are very few strategies where Zofia would not be a good fit in with your other 4 operators. In fact, her absence is why I think we've seen Ashe, we've seen Twitch, we've seen Sledge, we've seen even Finka see their pick rates jump. But I mean, also, we see more Ashe on LAN as well, so I mean, that could be a reason for that too.
We also saw Penta in their previous match against Space Station playing Ashe and Zofia, placing special emphasis on that fragging potential.
Yeah. And it looks like it's going to be an armory take here, though, Michael, as that tends to be where all the pieces of Penta's strategy are setting up. You've got the Capitao and the Thermite as your 2 primary entries here for this execute. Is once you get the wall open, the Thermite will walk into plant, likely under the cover of smoke from Hungry, but he's actually used, or no, my apologies, he hasn't. He still has his 2 asphyxiating bolts, and there we go. Bit of concussive grenade here as Pengu actually misses his impact and will concede the wall, but there's Kanto to take down enemies, so that hard destruction will only net them 1 exothermic charge as the Thermite is gone from action.
Wall being open though, and to have accomplished the goal that they set out to accomplish, it's just not going to give them very much, to be completely honest. They've already used a lot of their utility on the initial attempt to push in through that wall, and it was not successful. Panic's eating a lot of damage from those Legion traps, and he will pull it out, but Bobby, the Legion himself, will get the kill after detecting his opponent. And a nice flick, but no landed shot. Pistol out, and oh, a down Capitao! Fabian fighting tooth and nail, but he finally gets shut down in customs. Though I have to say, damage done, mission accomplished, Fabian. Can't really say no to that one.
Hungry will get picked back up though, so that could have been a possible kill that G2 is going to leave on the table here. Pengu taking enough damage from that asphyxiating bolt while upright to now be put into the down but not out stage. And Revan with the C75 in hand eliminates Kanto Raketti. Another set of trades as Penta will add 1 with Goga taking out Hungry and then immediately dying. All waiting Revan just alongside the plant. Revan will go down, but no, they don't get Sir Boss. He's completely immobile and vulnerable while holding the diffuser in his hand. And a golf clap goes through the audience here as G2 takes round number 1.
Well deserved, as that was a pretty incredible clutch from G2, all things considered. Penta seemed to be in full control in the later end of that round, something that they excel at. You can count G2 out early on, but they almost always bounce back, and that's exactly what we saw. Now, a lot of that I think has to do with how much damage Fabian was able to do in customs. He not only distracted and wasted time and managed to get a kill or 2, but also doing just damage to the people who survived the engagement. So props to Fabian for that. Ventilation as the second site. Surprise, surprise. We load in, will be the standard fare for G2. They brought a castle, also not a huge surprise on this. Parker, you remember when people thought Castle was bad? I mean, sorry, there are people who still think that, but remember when like public opinion was so against him, you know, like saying that he really needed a buff?
I mean, there was a period of time over Season 5 and some of Season 6 where his pick rate was below 10% in Pro League, but as more and more of these projectile operators got added in, and then of course Lion in particular, and the meta started to shift away from roamers doing most of the work to anchors and support doing most of the work. And right now we are in the age of the anchor, it seems, for this season and the coming season. Who better to protect your anchors and slow down the quick advances of attackers than our good old friend Castle? And yes, people who say Castle are bad are more than welcome to be entitled to their incorrect opinion.
Correct. Run out from Cancer Ricchetti will take down Panics. And that's a nice, well-placed headshot onto the Zofia. So lots of utility just eaten right up by G2. Interesting to see Kanto playing the Bandit, actually. This is usually an operator that Giannis will play, but I mean, it's still a Finn playing it, so I suppose it can work just as well.
The Finnish Flash.
Yes, that is a way to say it. Of course, it's a German operator, but Hungary takes down Giannis, the other Finnish player, on G2, and easy kill.
Oh man, sitting
From
up
above.
top, watching the skylight and lobby all the way down. That is...
It's dedication, man.
That is, you never die from there and think to yourself, I am not angry.
Yeah.
Every time you die from there,
Yeah.
you're like, man, why was he up there?
To be honest, though, Giannis is a pretty level-headed player. I'm sure if he is angry, he's keeping it internalized so that he doesn't distract his team. Though, speaking of his team, Fabian could be taken down by Servas, and Ravan will actually get another one. Goga goes down, so it's just Kanto and Pengu, two clutch masters, but Penta are looking in great form in this round. They might be able to lock it out. And Turketti using a C4 to rotate back to the site. Definitely good utility there in this situation. Able to support his teammate now. The information is abundant, and Kanto loses the fight regardless. Servas winning his, and Ravan will as well. Penta win their first round and the second of this map.
Pretty good entry after Kanto was able to stop the first push, and then after that, they bounced back. Panics very deep in distraction,
Probably thinking about something.
thinking about something,
Thinking about how to win the next round, I'm sure.
possibly.
Probably.
We saw it in the intermission between the rounds that Fabian was like staring up into the sky, and I was wondering if he was thinking, when am I not going to be the best player in the world?
Oh boy. Yes, absolutely. Ventilation again from G2. No surprise there. We talk about usually how it's nice to, if you lose a site, rotate to another one. But I gotta be honest, on Border, you got customs and tellers, and both of those are definitely viable bomb sites, but ventilation is gonna be so much more comfortable.
Yeah.
So last round, what happened to allow Penta to get that win? Well, G2's roamers got taken apart one by one. It all started with Giannis being eliminated from the skylight. As you pointed out very correctly, it's really odd to be killed from that skylight, and it does kind of piss you off no matter who you are.
I said you can't say swears, Mike.
Is that a swear? I actually didn't know that. Really?
5 seconds to insertion.
Parker, are you yanking my chain?
I have no idea.
Oh, okay.
I know that when I was growing up, I wasn't allowed to say that word.
Really?
I had to say tinkle.
Tinkle you? I can't say that. I can't finish that sentence. How is that worse? How is it worse?
Everything I just said was a lie.
Okay, thank you. I'm so happy.
I wanted to see.
Oh man, I knew you were yanking my chain. I couldn't.
I wanted to see what you would do. Is this
man.
guy serious right now?
Oh, you were blowing my mind for a little bit there, not gonna lie. All right, so the roamers from G2 were taken out one by one, and it all started with Giannis. And from there, Penta really struggled. Well, wait, no, they didn't struggle at all. That was a really definitive round. G2 struggled to recover, and, well, they couldn't.
It looked like it was just loose play off site by G2, and it put Pengu and I believe it was Goga in just a position that was very difficult for them to come back from at that point, especially with the big numbers advantage. And Border tends to be one of those maps where if you have a numbers advantage and you don't get caught on your own, you typically end up winning because there's just no chance to catch these players and walk away without the other team refragging. So difficult here is takes about a minute and a half. Exothermic charge, opening up the wall into office with Jonas, as well as Castle of Pengu. Not too far off. Jonas does have these soft walls to his right inside of Fountain. This could be a great opportunity here to jump in and grab him. And that's exactly what Sir Boss is going to do. He just straight up pulverizing the Pulse around the corner here by this half wall, positioned just outside of the office and archives adjoiner.
Also going to establish firm control of the top floor for Penta as the rest of G2 has just, well, fallen back. And I think the right call in that situation. Little time left, and well, frags are still coming out for Penta as Pengu goes down. Kenterketi waiting with C4 on hand for the frag to walk to him, but it's not happening just yet. Gogo also looking up. They're waiting for the opportunities. Penta, though, not giving them in abundance. C4 going to miss, and Kenterketi, a little bit of wasted utility there. He really needed that to hit so he could even things out for his team. There is no Valkyrie, but Penta will be looking for those potential cameras.
Logic Bomb will just give away everybody on G2's position as Fabian lies prone, likely to try and evade any gunfire over top of him. The rest of G2 on site right now, knowing that there's going to have to be a push. There's not a ton of time left, just 10 seconds. And Kenterketi losing the fight to Sir Boss. It's been so good. Fabian gets 2 rewarded for his efforts by taken out by Hungry. Now Goga cannot silence Sir Boss, and Penta will find their very first victory on Vents. Or rather, my apologies, they won Vents. It's their second victory in the 3rd round here. I don't know how to words. It's their first lead.
That is true.
That's what I was looking for.
Yeah. So this is going to be a tactical pause by a G2 to try and reassert themselves as the ones in control of this match. And I think this is good timing. Losing 2 in a row on the same bomb site, not an easy thing to stomach. They get to go to Armory though next, so that's going to be very comfortable.
I think this was a match that honestly started with lighthearted intentions between the two teams. And at some point on Villa, things got real serious, real fast. And I think we are now in the midst of a matchup that is far more important than I think both teams were anticipating heading in. I know that not to downplay the significance of winning it all and being able to hoist that trophy, but the real prize was won in the semifinals by Penta. And at that point, you could walk away quite happy. But both teams, it's their mannerisms and their body language and all that jazz, they don't really look like they're here for a fun time. They both want victory in mind, and I think no matter what, both these teams will be happy to walk home with the win.
And you're definitely right. At the beginning, G2 and Penta both were jubilant. They were going into this match, you know, smiles on their faces, just like, yeah, we'll get whatever we get out of this, it's all right. But that's quickly subsided, and definitely a very focused G2 right now as they head into the round. You can hear it from the ticking that we're going to get back into it in just a second. The tactical pause has been finished. Now, again, Armory, the site that G2 gets to go to on this round. They did win it last time they were here, but it was the first round, and they've lost 2 ventilation in a row. So we're back to the standard. Though I have to say, if G2 is not able to figure out how to successfully defend ventilation, then either they need to go somewhere else and try their best at that, or they need to, or they're going to struggle to win this map. It's really that simple, and that could push us to map number 3, Clubhouse, if we get to it. Now, the setup on our Armory going to be very much the same as it usually is from G2. You can see that quite clearly. Last time Penta came here, they pushed into the A wall, and they actually looked pretty good. I'm not gonna lie, Penta looked like they were gonna be able to win that attack. Ended up losing in the end. I believe Tionas who clutched it out as the Pulse C4 and killing the last attacker on 000, attempting to plant the diffuser deep in sight. That's the big thing. Penta, shades of vitality as they attack excruciatingly slow. They come down to the last couple seconds before they start their assault. Big difference is, I have to say it, the Penta formula, when they're attacking late, they are actually pretty lethal. It's been working out pretty well for them. I mean, it got them to the finals. Whereas,
I don't know how much I would say that it's an exact replica, though.
No, it's
right?
certainly
Vitality
shades of.
Shades of. I think in the sense that they wait and they try to gather all of their all the info that they need before they can execute on it. But the thing too with Vitality is that half the time, nobody from Vitality is even in the building until the final 40 seconds.
Yeah, and that was a problem for them for a long time.
Yes, and it is going to be a problem for them moving forward as well. Yes, they look to try to come back here into Pro League, as they, of course, were relegated at the hands of ENCE. But this matchup in particular, saw G2 playing very loose against Penta, and especially with Kanto Raketti, spawn peak, and then a couple positions where there was just no refrag because they thought they could walk away with it, but they're just being outgunned, and there have been actually a couple of opportunities that seemed to be strongly favoring G2, but it was Penta who just simply landed the shots better, and that was really all that mattered in those interactions.
Definitely something that Penta used in their matchup against Space Station Gaming just prior in the semifinal. Winning the fight in the name of the game for this lineup. But Fabian's gonna win his against Ravon and establish an early lead for G2 over by the east stairs. And most of the action going to the A wall, pushing towards Armory is Penta's priority, but it's just enemy by himself right now. And you can see Serbas is starting to come over here to support him, but a light focus on the site push seemingly right now. Maybe trying to hunt down the roamers. I'm not entirely sure what the game plan is for Penta, but more of the same. I'm not exactly surprised. It seems like Penta's just using the time, as they usually do, to try and establish as much control as they can before they start their site push.
They've got pretty good site control, or they've got pretty good map control, rather. You've got the IQ down below. That's going to be a good spot to be in, especially with Goga on this drone. Not only is he going to get picked up as the drones are being used, but he's going to get off the drone, actually. It's refragged immediately from Hungary, so that was it. That's what I said, the IQ from below in a great spot to take out the Echo, even though Goga does get the kill that's needed. He's going to be deprived of the usage of those Yokai's in plant. Denial. Panics, being spoiled by a default camera, missing his shots there as G2 ends up extending. That was the first kill. It turns it into 3. They'll tie it up now at 2 apiece. Speaking of missing their shots, that duel with Panics.
Oh, yeah.
That was not exactly what you want when you have the drop on somebody coming towards 90 as he did. He shot out the default cam and knew he would be pushed. That's good game sense, but couldn't relay that game sense to mechanical ability in that particular instance.
Yeah, I admit the SMGs have pretty fast ADS speed, but really you should have been able to win that fight. He was predicting the rotation from the pulse there and still managed to lose it. Now, that was not, in my opinion, the only thing that cost Penta that round. A big part of that was the A-wall push, something that Penta has been struggling with. They keep setting themselves up to take into A-wall, but seemingly not putting enough emphasis on it. I'm not really sure what it is, to be honest. They were so spread out as a team, all over the place, trying to push from the main hallway and the A-wall. A-wall push was torn apart, and then after that, there was no one to refrag, allowing G2 to easily shift their focus and finish off the remainder of Penta. Okay, now here's the big trip up for G2, though. Going back to Vent. And
2 unsuccessful defenses.
Yeah, so this has been the bane of G2 so far on this map.
Nobody cared who I was till I had to defend the vents.
Really? Where's the connection?
You said the bane of their existence.
Oh.
5 seconds to go.
You ruin the joke if you have to explain it.
You know, that's my bad. That's my bad. You didn't have to make it, though. No, that's my bad. All right. Moving on. Ventilation, again, 3rd time's the charm, hopefully, for G2. On the other hand, Penta certainly want to extend what was their lead, or regain it, as it were. So they have to start with clearing off these roamers upstairs. We have 3 of them. Kanto Raketti, Pengu, and Jonas all upstairs. They're just looking to delay as long as possible. It's gonna be clear from the east for Penta, and it'll start with a kill onto the pulse of Jonas. Good start there for Penta. They've got to face Pengu playing inside of Archives.
Hard loss here, too, on your pulse when looking at ventilation and workshop, because you're able to give so much of that horizontal plane in front of you to the rest of your team from that cardiac sensor. Keep in mind that 9 meters range of the sensors. is a long way on border, especially given that there's not a lot that separates the bomb from the attackers. Fabian a double kill as he runs out. He'll be rewarded with the Thermite and Thatcher duo. The OGs, as you would call them, always running together all the way back in year 1, season 1, and onwards.
Oh, geez. That was a long time ago.
I heard you played the game then.
Yes, I did. I did, Parker. I still play the game. It's not professionally any longer.
That's okay. It's good to have you here.
Thanks for asking. Glad you're interested. Upstairs, lots of action going down as Penta delayed by the Yokai drone. A Sophia lifeline will be useless in that situation to negate the effects. Buck pushing his way into Archives has been called out by the Yokai drone. Again, great use from Goga, and it's gone undetected inside Archives. Phone call there will buzz down Cantor Raketti, giving away his position.
I think they knew that there was going to be a counter push. This is a smart read from Penta to drop off, timed well with the logic bomb, and panics from above, obliterating Canto Raketti while trying to turn off his ringing mobile device before the movie begins. Panic still has that open hole above him as he looks over top of B. He's giving a mark to get things opened up. Now he still has 3 breaching charges, so he could use these, but I mean, when you got a Buck there, it's as good of a tool as any. Sir Boss and Panics not just have good weapons in their hands, but also the ability to catch any of the defenders as they rotate out. And speaking of rotate, it's Pengu who will grab Panics, but the UMP's low damage, cannot get the kill needed. Fabian eliminated by Revan means that we're gonna have to see Pengu try to get back to site in a hurry. Using those Yokai drones, the marks, but Goga cannot control the recoil, not bearing 9. And Pengu, with that UMP, have to deal with the 3 members of Penta who are, moment, trying to stop the diffuse going down. And well, Pengu looks the wrong way. Panic's doing a great job of guarding that diffuser. That's gonna be it for G2 on this round. And the Penta Alpaca, as it's called, gets a spotlight there. Thank you to our camera work for that.
It's beautiful, beautiful alpaca. Stuffed animal. All right.
Liven had one, or Liven, depending on your accent. He picked up one at Dreamhack Montreal as well.
Really?
Yeah.
Huh.
They were selling them at Dreamhack Montreal.
Is that where he got that one? Or
I don't know about the Penta Alpaca if they got it from that, but I do know that the one that Liven got for Millennium was from Dreamhack Montreal.
Oh.
It's a nice tradition if they buy these animals at these Dreamhacks and just bring them around with them.
I've seen a lot of stuffed animals on desks in esports. I feel like it's pretty common.
Zig won a championship with a little stuffed horse.
Yeah.
Which he brought with him here as well.
Do you think that's why Liquid... Oh, no, you said he brought him here.
He did bring the horse.
Yeah.
You're going to say, is that why Liquid won?
No, I was going to say, is that why Liquid's been struggling lately? He
had the horse.
Yeah, all right.
Yeah, he had the horse.
Well, G2 on the back foot. Penta able to establish a lead, and well-deserved, as they have been fighting very well, honestly, against G2. You don't often see teams win as many fights as against G2 as Penta has been. It's honestly really impressive, and I look forward to seeing if they can keep that trend going, maybe bring us to a map number 3 in these finals.
This is Penta's map, and you'd imagine that they would do well here, but I mean, G2 typically, Border's been one of their best maps. I think it was actually Siege GG. Just want to give a shout out to them and all the work that they've done for us in the scene, providing statistics. But I believe that they tweeted ages ago, not recently, but a while back, that this is one of statistically G2's best maps. It had a pretty broad sample, or a pretty large sample size actually to go off of, and G2 typically does quite well here. So we're gonna see is once again, Ventilation Workshops just does not work. So they're gonna go down to bathroom and maybe something goes right this time. But with this site, you know things can go catastrophically wrong very fast.
Well, it's worth noting, Ventilation is the only site that Penta has managed to win. So clearly G2 has a problem defending that site, and I really can't fault them for going to Bathroom Tellers, even though, yeah, generally speaking, this is the inferior bomb site.
I'm surprised we're not seeing customs here. It's because this is gonna be the last defense of G2. They're not gonna have a crack at it. We might see Penta go with it.
Maybe.
But I mean, even then, with Mira being banned as she is,
it's not a great site.
Customs is not a great site either without a Mira, but it's definitely doable.
Yeah, I just think, I mean, we've seen successful customs defenses without a Mira. It's so hard to pull off. Penta have been trying to work their way into the top 4, and they've actually been successful in that endeavor, able to thermite the wall. Hungry will also take down Fabian, and There you go. Penta establishing an early lead, as they have been throughout this match. They definitely seem capable of winning the fights on this map, especially. The boss slow peeking his way into offices, looking for another fight. It's Pengu playing this position. And he's gonna get a little aggressive here, looking for the buck. He will find him and land the shots, evening things out. Kantaruketti possibly down. Yes, he was reset by his teammates. Pengu gonna eat the lifeline, the phone call, and the flash all at once, but Panic's gonna win the fight as Pengu attempts to reassess that angle.
Admirable try. He got flashed, hit with a logic bomb, and then also hit with the Zofia concussive blast. Trevin, after using the logic bomb with many phones still ringing, just trashes through Goga, but Jonas refrags immediately. The Pulse will have to quiet his own device, playing underneath the hatch, as the Pulse is on high alert. Penta still holds a numbers advantage. There's a drop through the hatch, trying to head over towards the site. Penta's actually in sight. It's gonna be Enemy who's gonna try to pull off this defuse, and he gets spotted, but Jonas a little too early. He anticipated a possible pre-fire from the thermite through that soft wall. It's gonna be some great work from the upside down Hungry. Panic's taking out Kantaruketti, but Jonas is there, and there you have it. Hungry, who was upside down, tagged Jonas earlier on. We had one real way to look. Penta will emerge through the first half on attack, 4-2, giving G2 the opportunity of at least 3 rounds to see what they can muster on attack. And Penta, it's very impressive what we've been seeing so far, and I've been really impressed with their drone work. And noticed it in the match against SSG, was there were many rounds where Space Station Gaming were basically on drones, being completely under surveillance, and none of them knew it. That's a huge strength. We talk about drone economy an awful lot, and teams that just kind of throw their drones away with reckless abandon don't really have a lot of thought process behind exactly when you'll need them, where you can leave them, etc. Whether you want them as, possibly watching a flank, whether you want them watching sight, whether you save them in the, the drone phase, etc. But Penta's one of their biggest strengths here. They've been doing an excellent job passing that information along, and most importantly, having that info after the execute happens or after you've managed to have your entry, because by then it's very common for teams to end up intel starved, losing all but 1 or 2 possible drones with 1.5 minutes to go. Not the case for Penta so far.
So, going into the second half, Penta seem to be in a pretty comfortable lead. They're going to win a lot of fights against G2, and a lot of that, as you stated, due to their excellent drone play.
5 seconds left.
But now they won't have the advantage of drones. And as we've talked about many times
Attackers
before,
are heading out
Penta
to defuse a bomb.
are much better on attack than they are on defense so far in this tournament. So if G2 are able to use the Montaigne that was left unbanned to their advantage well enough, we might see this comeback from G2, and we might go all the way to that 2-0 victory in their favor, yet still. There'll be a start with a clear into CCTV. Fabian droning Pengu into this location. Gonna be calling out that cafeteria break room is clear, allowing Pengu to push into the right. It's a C4 from Ravon, onto Fabian by the east stairs to get an early lead again for Penta. They've been so consistent in getting that first frag of the round, and it's gonna come out once more. The default cam actually will detect Giannis before he's able to take it out. Good information collection from Pengu, or Penta rather. And Pengu actually at the same time.
It could be both.
Yeah.
It could be both.
Both of them are collecting excellent information. As you can see, Pengu peeking his way into office will call out the Jaeger in the east corner.
Now, because they know where G2's push is coming from, you just saw an ADS get sent down by the Jaeger just to try and possibly burn any projectiles or frag grenades that could get tossed over. Now, we know G2's lineup. We know there's no frag grenades there, but there's smokes at the hands of Pengu. And while they might have spotted Sir Boss playing by the wall, very difficult to see that Monty execute well. There'll be a triple push, and Jonas through the smoke takes out Panics as Sir Boss had been removed as well just a moment prior. So leaving G2 in the driver's seat in a 4v3 with just a little over a minute to go in this round.
We do have one player from Penta under the site, but that's gonna be Enemy. No C4s, just an impact. He could still deny the plant, but it's going to be through sheer force of will and doing that impact correctly. Hopefully he has the information to place it in the right location to then follow it up with some shots to eliminate the attempted plant once it eventually comes out from, I'm sure, Pengu. Though he does have a smoke to cover the rotation. Cantor Raketti is going to get Ravon as Ravon attempted to flank, but Jonas has been downed in that engagement, and that's going to put it into a 3-on-2. Penta's still very much in this. One gas canister left for Hungry. He can deny the plant, but it's going to be very difficult. Smoke and firebolts coming out from Jonas to try and deny the rotation. An enemy has found a flank. Nobody watching this as the diffuser goes down. Cantor Raketti, though, will turn around and get the final kill. G2 take it. Penta's still in the lead, but G2 fighting back. We're one round away from evening this out.
It's really good execute there, and then even better post-plant, as you had a ton of tools at your disposal for G2. You still had the Montaigne, and unless there's a significant numbers advantage in favor of the defenders, it's very tough to beat a Montaigne, even in a 1v1 situation on a post-plant, so.
In a 1 versus 1, if the diffuser is down, Montaigne should never lose. I mean, even if you've got the perfect operator count, maybe you're a smoke and you've got all 3 gas canisters. First of all, if you have all 3 gas canisters and the diffuser has been planted, you failed. But also, even if you're a smoke, you have all 3 gas canisters, it's still hard to deal with a Montaigne in a 1v1.
Yeah, absolutely. Like I said, unless there's 2.
Yeah.
Unless you have a significant numbers advantage, or even just a numbers advantage of 1, it's very difficult for Montaigne to deal with that. You basically have to, gang up on him. Usually, because what the Montaigne will do is just basically sit in the corner and watch. You have 7 seconds to get the diffuser down. Montaigne will drop his shield for just a second. You have to come off the plant. Basically, at that point, it becomes a game of whack-a-mole as you try to hit Montaigne as he opens and lowers that shield. So,
all right, back to Armory for Penta. Now, G2 were able to win on Armory. Their problem was they could not win on Ventilation or Tellers, the other 2 sites that they tried. If Penta aren't able to have 1 site that they can reliably get wins on, then this is already a done deal. Something they're gonna have to fight for here in this round. If G2 are able to bring it again, get a nice even 4-4, and Penta, I'm sure, will have to reevaluate what site they want to go to. Now, G2 bringing the Montaigne once more. Going for that shield, and Pengu did some great work on Montaigne in the last round. Really able to call out a lot of information.
It's really hard to give Pengu praise for one operator over another because he does tend to be one of those players that's just so flexible on everything he does.
He can play anything.
But he might be the best Montaigne in Pro League.
Honestly, if you take a step back and think about it,
He's probably the best Montaigne in Pro League, which is wild to think with somebody like him that does so well on so many different roles. But let's transition into this. It's been a minute, and an impact nade actually looks like it thwarted the first round of Xkeros from Goga, so he will now be deprived of a possible kill hole opened up on the other side of that opening. 2 of those Xkeros Rands will go onto the Armory wall, and enemy. Oh man, that was not a fun experience for him, I'm sure. Explosions below, explosions across, and then gets hit with the asphyxiating bolt. Now, these Xkeros actually doing a very poor job of going off. This means that G2 are gonna have to just simply go through that Armory door, because they don't have that open wall at their disposal.
It was the impacts, I believe, from Hungry that was able to deny some of those Xkeros. So great job to him, if indeed it was him.
It does look that way, because you've got the opening in the small office and the opening all the way down to the other part of the Armory wall.
Gas canisters from Hungry as well will be denying the push into A. Fabian will take down Ravon, though, on said push, and Jonas looking to disrupt this using the information that Pengu is providing, but the Yokai drone is making his job oh so difficult, and he will be felled by Hungry, who has been doing so much in this round. The defuse plant going down by Pengu, and there is a Yokai drone on him, but out of ammunition, is not able to deny it, and Goga will land the shot on Panix, who's making for the push. Good cover here from Goga, and he really needs to see success here. It's just Sir Boss in a 1 versus 3, pushes the hallway, aware of the IQ of Fabian, and gets an easy headshot. We talked about how difficult this scenario is, and there's even a backup for G2 in Goga. Despite having low HP, really the star of the show is going to be Pengu, as there's little to nothing that Sir Boss can do to win this 1 versus 1, let alone a 1 versus 2, especially as the extra damage is coming from Goga, putting Sir Boss on low HP. You can see that Pengu has opportunities to get kills here, but he's not risking it until it is a sure thing. Nothing Sir Boss could have done there. Excellent job on the lockout from Pengu and G2 as a whole.
Yeah, if there's anything that's harder than 1v1ing a Montaigne, it's 1v2ing a Montaigne.
Especially in a post plant.
Especially in a post plant, right? So that's, and that was it. And they just played that well, as you just needed Pengu to sit there and just essentially act as the gigantic drone that he is to a certain extent.
You know, and on that note, I never really thought about it, but Pengu might actually just, yeah, he's probably the best Montaigne.
Thank you for taking 2 minutes to figure it out.
No,
Come back to me.
There was just a lot of action. That was an exciting round. I really wanted to point out, it's like, yeah, I never thought about that because you're right. Pengu is such a versatile player. He can play pretty much anything, but I don't remember anybody playing Montaigne better than him.
I feel like later tonight when we're seated at dinner, you're just going to look up in the middle of a conversation and be like, you know what?
Attackers need to
I really think you are right. I do think that Pengu is the best Montaigne in Pro League. And then, when we're in the studio doing rehearsals for Pro League, you're going to see it just be like, you know when you said Pengu was the best Montaigne in Pro League? You know, I think you were right.
It's going to be, I'm going to do some research and I'm going to find out somebody who somehow plays Montaigne better than Pengu.
You're gonna come like you're gonna have a binder full of spreadsheets. I have tracked every Montaigne over the last 7 seasons.
Turns out that this guy is better.
Turns out that somebody played him only twice, and well, by Jove, it was better.
No, but Pengu does very often play
I mean, technically, you're correct in that. Pengu does often play as Pengu in games.
Very commonly.
He does.
Yeah.
I mean, sometimes,
he's changed his alias, but never in Pro League.
When Fabian does well, Fabian is the one who's actually playing as Pengu that time. So.
No, actually, I was gonna keep that one going, but we're just gonna kill it now. Penta putting an early lead up, but G2 able to bring the comeback, and it's not over yet for either team. As you can see, 4-4, still anyone's match. But I really like that we're seeing Penta seriously fighting back on border. The first map looked pretty one-sided, not gonna lie, not so here.
This is 2 successful attacks on the Armory. I think it's a good call to go downstairs to Ventilation Workshops. It doesn't work out, try somewhere else. And at least your entry is going to be very similar, but I don't think G2 was anticipating a bandit trick. Some of their wires got crossed there to a certain extent.
Now that is going to upset the take into Armory wall, but we've seen this before from G2. In fact, we saw it in the last round. G2 seriously struggling with taking into Armory wall by virtue of the wall. But they managed to make it work because they have the Montaigne. You don't have to open up everything if you've got a shield in front of you. Pengu putting in that very same work once again.
Some remodeling being done too with 90 seconds. It's always nice to see that teams have enough wherewithal to be able to realize that the pressure that's going to come from the attackers will warrant some deviation from the strategy you were running. But it's a complete pivot from G2 now as they take control of Archives and begin to march into Armory. This is a bad place for Pengu to be in, and he knew it too with that goo mine in his foot. He'll get shredded from Panic, so now dropping ADS, the final one. That will keep the defenders safe, playing inside a small office. And Hungry will anchor that position down alongside Panics. They'll have the drop if they need to get back at any point. Rare opportunity there for Kanto to get a kill onto Panics up above, so still situated in a position where obviously taking out the smoke is not going to be a priority as Hungry has fallen off. And a bit of wasted utility actually here from Jonas. He doesn't have any idea where he's under fire from. It's going to be below in that opening. It's going to hit a goo mine as well. He's positioned so well by Ravon to just try and impede G2 every step of the way.
Really surprised that Pengu did not see Panics in the corner. The refrag did come out, though belated. But Montaigne, of course, a huge driving force for G2. Hungry will eliminate Jonas, and another one for Revan as Fabian goes down. Just can't hurt Kitty and Goga. In bathroom, you see that it's a challenge onto Kanto, who will down that player, but eventually died to Hungry. He did some great work in that round. Penta take another one and regain their lead 5-4.
I give a pretty good argument here that if Penta ends up winning this whole thing, that Hungry will be the series MVP and probably the tournament MVP as well. Not just fragging extraordinarily well on support operators, but doing so while also IGLing. All of those things together, it's a pretty potent mix.
Now, Hungry are definitely individually a formidable force, but again, as I stated, I think that the thing that makes Penta so strong as a team is just that. They are genuinely a team. They work well together. They have excellent synergy, especially on attack, as we've seen many times before, thanks to the ability to drone out their opponents before they engage and relay that information.
Need to locate and
now,
defuse as many bombs as they
defense has always been a struggle for them. They've managed to get that last round's win. Why? I have to credit it all to Panics. Hungry did a lot of work individually, but Panics was the one to take down the shield, the Montaigne from Pengu. And it was a little bit of a sneaky play, I gotta be honest. I didn't think it was gonna work. I thought Pengu was gonna spot him out, but it worked. So that's, you know, in the end, that's all that matters. Now,
I mean, the big thing as well was that not only were they able to bandit trick the XKROs, which prompted G2 to move over and take the archive side of things. But with Montaigne pushing in, it was Hungry who sent out 2 of those toxic babes. That completely stopped the advance, forced G2 to have to reposition themselves, which then allowed Panics to be able to get back. And, well, I mean, he along with Hungry took out Pengu. A big part of that too was also the goo mine that stopped Pengu. He knew that he'd be vulnerable, so he had to pull the needle out of his foot. So it's really just a situation where it was a three-way tie for most effective defender in that regard. Then after that, it was all Hungry. He was able to smoke it out even further with the gas canister, toxic canister, before getting back down to the site below.
not all over yet. As G2 have transitioned away from the Montaigne, I can hear Pengu saying, I want to be able to kill people. And he is certainly capable of doing that. And again, that's why you don't usually think about him as the best of anything, is that he can do everything. Now, this time he will be playing Buck, trying to open up some holes from below through that window and disable the half wall as a position. Definitely a good call, and it's the typical thing that you would see a Buck do in this scenario. Lots of marks coming out there from G2's drones. Looks like Pengu's gonna try and establish himself on ventilation balcony, and this gives you a good line of sight to cut off rotation between A and B.
This exceedingly colorful lineup is also very common on Coastline. It suits very well for any map where you know you're gonna have to do lots of vertical and horizontal destruction. That's exactly where it comes from here. And I think with IQ, whether you bring breaching charges or you keep a Claymore, I'd suspect there's probably gonna be a Claymore on her. But it gives you such an opportunity to just open everything up to your advantage while still giving you plenty of opportunity as well to execute. Of course, you're gonna have the asphyxiating bullets and the smoke from Capitao, and then any kind of gadget denial that IQ will have. Also bodes well for G2 that there's going to be an IQ, or there's going to be a pulse rather to go against that IQ, and the Jaeger basically gets baited at this point, and Kanto gets so hurt trying to deal with Office, and a great shot. Sir Boss will not be stopped. Pengu and Fabian both down with enemy, getting the second kill. Hungry is there to take Kanto, but the diffuser plants successfully. It's a 5v1. Jonas will need to pull off the most marvelous post-plant that we've ever seen. He'll start with 2, Jonas, but the diffuser is in a position where he might not be able to stop that successful anti-diffuse. Waiting to see where the Capitao is going to be. He's prone, and Penta will move to match point. Excellent job from Penta. They have looked so good here on border.
Defender mission successful.
Definitely looking like a force to be reckoned with right now, as they go to, as you say, match point. So close to beating G2 on at least one map. Now, they're gonna have to put 2 together if they want to win the series, though, of course, and since they've already lost, they are the ones feeling the pressure to get this win here. G2, on the other hand, I'm sure will be very comfortable going on to Clubhouse as the 3rd map. G2 is certainly capable of winning the next 2 rounds, but here's something interesting. They're second-guessing themselves. They brought the Montaigne once more. That's not good for G2. The fact that they have to double back on their decisions, kind of surprising. It's going to be customs for Penta. It's the potentially final
Attackers
site.
need to locate and defuse bombs.
I am actually amazed that the way G2 played that, they're able to get that diffuser down amidst completely Penta's 5 defenders being completely unaware of how sneaky they were being. Now, it's going to be the first time that we see customs. G2 decided to not come here. The entirety of their defense. It gives us a good view into the way that Penta plays this.
10 seconds.
So just by nature of the site rotation, they got to come here. They're on match point. Armory
5 seconds
opens
left
up
before insertion.
if they fail to win this. And that's okay. They've actually got enough breathing room. They don't have to worry about
Attackers must
overtime.
locate and
G2
defuse
takes
the
this
bomb.
round. Penta goes to Armory on match point, knowing that they can still close things out on probably the most favorable site for the defenders. Though, also worth noting that Armory was lost twice.
They won it one time. I mean,
Actually, no, Armory's actually open right now.
yeah,
Armory's actually open. They never won Armory. So they could have gone back to Armory.
Penta?
They're going to customs on their own, Penta.
didn't they just win Armory? Just now?
Bomb located
that's
by
right.
attackers.
I thought it was Vents. I had written down that it was Vents.
They won Vents the last time, remember? It was what put them to 5, and then Armory put them to 6, I'm pretty sure.
My brain has escaped me today.
Maybe I'm wrong. I don't know.
No, it was Armory because they planted upstairs.
All right, yeah. So, they can't go to Armory. They did lose it twice. They won it one time.
I was incorrect.
They're going to Customs as their 3rd site because they've won 2 in a row, Ventilation and Armory. Sensible, I think. It's either Customs or Tellers. Both are...
Oh, I know.
Oh, no. All right, so escaping from that conversation, enemy goes undroned in offices, and he could very easily find the flank of not only Pengu, but potentially even more of the G2 players. The patience here from enemy could absolutely pay off if he just waits a little bit longer. He is behind 3 attackers. He's about to encounter his first one, though. It's Cantor Ketty who goes down, and enemy will take that and run away. Nice and easy back home. And a free kill for Pengu as he sprays through the window. Bobbian also eliminates enemy as he attempts to retreat back to site. So the flank for the castle was great, but I gotta say that was even better.
I mean, it was worthwhile, and he knew that he had an opportunity for 1 kill. That's why the hatch was opened up, so he could be able to get away as best as he could. Fabian's going to catch out Revan here, and Customs is just not going in favor of the defense as they expected. It's just Hungry and Sir Boss left. Now, the 2 newest members to the squad that joined the last Dreamhack, Pengu is just going through an entire field of barbed wire, and very well played as he manages to escape with a fraction of health. He's going to get down. He goes prone, a bit of a puzzling decision, thinking that he might be able to win that fight bang on, but he's not going to get it. Nitro Cell from Sir Boss gets tossed a little bit too early, expecting somebody to be playing by that window inside of Supply, possibly going for the defuse. But that's not there. Hungry will lose the protection of the castle barricade by the main doors. And, well, he's going to be able to outduel the Capitao. It's a trade, so he'll finish it and secure what was a kill earlier, down earlier. Goga finishing off Hungry, and now Sir Boss is here. He's going to see the IQ. Oh, he's going to get it. This is very winnable. Sir Boss on match point in a 1v1 with Goga and just a tiny bit of HP for Sir Boss. Sitting on drone, and he's going to go for a long rotate as he goes in towards Workshop. But Goga will say, no sir, no clutch. Back to Armory. Penta can go, still on match point, but G2 almost throwing that one away, and Penta just didn't have that magic touch for the clutch.
Very close here to a map 3, but we're also just as close to overtime. It's going to take 1 round from either team to get what they want. Wow, Sir Boss, probably 13 frags. I think it was Hungry as well with 13. Yes, indeed. Look at that. Very impressive. And this is what we've been talking about from Penta for a long time. Throughout this entire tournament, the thing that really makes them stand apart is their ability to win fights against pretty much anyone. And it's not, again, it's not an individual thing. You saw enemy there with only, 3 kills right now. He's been struggling, but he will stand up when it's necessary. The frags are just going to his teammates at this moment in time. And that does happen from time to time. So, ventilation, potentially the last bomb site on this map.
I like that they did this, by the way.
What's that?
Number one, I figured out why I thought that they hadn't won Armory.
Okay.
Because in the column in which I write down what site they won, I had actually left it blank.
Big whoops.
So I didn't write it down. Then I moved all the other ones down. Anyway, they've lost Armory twice. They won it once.
Yeah.
Go to Vents where you've won every time. Obviously, you had a better look. And honestly, from what I saw at a Penta, they looked so much stronger on Vents. It's not even about Armory being a site that you can possibly flip the coin on and say, okay, we won it last time, maybe we can do it again. It looked shaky on Armory every single round. So.
Yeah, they certainly did. I think that was a big part of why this match
except for
so
when it was
close.
like a 5v1.
Yeah, if G2 had been able to win on ventilation, it's the same thing, really. You know, G2 couldn't win any defense except for Armory. That's the only thing they managed to get out of their first half.
That is correct.
So if maybe that had been a little bit different, then maybe the outcome would, well, the rounds would be a little bit different, and we might see Penta the ones up against a wall. But no, it's the other way around. G2 are the ones that need to push this to overtime. Thermite will be successful, but again, this is not the bomb site. Important to remember. They are managing to use a lot of utility here. The gas canisters from the smoke of Hungary will be expended, but just one so far. Thank you. Obviously going to be calling information as much as he can. He can't push in because he has to be wary of the crossfire. We've seen Hangu die to a crossfire that he was unaware of before, and he obviously wants to be a little bit more cautious moving forward. He's going to drone for himself, actually. Definitely the right call to check and make sure. He will detect Hungary in the half wall, and it looks like a little bit of near half damage done to Hungary, whether by the pistol or the firebolt.
2 firebolts now that he's managed to not die from. This is a lot. There's going to be an explosion from...
Possibly the Ash charge.
Yeah, the Ash charge going off, and it's... Hungary's still there. I don't know if they might have thought they downed him, and a great crossfire from Sir Boss. An impact grenade onto Pengu. This is falling apart. The Hungary finally goes down. Enemy takes out Jonas as Goga is there, and Pengu will need a reset at some point.
Wow, that massive job down there by Hungary. Honestly, it's all thanks to him staying alive in that half wall, distracting and allowing for the crossfire to happen that really destroyed the flanks of G2. And you're right, Pengu needs to get reset. The Legion Trap will down him, and I'm sure he'll be picked up quite swiftly. Unless it's called out, there could be an explosion from below that could net 2 easy kills right now, but it's not going to happen. And Penta still very comfortable in this round, potentially, again, the very last one.
Penta's in a great position to send us off towards Clubhouse for map number 3. It's something that I'm sure everybody wants to see between these teams now, as this has become a very scarily close match if you're G2, and for us, an entertaining one. Villa looked very different, but there's Pengu. Take out enemy, you can hear the telltale screams of Castle, but Pengu's run will be shut down by Sir Boss. Watching as Pengu vaults in, Goga falls, and Fabian will need a 1v3. He takes one, he drops. Doesn't know where the position of the rest of them are. They have Diffuser down, and he's gonna have to just go in blind. He sees the Jaeger, and he'll go frag chasing, but no time! Penta Sports takes map 2. We will need the 3rd tiebreaker to finish this matchup.
Excellent job there to Penta. A little too close for comfort, to be honest, but they managed to push it to map 3, and that's all that really matters. Clubhouse, an excellent map to end the series on. I'm interested to see how it plays out.
I mean, I feel like almost every single matchup that has been here has gone to the 3rd map. There were all these 2-0s over in the practice area, over in the off-stream matches. There's only been a couple.
Mocket and Eminem was a 2-0, so...
I'm not saying that there was none, Michael.
Okay.
I'm saying that I feel like most of.
Certainly most of.
And I use the word I feel so that people can't say I'm wrong, because I can say, well,
right,
this is how I feel.
Yeah, it's your opinion, man.
There could have only been 2 third maps. And I can be like, well, I feel like that's a lot of maps, and you can't tell me that what I'm feeling is wrong.
All right, so what you're trying to get at is that we've had a lot of very close matches in this tournament.
I feel that way.
Yes, I feel that way as well, Parker.
I feel that way.
So I think it might be true. Anyway, this last one has definitely been a barn burner, as you would say. Clubhouse, the final map, we'll be getting to in, sure, just a bit, but...
we needed, so far, out of the possible 24 rounds, we needed 22, right? So that's, that's pretty good.
It's been a long one.
It's been a long one outside of obviously going to overtime. Now, of course, we are playing on land, so overtime does exist. Clubhouse is going to be a very different look than both Villa and Border. Similar to Villa, you're going to anticipate that the teams are going to win their defenses on Clubhouse. But before we can get there, we're going to allow the players to get up and stretch their legs, and you as well. Grab a drink, settle in, because I have no doubt this is going to be an exciting final map between these teams. We'll see you in just a moment or so. And our final map of this entire tournament is just a couple moments away. I'm Intero. I'm joined by Kickstar, or Michael, as you would call him.
Nobody calls me Michael.
That's not true. What do your parents call you?
I don't know. I don't really talk to them very much.
Clubhouse is our third map of the day between G2 and Penta.
Yeah. Clubhouse, an interesting map to finish the series on. It's definitely a strategic map, definitely going to favor, I think, G2 in this lineup. What we've been seeing from Penta, their proficiency, is more to the side of fragging. And certainly, it's something that they excel at, but I don't really know. Going into Clubhouse, I think this is going to be a good position for them to come back. We saw in the SSG versus Penta lineup, SSG, a more strategic team compared to Penta, were able to bring it to that third map playing on Clubhouse. So this is a really good place for G2 to end the series.
And it's going to play out very similar to Villa, I'm sure, especially with the way that teams play it in regards to the defense versus attack. Try to note as many maps as possible where the defense is better than the attack, or typically they end up with a bit of an advantage here. Clubhouse is the most lopsided map in the entire map pool in regards to attack versus defense victories. It's something like almost 60% of every defensive round ends up becoming a victory for the defenders, which is a huge number in comparison to every other map. If Villa is a map where you need to win your defenses, which, for the record, didn't happen for Penta, but did for G2, then it's going to apply for Clubhouse, absolutely. And no matter what, I can guarantee you that a match that started off being a little bit fun with a Tachanka pick in the first round has certainly gotten a lot more competitive, and I have no doubt that that's going to continue as we load into our third and final map of the Dreamhack Winter Grand Finals. We'll go to Clubhouse.
So, loading into Clubhouse again, a map that I think we can safely say is going to be pretty comfortable for both teams, considering how both vetted they are at this map. Anybody in Siege competition's got to be comfortable in this. So, Buck? What? Parker, did you see that?
Yes.
Buck banned out by Penta. Bit of an oddity. I mean, it makes sense considering how well G2 has used Buck in the past. Just still curious.
I mean, how many times have we seen Buck banned? I feel like it's a tiny number.
Yeah, I don't remember.
I mean, I can't offhand, I can't think of his ban rate. It's tiny.
Yeah, that is definitely something to catch us off guard with. Start things up. Let's see if it's going to hurt the attack of G2, though. Maestro and Echo, the defenders to go. That's not at all a surprise. Those are probably the two most commonly banned defensive operators these days. Now, we saw Ying taken out by G2, something they don't want to deal with, and they have been banning consistently throughout this series. As we go to the final map, it will be the final ban on the attacking side for them. Church Arsenal Room, the first defense for Penta, the bottom floor. And Habana still in play means that there will likely be quite a lot of open drop downs on this attack. The versatility of the option, or the versatility of having two hard structures on the attack is very powerful, especially on this map.
Yeah, I mean, how many times we've seen an early pick onto a hard breacher completely derail an attack? It's just, it's immeasurable. So, very similar to Bank, where a lot of teams will bring both a Hibana as well as a Thermite. Clubhouse is the same way. Typically, with your Hibana, you're gonna dispatch her to use her X-Kairos, some of the drop downs, then your Thermite is likely gonna get Dirt Tunnel, possibly Church Wall. It's typically where you're gonna see them positioned. There have been a couple teams that have actually been running Thermite down an oil pit through blue, and I don't think that that's the best use of that hard breacher by any stretch of the imagination, so.
Penta slow going on the basement defense. So they're going to be going for a roam, though, at the same time, which is not something that you're used to seeing. Defending downstairs, the reason being, of course, it is so easy for the attackers to isolate those roamers and take them out. Cantor Raketti looking for the fight onto enemy, but he's not going to find it early on. Giannis from the front door doing the very same, and he will find the fight and the kill. Early advantage to G2.
It's kind of loose play from a Vigil there on this map, especially given the fact that, you know, Clubhouse used to be the map where you almost never roamed on when you were defending the basement. Obviously, that has changed, given the fact that the upstairs portion of this map connects. Usually, you'd see that roam go on the second floor.
Yeah, a little bit weird to see it there on the middle floor, but
yeah.
I mean, exposed is the word I would use to describe it, and I'm sure enemy won't make that mistake again.
It's similar to what we saw out of, I think it was Redeemer on Space Station yesterday.
It was.
Pulse, playing, very loose and just getting picked off repeatedly. It's not a smart way to do it. I mean, Vigil especially is an operator who is so good at, you know, negating your entry through drones, because you usually have to try and find him through other means. It can eat up a lot of time to waste essentially an operator that early. They didn't really eat up any time at all.
Speaking of time being eaten up, G2 have to go through a lot of steps to establish their attack onto this bomb site. That's pretty standard for it. The slow going one, Mira still in play, means that you have that Mira window facing into blue, but also the one facing towards the church hallway. Very powerful Mira to have, and will deny any thermite charge on that wall.
From above, this disruption, using these impacts in a way that Buck would usually be employed. And I'd expect to see actually quite a bit of Zofia now with no Buck, possibly even a sledge coming in. You know how powerful he can be when looking at the kitchen. It's going to be an issue for G2 as now Fabian creeping down blue from Oil Pit. He's just situated at the stairs, waiting to see what the Jaeger's going to do. Cantor Raketti will find his second kill. Jonas falls, and oh, Fabian, you check the left, but Sir Boss is to the right. And the Jaeger didn't have much to do to take out the Capitao. Only 20 seconds to go, 3v3. And ADS will grab one of those concussive blasts from Zofia. She still has 3 of them left, keep that in mind. Changes have not gone into effect from Wind Bastion. Sir Boss in a great position to just wait, but panics on a flank here. They might not be expecting this Mira, but he's gonna get caught out on stairs, back totally to the Hibana. Oh, Pengu, how do you miss so many shots? Both Panics and Pengu likely being just as surprised as one another. Round 1 is going to go to the defense there for Penta.
I mean, that last engagement was pretty shocking, I gotta be honest. But overall, Strategic Elite Penta played that very well. And the fact that they were able to lock out the G2 attack is not a huge surprise to me, apart from, of course, the early kill on Penta had everything locked up. And G2, a little disjointed, all over the place really, and didn't seem to have a clear focus or plan on where they wanted to attack that bomb site. Gym Bedroom, the secondary for Penta. Kind of an odd secondary. Usually you see Cash in this situation, but not so here. Not gonna be bringing a Maverick, instead we'll be bringing a Thatcher on G2's side. A bit more old school, but it definitely works just as well. Does leave you exposed to potential bandit tricking. Could be very powerful.
It's interesting to see the evolution that Clubhouse has gone under since it came back this last season, or last year, this year rather.
10 seconds to go.
So for a while there, CCTV seemed undefendable at the start. That swapped to the defense winning it almost every single time, and now there's been a lot of teams going back to the basement as their default site instead of starting at CCTV cache, and Gym and Bedroom have actually seen a bit of a higher pick rate, and Bar and Stock on that main floor really have done nothing. There's been no movement on the needle there. It's been fun to watch, but with Gym and Master, you're likely going to stay exactly where Enemy and Revan are. Cache is where you need to hold for as long as humanly possible. Some teams will fall off and defend it from construction, which allows you to still essentially hold that site as you basically stop the advance of the attackers through it without actually having to be in it. It really depends on the setup that you have.
Cover your ears!
Right now, just the way that we see Penta playing this, they look to be anticipating a push over towards the gym side of things. One round of Xkaros will get bandit tricked here, but Pengu will be able to open up the other side of that jacuzzi wall as Kanto Raketti, the Zofia, over by the gym walls, gets blown to pieces by a C4.
Good early advantage for Penta, and they have a decent amount of control. While that jacuzzi wall is open, it's just barely open, and there's a mirror window facing straight at it. No twitch and play for G2, so it's not going to be easy to open up that mirror window. As construction control is still well in hand for Penta, it's going to be even more difficult to get a flank on the bathroom. Fabian will get a double kill, though, onto Ravon and Panics. Just pushing into the cache stairs. Great job there. Pengu also follows it up with his own frag onto Hungry. So, G2 have rallied here in this round, despite losing the first player, are now decisively in the lead. C4 will take down Pengu, though. Well placed from enemy, and the flashbang not so much from Pengu on Habana.
Blind himself, and he couldn't even see that he would get blown to pieces from that nitro cell. So it's a good kill from Penta. I was actually going to compliment G2 on how swift this had been, but I mean, losing Pengu is tough, and you can tell now that G2 will have to adjust. So you don't really know where enemy is. Obviously, after they got the intel that he was inside of B, he's going to move, and we can see they can't. He's playing under the mirror window over by Office. Sirboss using his very first smoke, 40 seconds to go. Choke off the one window. Goga finds enemy finally, and Sirboss might have an advancement coming from behind his back. He's staring at a part of the map where right now he might actually be rewarded with a kill, but oh, he just misses. The SMG bobbles over top of the head. It's a good position from G2 as they send two bodies after him. Sirboss can't hit either.
Good job to G2 there, recovering from the early loss of their players. Good collapse onto the cache room is a really big part of it. A heavy investment in the roam from Penta, and it was swiftly dealt with from G2. Able to drone out their targets and execute them one after another. From there, it was a pretty easy take into the site with all the control that G2 had been able to establish. CCTV, cache, next defense for Penta, which makes a lot of sense to me. I'm surprised, honestly, that this wasn't their second site. It usually is for most teams.
G2 almost completely avoided construction and cache there
Attackers
on that
need to
push,
locate
and just
and
decided to
defuse
put it
any
in towards the
bombs
gym
they
side of things, and then also over by Jacuzzi Wall. Only really took control of construction very late in the round, from what we could tell, at least, after losing both Pengu and Kanto. They had the hatch over Office as well. They can try to control some of that. So look at the way this is going to play out here. Used to be that the garage was going to be the most important part of your defense. Maestro and Echo are both banned, which means that holding garage is going to be a little bit trickier. A lot of teams will use a Jaeger and position somebody on the catwalk, possibly even a mute, deny information that's needed, and of course the ADSs would just stop you from getting naded or flashed. But if you look at Penta, the fact that they don't have a Jaeger, you don't know how much Penta's going to do here on this garage. They might actually completely avoid the garage, especially given that they have what appears to be a rotate hole in the soft wall just by the bomb to the server stack. So, but Hungry's inside a garage right now, and they could actually anchor it down with a Legion, which isn't something we see all the time with Valkyrie camera, so they will have a presence in there, even if it's not in terms of an actual person. He's something to keep an eye on as the round unfolds.
Just looking to start their push into the site. I mean, obviously this is a really shallow bomb site. What's gonna happen is you're gonna thermite your way into that server wall. If not establishing control over garage first, you honestly don't need to, but bandit tricking is something that Sirboss is excellent at, as it seems. The Thatcher coming off to try and disrupt that. Sirboss eating a lot of damage from the asphyxiating bolts. That's continuing to juggle here. Vaughn will finally finish off Jonas, who he had downed earlier with the C4, and Sirboss has eaten some damage, but honestly a whole body and potential EMPs lost for G2. That's crippling, especially considering Sirboss still has 2 batteries in play and can continue to juggle this wall. In fact, he doesn't even need to juggle. Whether he knows it or not, it's not necessary. And it will not be allowed anymore as Pengu goes in to open the wall as Maverick. So great job there to Pengu. I'm honestly surprised he didn't do this earlier.
Yeah, 90 seconds in, this is usually one of the first things that gets done so that you can gain control of CCTV without actually having to enter it, right? Because a lot of times teams will just fall off knowing that usually the attackers will dedicate one person to just watching those open holes. See if somebody tries to pressure you. But freely opening all the utility off of it, will be allowing the exothermic charge to drop. And Hungry taking out Fabian way far back, and that is the Capitao, who is probably one of the most important towards this execution here for G2. That could completely thwart the strategy that they had in their mind.
G2 not feeling very good right now in this position. They don't have control of Garage. They don't even have control of the wall. They've breached into server, and they're continuing to lose members as Hungry takes down his second and Cancer Raketti. Pengu gonna take up the role of pushing into Garage, but he's probably gonna be felled. Yes, indeed, there it is. Hungry gets another one, and it's all up to Goga, who dies to enemy as he attempts to push the site. Penta up 2-1, and a pretty definitive hold.
Interested to see, or I'd be interested to hear rather, what exactly happened in that Garage take. Kanto trying to engage, not really knowing exactly where the Legion was, instead of swapping out an ACOG to give yourself an advantage. A lot of teams will dispatch an ACOG specifically to Garage because you can usually see through the tiny little cracks between those metal panels that are up top on that catwalk. But instead, when you do finally send another member in, which was Pengu, he's not looking the right way. I don't know if the call was that he might have rotated over towards CCTV, but not entirely sure exactly. Just looked like a lot of communication issues there on G2's side of things, and Penta
Attackers need to
now hold a
locate
lead
and
in this
defuse
series.
as many bombs as they can.
Bottom floor, the next bomb site for Penta, and this is the first one that they defended, also their first success. So they are going to be extremely comfortable going back down here. Last time G2 went onto the attack for this site, they were able to get an early kill onto enemy who is roaming pretty deep in the middle floor. But after that, it really kind of fell apart for G2. They weren't able to get I guess, any sort of concise push into the site. They didn't seem to know what they were trying to accomplish, and Penta just cleaned them up.
So we'll head back downstairs, which the very first time we saw it, it was a pretty easy round from Penta. Once again, G2 just did not look like they had the best coordination. Fabian looking the wrong way on the Jaeger of Serbas, who's playing down by the boxes. And then, of course, when the plant went down, Serbas was still there and was able to get Goga as the defuse was going down. Pengu missing the shots at the bottom of the main stairs. It was just Penta either getting really lucky or just having overall a better mix of coordination.
Was that a missed Excaros from Pengu? Unfortunate. And that's some wasted utility, some really important utility at that on this map. There's still a thermite in play, but that it definitely means that there's one less thing that G2 can open up moving forward.
That's... I mean, you gotta wonder here how much of this is a mental thing for G2. You know, if they were expecting probably a light, fun match, and the next thing you know, things change, and then they start to lose, there's a sense of anger that can go in there as well.
Oh, I bet, yeah.
That can knock you off, absolutely. And we've seen that. I mean, the first matchup, it might have been 2 7-1s, but the match that Penta won in their very first matchup, I think it went all the way. I think it was 8-7 or something like that. So
I'm really surprised, honestly, right now that Fabian is trying to zap the Legion instead of going for the window. I mean, I'm guessing the reason he's doing that is because he doesn't. No, okay, why not just try going for the window?
There's got to be a reasoning for this, right?
I mean, yeah, no, he's doing a lot of damage to Ravon, counting down to about 50. Cantor Kitty will also take out Serbas. One more shot, and there you go. The Legion goes down. So I guess it all works out in the end. And there's nobody playing the mirror window, so it doesn't really matter. G2 has full control over Arsenal, and it's just Hungry and Enemy. Although Enemy will get one frag for himself. Hungry working to get another as he pushes towards box from blue. And Enemy above doing some damage, but not enough to avoid the damage put onto him. G2 will take the round.
So allow Penta to go back down to church too, since they just lost it. I wouldn't be too surprised to see them do that, though they do have Jim at their disposal, so it will unlock. So go back up top. I'm also confused as to the to the Twitch drum.
Yeah, I mean, it worked, okay, and there was no one playing the mirror window, so all right.
What I was wondering, very briefly, was if you zap him low enough and Kanto is playing inside a Moto, if there's an opening there, Kanto, providing there's no ADSs in the way, can fire off one of those impacts, and it would do enough damage to down him.
I guess, yeah. I mean, I don't.
But I was trying
I wouldn't
to figure
rely
out,
on that, though.
No, absolutely not. You don't. I mean, it's not something that you want to try, but I mean, it's an option that's available. And I was thinking, depending on where Kanto was positioned, possibly could have been doable. But I didn't actually get a good sight on where Kanto was. So
yeah, Penta going to be going to the gym as their next bomb site. And they can't go to Cash, obviously, because that was the last one they were able to win, and that was just 2 rounds ago. So, gym, a site that they've struggled with. Though, excuse me, in the previous attempt, they looked pretty strong and then somehow managed to lose it in the end.
10 seconds left. 5 seconds
A lot of it
left.
came down to Fabian clearing out the players inside of Cash. After he got that control established, it's a pretty easy push into the site. And definitely something that Penta's going to try and avoid this time around. They put the Bandit inside of Cash, maybe to try and Bandit trick the wall. Last time, Gogo was able to thermite the wall at the top of Cash stairs and get a significant amount of control.
yeah. The other thing too with Sir Boss is that he can fall off and sit in construction as well if need be, and Bandit trick that wall too. Some teams will actively Bandit trick inside of office in that little red room that you see near the top of your screen. So, but all the explosives of G2, they'll open the wall that leads into CCTV, they'll open the hatch over top of office, they'll open one of those castle barricades as well over on the gym master side of things. And just try to, or not rather the gym master, they've actually kept that closed. They got the jacuzzi wall. So last time around, the ex-Karos got tricked by the Bandit on jacuzzi. They get the jacuzzi wall easily this time.
Having that wall open is going to allow you a lot of skill diversity and options when you choose to try and push into B. It's a pretty common strategy. Yes, Arcady's going to start opening up those windows with the castle barricades. Nobody watching the flank from the server window, but there's nobody there right this minute, so you shouldn't need to worry about that. Enemy gets the first kill onto Giannis, lead through the jacuzzi wall. It's a good initial kill for Penta.
Kanto at the window that he got killed from earlier on the exact same site. Oh, no. Hungry with his back to the window, not expecting Kanto to be there, incredibly silent. It's the first kill for G2 as they lost Jonas earlier.
So really good fight back there for G2, and Fabian working his way up the main stairs. It actually doesn't look like there's anybody watching this right now. This could be an explosive play for Fabian if he positions himself properly. Working his way into bathroom. No, in fact, they go for the main hallway. This is a castle barricade, though. He's going to have to maneuver into bathroom using the rotation hole. Kanto Arcady well in sight and has full control, and a couple kills for G2 is going to put them in a great position. Pengu's holding the flank, and it looks like the Valkyrie's going to walk right by him, allowing for an easy double kill for Pengu, and G2 take the round.
Pengu could have possibly been caught out by the Valkyrie there, who made the rotate happen without them knowing, but would not be the case. We're gonna have a technical timeout here for just a second. It's the final round of Penta's defense. Now, at best, Penta's gonna walk out of this split with 3 of the 6 defensive rounds. That's the first thing that I said when Clubhouse popped up.
You need to win those defenses. And not winning those defenses on Clubhouse are definitely going to hurt you in the long run. But what else have we been saying throughout all of Penta's matches at this tournament? They excel at attack. They really are a next level team when they're going for the assaults, and you're great at using their drones to coordinate those. So it's even worse that G2 are losing these attacking rounds.
Yeah.
They still could put it up 4-2 though. I mean, we're not that far away from a 4-2, and that's a really good advantage to have. Though, I don't know.
I mean, the defense on Clubhouse is such that you should win at least, at minimum, 2 rounds on defense, just because of the way that Clubhouse is played. Even bad teams who are bad at defense will usually win 1-2 rounds on defense on Clubhouse for the most part. I mean, some bad teams will get completely swept. It used to be like 6-0 on one side or 5-0 on one side rather. It ends up becoming a 6-0, but I would imagine that G2 on attack will be able to easily win probably 2 rounds out of the 6. Now that'll put them on match point if they do end up winning this, because it takes 7 rounds to win instead of 6. You call this round a must-win for G2 in that case?
I would say, it's a little bit, it's all over the place, all right? So your defenses are going to be favored on this map. Penta, though, however, are very comfortable on attack. I'd say if G2 really wants to keep themselves nice and comfortable going into the second half, yes, this is something that they want to win, because Penta are just that much better on attack than they are on defense. So if Penta's able to manage 3 out of the 6 possible rounds on their defensive half, they'll be feeling very comfortable, I think, going to the second.
G2 has 2 options here on their take. They can just simply pressure straight into CCTV, though they will encounter the active bandage of Sir Boss, or they can decide to go over through construction and possibly push in through garage. They don't have a Maverick, which was a big part of why they were able to shut down the bandit tricking last time, as Pengu dies first, and that will be the blowtorch gone from this round. That's a very early death as well for the Maverick, of Pengu possibly killed from a hole that he himself had opened up.
Not having the Maverick is going to hurt their chances of getting in through that server wall. They still have the Thatcher, who will be of assistance. Fabian doing this again. He'll get 2 zaps into Hungry. I don't know. I don't know what the thought process is there. Enemy delayed reactions there. Opportunity to do some damage, but it is missed. Slow going here for G2. Not having the Maverick again, going to make pushing in that server wall very difficult. I don't think they've been able to get it open yet. But Kanto Raketti will eliminate enemy. And a second one for Kanto, who is known to show up when he's most needed, and is doing just that in this match so far. Ravon will take down Jonas, though, from below. So nice and even at the 3-3. Kanto's still in play, though, so I guess anything is possible.
You still got Ravon lurking down below. If there's no committed flank watch or drone there, that could be a major headache. Some patience here from Fabian, waiting for Sir Boss to wiggle. Not enough junk in the trunk there for the bandit to be able to stop that taser, eh?
No, apparently not. And the drone will actually even get away and continue to stab Sir Boss. I can't believe he's getting away with this.
As Fabian now on 2 rounds in particular, where he has just used that drone as such a complete and utter nuisance, to be able to take tiny bits of damage off. You see Sir Boss has lost 20, so just those 2 zaps. But that could mean the difference between a bullet, depending on the range of these guns. And speaking of, they're gonna have to come at least sometime soon. An active bandit trick as Sir Boss gets it at the last second inside of construction, and Ravon has the twitch from below.
Beautiful play there from the bandit of Sir Boss, but Ravon not so beautiful. Sir Boss will get the refrag, and Kanto Raketti doubles up onto Sir Boss. So it's just down to the Hungary, but he's gonna die to Kanto Raketti. I honestly thought Fabian was about to bite the dust, but not the case. D2 take the round, and in the half, 4-2. That's definitely where they want to be. Well, this is better than 3-3. Going on to the second half, though, of course, Penta now on attack. This is a defense-sided map, but Penta are certainly a better team on the attacking side.
Bring it out right away, a Montaigne from Hungary there. Now, it's been said that Penta can use Montaigne quite a bit. The Dokkaebi is going to be picked off. Dokkaebi has been used, just as a side note, as 6th pick bait quite a lot so far on Clubhouse. Fabian did it, I think, a couple times as well, and now Ravon will do it, locking in the Maverick.
Attackers need to locate and defuse bombs.
G2 in a good spot right now. We're going to the basement for the first defense. Not a huge surprise there.
I mean, not a surprise over the last little while. I am interested in knowing why these teams decide to
Go to the basement?
To go to the basement instead of going to CCTV cache where they used to go.
I mean, I think...
I have to dive into why maybe the site's defensive
No, I think when after
victory downstairs.
After the rework came out, people were really enthusiastic about the new sites. Just really wanted to push it, you know, force it out. You know, we've talked in the past about when the new operators come out. People play them in Pro League just because why? They're new. And they have a little bit of a shock factor. And I think in the long term, people determine that, yeah, okay, basement is still really good as a bomb site. We can just go back downstairs. It's nice and comfortable. It's as good as it was in the last build of Clubhouse, maybe a little bit worse considering there's an extra lane onto blue, but honestly, I don't see that really affecting it too much.
Yeah.
It's definitely an important lane, the blue stairs, but it's just not, it's not detrimental to the site or anything.
It just makes covering blue a lot harder, right?
Yeah, but at the same time, I think it also opens up for more flank potential in the basement. I mean, we've seen a lot of amazing flanks happen because of those stairs being available. It's a rare play, but it can be pulled off.
Now, with a shield on the board, you're going to see teams running Legion quite a lot. He's been a staple on G2. He's been a staple on Penta. Of course, Penta does have the gun skin for Legion as well to show off, which we saw from Revan when he was playing on the odd opportunity. And without a buck, it's going to make attacking basement very different. And that also could be a big reason as to why we don't see so much of the upstairs, because Buck makes it extremely difficult to hold the B side of the site as long as he can exist inside a kitchen to tear up that entire floor.
Looks like a late bandit trick from Fabian, but he will catch it just barely. The end of that Excaros detonation sequence.
It's a bit of a misplay from Penta there not to expect somebody on the other side of that, especially with the fact that Hungry keeps pinging the wall, so you gotta expect there's somebody there.
Yeah. The bandit, perfect operator to delay this. See Pulse right next to him, calling out positions of Montaigne and many others. Impact tricking will miss from G2. 2 impacts. What a waste. And that's definitely a big whoops there from Cancer Ketty. Or Pengu, whoever it may have been.
Kind of strange though, because Enemy didn't look like he had his Excaros in any place where those impacts couldn't have possibly done good work. After he gets that hatch open though, Goga will eat a tiny bit of damage as the exterior end of Mira gets spotted through the wall, down the hatch. And 30 seconds to go, just trying to clear out any stray goo mines that may lay in front of him. There's no IQ that can possibly spot them out, so they'll rely on either just seeing them with drones and shooting them or having Thatcher blow them open with his EMP. And Penta looks like they're gonna go for a hatch drop. This is an old strat, as old as it comes. Hungry drops down a smoke, Castle there as well, but there's a toxic canister and a C4. Oh no, Jonas hits Kanto and Fabian, takes out Pengu. 2 of them. Jonas taking out Panics, and the Monty Hungry absolutely slices Jonas. 2 team kills from G2. You gotta win your defenses. You're not gonna do it when you put yourself into a 3v5, and Penta gifted around as they try to close this gap, now trailing only by 1.
G2 is their own worst enemy in this match, it seems, and honestly, yeah, that round was all but over, and then G2 threw it away. I am flabbergasted that they decided to play it as poorly as they did. I mean, obviously they didn't decide to. That was a lot of mistakes back to back to back, but seriously, I cannot I cannot explain how bad G2 is playing right now.
That was not and I mean that was not a great ending to a round, but there was a lot of promise in there. After Fabian was able to take out the Excaros, things went from good to pretty neutral, and then they didn't get the Excaros on the kitchen hatch, and the kitchen hatch ended up becoming their downfall, and it just was sloppiness after sloppiness here. And I think it's very valid to be this critical of a team that is as good as G2, because these are mistakes that a lot of pro teams shouldn't be making, but especially not your defending world champions.
Yep, supposed to be the best in the world. Gotta prove it here. Penta giving them a run for their money. We're very close to evening things out. 4-on-4.
10 seconds.
But again, I gotta say, G2 threw that last round away.
I'm a little interested to hear, or rather a little amused here. Teams keep bringing Zofia instead of
Attackers are
Sledge
moving out
in
to
lieu
locate a
of
bomb
Buck.
and defuse.
I mean, it's Clubhouse. There's soft destruction, that's for sure. But I mean, there's hyper-specific soft destruction, right? So like, if you want to attack into B, you're going to open up the kitchen floor. But if you're not attacking into B, you don't necessarily need to do that. Also, you can bring breaching charges on the Zofia, and the breaching charges often are plenty. And we see them being brought right now from Panics.
Here's one of the things that I think a Zofia does well that a Sledge obviously can't do unless you cook your grenade correctly, is Panics is actually just going to miss a member of G2 rotating downstairs. I believe that was Kanto. But I'm not exactly certain as to who it was. Might not have been Kanto. Could have possibly been Kanto. I'm not sure. But the other thing that Zofia can do is that soft wall that leads into what is commonly referred to as pulse spot, that Buck can destroy from above. Sledge can't do that unless you have a frag grenade cooked perfectly to blow open the wall. That's something that Zofia can do because there's distance on her 2 grenades that she shoots out of her launcher. So that's a benefit that she has. And then, of course, the breaching charges. They're not going to open up all a kitchen the same way that a skeleton key would or the sledgehammer would. They're going to open up quite a bit of it.
Thank you, waiting for his opportunity to pounce. He's got Jonas here as well, dual C4. And what a ballsy reinforcement from Jonas. He gets away with it too. Lots of damage done, but I mean, a little reinforcement gonna make Pengu's hold there a little bit easier.
In the middle of a push, you put up a reinforcement with somebody watching you. That is as brazen as it comes. Fabian upstairs, just outside of Cash. He's on a deep, deep roam. Jonas, perfect time to get reset, likely getting the C4 from Bandit thrown at him a number of times, and good timing, but he will actually miss those XKROS. Oh no, Pengu looks like he got the wrong wall, and that is going to concede the opening. We'll toss out a C4, but net absolutely nothing with it. This is now the 3rd Bandit that we've seen played. Kanto, Jonas, and Pengu. It's going to allow Hungry to take up position inside of Moto here, Michael. That Montaigne can just stand at the doorway. Fabian trying to get away, get confronted by enemy deep upstairs, and this is a problem for those on site.
Pengu still alive despite not being able to bandit trick that wall, and he's looking for a fight. It's very dangerous the way that he's playing right now. Pushing in the main hallway, he will be called out, rotating back, and he's got plenty of support from his teammates here. Zofia will disorient him, but Kantorketti lands a shot. Enemy as well. It's a constant back and forth here. Penta still, though, in the lead before G2 is able to bring it back thanks to Jonas, and a double for Jonas. The Finn really showing up, and it's all up to Revon with only just less than 25 HP. He gets Jonas from behind. He's got to find one more, and Goga will say, no, sir. G2 take the round. 5-3 their favor.
I was setting up to go possibly catastrophically wrong on behalf of G2, but they recover gracefully, and especially that hold inside of Church, not just from Jonas alone, but not only he gets 2 important frags on great reflexes and great individual skill, but also on that sensor to relay to everybody else, and Kanto getting the call playing inside of Blue to get the player from Penta who dropped down through Moto hatch.
I gotta say, I'm really surprised that Pengu decided to bandit trick the wall without the mirror window instead of the one with.
He might have just simply missed, and at that time knew that he had to keep going with it because...
If he missed, then a very uncommon mistake from the likes of Pengu. You don't see that every day. If it was a miscalculation, definitely a mistake. You know, and if it was him missing, then equally so. So I'm, again, surprised.
Yeah.
Apart from that, though, G2 did manage to win the round. I think a big part of that, what you were talking about, Jonas doing a lot of work up against the wall and able to frag out when it looked very bleak.
So we have a tactical timeout here from Penta. See their coach conferring with Hungry and the rest of the team. Of course, each team gets 1 tactical timeout per map.
Yeah, and
a good time as any to possibly right this ship now is G2 on defense. You noted that Penta is usually so good on attack.
Yes.
They won the first round on attack, but I think a lot of that can also be accredited to the fact that. There was 2 massive team kills from G2.
Yeah, that round honestly looked like G2 just throwing it away more than Penta being able to win it. We'll see if Penta can correct that, though. As you said, maybe right that ship, thanks to the timeout that they have just called. I think that was a really good moment to do just that. Now, Jim, the next defense for G2. Now, this is curious. They've decided to go to Jim instead of Cash. We saw the same thing from Penta, and it did not work out. So we'll see if G2 are going to have better luck here. Overall, the lineup is kind of interesting from Penta. As you can see, they brought 2 sets of smokes and a glass. So they're going to have a lot of pushing power, as well as Montaigne, of course, who is going to assist in that endeavor. They have not brought a thermite, however, which means that wherever they decide to open up, whether it be the Jacuzzi wall or over by Cash, it will not be nearly as much control that they can establish with that hard destruction. At the same time, though, they are going to be much better at dealing with the mirror windows that G2 have brought in Goga, facing towards Jacuzzi.
Did you mention that it's strange that there's no thermite amongst Penta's lineup by any chance?
Yeah, I brought that up. I mentioned how you had the Hibana instead of the thermite, and how it'd be really nice to have a thermite.
It would be.
Yeah.
I'm imagining that the way Penta is going to do this is they're probably going to just simply try to take a small opening in through Jacuzzi, allow the Monty to get in there, probably plant inside a gym and cover from outside. That would be my guess with the Maverick as well as the Hibana. And I mean, if G2 had run a castle, keep in mind that Maverick is actually quite effective at opening castle barricades just a tiny bit and using them as protection. Something that I think a lot of people tend to forget actually about Maverick is that he can poke holes in those castle barricades. Because the defenders can't shoot through the actual barricade itself, it ended up being a big advantage for the attacker playing on the other side of it. But of course, G2, no castle on the board here on a site that does tend to see quite a bit of castle play.
Very powerful operator here on this site, but less self-destruction on Penta than usual. Of course, they don't have the Zofia. Might even been more useful. They are going to start opening up the Jacuzzi wall, though, using those Excaros. I think they might have used all 3. Look at this. A Valkyrie cam will actually be calling this out from G2. That's good use of that camera. Hungry actually not going to be able to go through with the deployed shield. This is not good. He could die as he attempts to vault this. That is a miscalculation, to be sure.
They'll have to reassess and bring Maverick over there to possibly get the very bottom part of that, but Revan will be exposed in doing so, and anybody possibly throwable from a Nitro Cell or anything along those lines from Bathroom could possibly be the issue here. But that's actually a missed smoke from Hungry, and Fabian, where is he? A run out from Strip Club will down Revan, and a great C4 on the Panics. Give G2 a major advantage with just a tiny portion of this round left. It'll be now up to Hungry to try to get in, but as he drops his shield, Goga finishes him off, looking at a flawless round as Pengu adds a 4th kill for G2. Enemy will not get Kanto Raketti as he vaults out the window, and that's match point now for G2.
Excellent round there for G2. A lot of that came down to the Jacuzzi wall juggle. Very small advantages that were stacked up there, partially all thanks to Penta, who failed to open the wall in its entirety, which slowed down the Montaigne push, which forced the Montaigne to smoke so that Ravon could come in and open the rest of the wall. But then in that process, he missed the smoke, and then Ravon also died to the run out from the Valkyrie. A lot of things going awry for Penta all at once, and G2 just closed it out after that.
In mind that Dreamhack has eluded G2, who seems to have won almost everything else that has come their way. There isn't a tournament, apparently, that they can't win. But the previous crack at Dreamhack came at Dreamhack Valencia, and they got eliminated without even making it to the finals. I believe it was at the hands of Team Secret, if I recall. I could be wrong. Now, over to the Cash and CCTV side of things, and 2 defensive rounds from G2 that have looked really rock solid, especially that last one every single member of Penta got cut down. And you've got to feel that the miscalculation with the XKROS onto that jacuzzi wall was a pretty big factor. And then Hungry missing the smoke too, right as the push went to happen towards the jacuzzi walls, and Fabian took full advantage of that Valkyrie camera positioned outside and got the lead-off kill, which looked like it completely derailed Penta.
First time G2 will go to the cash defense. Tried basement twice, they won it and lost it. They tried gym once and they managed to win that. Quite decisively, I might add. Hungry on the Montaigne, gonna be making this push from the garage door. And he is the perfect operator to push up these stairs. He's gotta deal with the Legion traps, of course, but he's not gonna have to worry about getting shot. And that's the most important thing when you're pushing into garage. It's a very hard angle to challenge as an attacker. You gotta bring the right tool for the job. I like the shield at the top of the stairs on the catwalk inside of garage. That's gonna force Montaigne to undeploy his shield and vault it.
So run out of strip club there from Fabian in the exact same position as before, and enemy very lucky that the damage from Valkyrie does so little damage, as not really much of a reset for enemy, as he's actually above half HP. So that is a pretty bad situation to be in. Hungry will be the focal point now for the Legion, who is going to get hit with an impact grenade, and Jonas not paying any attention, and that deployable shield there means that Jonas will be safe unless Monty drops the shield. Panics through the smoke, will get destroyed though by the Legion. One more body from Jonas as he gets hit twice from the Zofia impact, and this is a safe opportunity here. Hungry using the deployable shield as his advantage to take out Jonas, and it will put us back at a 4v4.
Vaughn also going to be working away at the mirror window on the server wall, and there's nobody playing it right now. Hungry going to eat a Legion trap, and his teammate will be down right next to him. The C4, though, misses from below. That's an opportunity missed there from Pengu. At least 50 damage done to Sir Boss before he can be picked up again. Now, good job there, and we've got some very lit players on the Penta side of things. They are all inches away from death, but G2 also look like they are in a good position to end this. Fabian working his way back to the site. He has been detected. No, in fact, he hasn't. I thought the Maverick was looking, but he isn't. Ravon goes down quite easily and handily to Fabian.
Monty will push in to pressure Pengu, who'll get down from enemy, playing outside on that newly ejected Miro window, putting us back at a 3v3. Penta holding on for dear life as Sir Boss will give his team the advantage. Fabian detected outside for the rotate here as Kanto Raketti in sight, trying to shut something down. Good pre-fire, but doesn't hit anything. The Monty will block them out for the time being. User successfully goes down, but so will Hungry as Kanto gets the kill needed. Trying to work against the ticking time. G2 in dire straits. Sir Boss eliminates Fabian, but Kanto is here. He sees one more. He has been a star player, and he's looking for another on the clutch of Zofia. He knows there's a Claymore out there, and Sir Boss takes out Kanto Raketti, or at least he thinks there's one. Doesn't end up being it, but that's good hesitation, and Kanto knew he had to risk it. Gets shut down, and Penta and the Penta Alpaca, being good luck, it's going to keep Penta in this one.
If there's any one thing I can point a finger at to costing G2 that round, it's the reinforcements on the garage wall. Not only did it deny Kanto Raketti that final kill, which I honestly think he would have gotten if given the opportunity to just get into an engagement with the Zofia, but also it prevented Sir Boss from being finished off earlier in the round when he was down behind the shield by Pengu from below. That shield that was placed at the top of the catwalk was also useless in that it, yes, okay, forces the Montaigne to come off of his deployed shield, but also, I mean, nobody can shoot him because there's a reinforced wall. So, I would like to see G2 not reinforce the garage wall if they're going to be relying on strategies like that, but it seems like they're going to stick to it once more. Now, hopefully, Jonas will have better luck defending the actual garage this time around, and therefore it won't be a problem. Penta so close to bringing this back. They only need those 2 rounds to get that OT.
Amused, G2 could go back down to church if they really wanted to. but will opt to go to cash instead. So
10
clearly,
seconds remaining.
there's something about this site, unless my math is off here.
I mean, they defended it
5 seconds to
2
go.
rounds ago, and they were successful, so I think they need to go to cash.
Attackers are moving out
So-
to locate a bomb and defuse it.
This or gym. No, actually, no, they
have to
won
be bar.
gyms, so they'd
Bar
have,
stock.
it's this or bar. Yeah, that's not,
It's been a long day.
yeah, it has. These matches,
I'm
honestly,
sick. I've been drinking water like Marco Rubio, and there's a tiny number of people in Twitch chat who are going to get that, and they're going to enjoy that joke, hopefully.
yeah, okay, so that went over my head. So.
That's fine.
I don't
worry.
get that
I'll
one.
explain it later. But
All right, thank you.
hopefully somebody gets it.
I'm sick too.
We're both sick.
Yeah.
It's the
Wonderful
only.
day.
But no, I mean, I think you've been doing very well.
Well, thank you, Parker. You as well.
Thank you, Michael.
Can't see it, but we have our hands
We're
on each other.
embracing.
Embracing.
We
yeah.
are embracing. So, not to water down the significance of what is a match point still for G2, and it looks like Penta's going to try the exact same push they did last time. Panics died really early to Jonas as Hungry pushed in. This time around, Panix is living. Jonas just needs to show a tiny portion of his body for Panix to pick away at it. But Jonas is going to wait out the smokes, actually. There goes another, and oh no, Jonas giving away his position, and it's a 2-shot from Panix to take out the Legion up top.
It's an excellent shot indeed, and made possible to the thanks to those smokes and the lack of a glass ban, which is something we've been seeing, actually seeing glass ban quite a lot throughout this
Attackers
tournament.
have
So
located a bomb.
surprised that he wasn't here. Now, Fabian once again on the deep roam. He's been going for a lot of these lately. Big success. It's very likely he will be droned out in just a second here by Ravon. And yes, indeed, there it is. The call has been made, and now his position essentially useless. He will rotate in an
Bomb
attempt
located by
to
attackers.
make himself more of a presence in this round.
Doesn't look like they've gotten the CCTV wall yet, though.
No, it has. I don't believe they have, which is not good to say the least. There's also no thermite once more. They brought a Habana in lieu of the thermite, and I understand that she is more versatile, but also can be a huge risk. A push up the cash stairs could be a huge gap in G2's defense.
They're going to opt to go through construction instead, as both Ravon as well as Enemy are inside, and Panix will continue his reign of terror, taking out Goga for a second kill before getting swiftly punished by Kanto. Serbas also in the fray. He'll get his kill. Kanto just anchoring down Cash as best as he can. Enemy taking out Fabian and Kanto in a 1v4. Just absolute desperation. Gets one, but the pistol will not grab a second. Penta putting rounds together that they absolutely need. Still match point for G2. But that's 2 for Penta. And tactical timeout proving to be a pretty good asset here on Penta's side of things.
Certainly is. Kanto Raketti, oh man, 15 kills. He really wants this win. You can tell by the way he's been playing. He's been doing everything in his power to get a full ace, but just not happening as Penta are no slouches. They won't leave an opportunity like that available to the Finnish monster. Now, potentially the last round still, as these last 3 have been. Well, these last 2, including this one, or not including this one, have been, and also potentially a round where Penta could push us to overtime. And wouldn't that be fitting, as we are on the last map of this entire tournament.
I feel like overtime is needed at this point.
Yeah, I definitely feel like the match is certainly calling for overtime.
I will question though why which my notebook has actually been my undoing all day today.
Yeah, it seems that way.
I've been writing like everything down wrong.
Yeah, it's okay. It happens. I've done it.
But I don't
10
think
seconds
G2
to
has
insertion.
taken a tactical timeout yet, and this would be as good of an opportunity as ever to
5
do
seconds
it.
to go.
I don't know either.
Right? So if that's the case, because I believe all we
Attackers
had
must
was we had the
locate and
technical
defuse the bomb.
timeout, which was because of an issue outside of a team's control, and then we had the Penta timeout just a couple of rounds ago. So I don't believe G2 has taken a technical timeout yet, which they could do it now, but they might want to save it for overtime. But then again, I mean, it's it's so easy for us to look at things in hindsight and be like, that was a mistake. You know, like if G2 saves it possibly for overtime and they lose, we could be like, well, you should have taken it earlier. But then if they take it in overtime and it works, we'd be like, this was genius, saving her for when it was needed most. That's
usually how it works, yeah.
It's the best part of casting is we can look back on things that happened and be like, well, you see, this is what I thought.
Hindsight, is it?
2020.
It is indeed. So, G2, this is the big thing for them. They get to defend the basement. So that might mean no tactical timeout necessary. Penta did win the first time that G2 went to the basement, but we talked about that. It was, well, it was due to G2 kind of throwing the round away.
Yeah.
The second time G2 went to the basement, they were successful. So as long as G2 doesn't throw it away like they did the first attempt, I'm sure that they'll be able to lock this out, and we will see it go 7-5. But Penta, of course, going to do everything they can to avoid that. They have still brought the Montaigne and the Glass, two very formidable weapons on this and every map, for that matter.
I mean, Panics did die early a couple rounds back outside of the garage, but since then, I think the Glass has been the right play, and they've been using this smoke to just completely obfuscate their entire strategy behind it and let the Glass do his work. So, who really knows? But after dumping down his Candela, or dumping down his flashbangs, smaller Candelas.
That's true.
That is technically true.
Candela babies.
Kids, baby, little childish. Childish Candelas.
Oh, that kind of works.
I know it does. We see enemy rotate. And now the enemy was holding onto the diffuser, but now it's Sir Boss, so there's been some juggling going on here. Pengu inside of this church wall with the open panel next to him as well, and he holds a nitro cell, so could possibly aim to get the nitro cell out there.
We saw him attempt to do that quite aggressively the last time he was playing on this wall, and unfortunately he wasn't able to make it happen. Here's one big difference though. Look at the clock. This has been a very, very fast round. And it feels like the time is just flying by as we come down to the last 35 seconds, and still, this is a 5 versus 5, but quickly that is corrected.
And you see a drop from the Valkyrie there as Kanto takes out Panics, and everything on Penta falling down. There goes enemy. Jonas traded off from Hungry, but the Monty is going to continue to take damage. Pengu secures Revan, and it's all up to Hungry, who's going to get jumped on. And Fabian gets the final kill. Second time's a charm for G2, who will take Dreamhack Winter. It took every single round in map 3. They're gonna get it.
You could certainly say it's well-deserved for G2, but at the same time, Penta certainly gave them a run for their money, and they did get what they wanted out of these finals. They will be going to the Invitational and meeting possibly G2 there at that event.
What is showing from Penta? There have been so many teams at this event that have not just impressed us, but surely impressed other teams. Pact, Trust Gaming, the new Liquid roster, Space Station Gaming, and last but certainly not least, the newest addition to the Invitational, Penta Sports. So congratulations to all those teams, and then, of course, to our victors, who will win yet another trophy this year, G2.
We have to say, though, it was a lot harder than most people would have expected. A G2 Penta matchup, who would have thought Penta would bring it all the way to the final rounds of the final map? Very impressively done from them, and still, despite that, G2 reigns supreme, as per usual.
Yep. A dominant performance from one of the most dominant teams this year, and the most dominant team likely in Rainbow Six history. They'll gather around the trophy, look to raise it. They raised one just a couple weeks ago in Rio de Janeiro as they took the season finals, and there you have it. That was us for just a second there. G2 Esports, they are Dreamhack Winter champions. Fabian raising a trophy in his home country. Well, it's for the second time because he won Dreamhack Nordic with them last year with some of the same roster. Not the same one. There's actually, you can't see it. There's actually confetti falling in front of us. So if it switched back to a camera of us, you'd see confetti here in our studio.
Excellent job from G2. And again, well-deserved. And I guess I'll take this home as a memento.
We have confetti now as well. That is adorning our stage.
I don't think Penta are going to be walking away from this an upset team, though. Again, we got to be honest. They definitely got out of this what they wanted. Not only the respect of many, I'm sure, given how much they took away from G2, but also the, oh, hello.
Congratulations. You need the microphone, by the way.
You're going to want this, Fabian.
I want this?
Yes, I'm sure you do.
Yeah, I like this. I like winning. That's
People
what
can
I
hear
like.
you now.
I know, believe it or not.
All the confetti, by the way, after came down
It
here.
actually came to you?
Yeah,
Wow.
it came down to
It
us.
didn't come on us at all.
Come on into the casters as well. You feel free to pass around the microphone here.
No, they don't know how to speak English.
What?
Your team communicates in English. Didn't look like it a
I'm
couple
not so
rounds,
sure about
though.
that sometimes. Yeah, a few rounds. I don't know if we even communicated at all.
First question. Your match against Penta yesterday, or the day before, yesterday because you had the day off, was a little bit easier. You won 2 of those games 7-1. You came into this matchup, and from the looks of things, Penta and you guys weren't going to take it all that seriously, but something changed throughout the course of that map, and it got a lot more serious a lot faster. What do you think was the turning point there, and how did you guys recover as they brought Tachanka in the first round, for crying out loud?
Well, I mean, they had already won their spot to Montreal. I think that's what they wanted to begin with. I mean, every team that came here wanted it except for us because we already had it. Then, I mean, well, Market had it as well, sure, but they didn't make it to the final. I felt like we wanted to win, of course. We always want to win, and I get so angry if we don't. At Border, we did so many basic mistakes. I got so pissed off. It's insane. But we managed to win in the end. They're a good team. We played different maps than we did yesterday, and the game was difficult.
Absolutely. Was it as hard as your match against Liquid by any chance? Feel free to give credit to your opponents here because that one seemed to be pretty tough and take you guys all the way.
Well, since I'm the one talking and nobody wants the microphone, unless you get it.
The Liquid game was, in my opinion, harder for us. Not just because of the maps that we played that were slightly different, but the way they play pushed us as a team to new lengths that I don't think we've seen before. They beat us on Coastline, which is, that doesn't happen, right? We're undefeated on Coastline for a while. And for a new team, they actually did a lot of different stuff. Like, we didn't see 1 strat or 2 strats. The Clubhouse game you saw, we did the same thing twice, they did the same thing twice, yada yada. Liquid did new stuff every single round, so props to them. But for Penta, looking really strong. Potential second best team in Europe right now, maybe. Unless there's 2 G2s, but there's only 1 right now. But despite one team actually losing tonight, I would say that we're both winners. They go to Invitationals, we get to see each other, and we get the trophy and a little bit of pocket change.
Absolutely. We were remarking on the broadcast actually before the victory that there were a number of teams that showed up here. And I'd actually like to ask Tom this question if you're comfortable answering it.
Yeah.
You in particular, I think, watched almost every single matchup today, obviously studying the opponents of G2 well in advance. There's a lot of teams that came in here that have made changes. What team impressed you the most out of everything you saw this weekend?
It's got to be between Liquid and SSG. I mean, SSG is pretty much a brand new, well, it's got Bosco for about 15 days, and they've really proved themselves and their region, I would say. Liquid, like Penguin was saying, we saw new stuff every single round. We saw stuff that we hadn't even seen before. So high hopes to them as well.
Absolutely. Anything you want to say to your opponents, to the fans, etc.? Anything you'd like to add after this run here? Any of you before?
Can we say one thing each? No, just give it to count. Right. Nude.
I need to pee. CCA plant. I want to sleep.
That was quite easy.
Okay. Thank you very much. Everybody, if you could give a warm round of applause to not just the team G2, but also to Blue, to Demo, to Zeronic, to everybody here at Dreamhack, and of course to Kickstar, and all of you for tuning in. This concludes our broadcast for Dreamhack Winter. We'll see you next time.